Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL English broadcast, where we are bringing you the final week of the LPL regular season before we head into the playoffs. And Jay Beto, that means that we've got series like the one we've got up first today. OMG versus EDG, one of these teams fighting for the top of their group, one of these teams fighting against the bottom and against relegation.
Yeah, it's a tough situation to be in for OMG. There's no point beating around the bush. They're in a really tough spot. Haven't found a ton of success this split so far. Reminder for anyone who is not aware, if OMG finish in the bottom two of the standings, or sorry, if a team finishes in the bottom two of Group Nirvana, they are out for split 3 of the LPL. OMG, obviously, we can see here sitting down the bottom. There is a world in which they can avoid relegation, and it starts tonight by winning. They cannot drop a single series after this either, but tonight is where it starts.
Yeah, it's a tough fight out from the bottom of Group Nirvana right now, and EDG, for their part, would like to be considered a serious player in the playoffs, and they've got the chance to get there as well. So both of these teams, relatively high stakes. I'd say personally for OMG, stakes are just that little bit higher, because if you do end up in bottom 2 of Group Nirvana, you are not going to get to play professional level League of Legends for the rest of the year. I mean, you can still solo queue, they don't ban you from that, but as far as playing in the LPL goes, you get absolutely no more. And that is stressful for the entire roster of OMG. That's something they're going to be going up against today, is how they deal with this issue, especially as OMG have been in the middle of several roster changes during this split.
Yeah, I mean, even recently bringing Photic in, it's been a tough run for this team. They have found, hopefully a groove with this new roster, but it's still not a position you want to be in. Going into tonight, again, if they lose the series, they are out. If they win, there is still chances, but some other stuff in the background has to happen as well. The most important thing to note is that they have to win tonight. I think Haichao's been a player who's had some pretty good highs. Rio, the same. Obviously, Photic, new on this roster as well. But, yeah, this team has... It's been stumbling, dear.
And we'll get to talk a little bit about how they have been stumbling, especially as I'm sure we get into today's games. But I want to highlight the light in the darkness for this team. It is Haichao who is the, as we've coined it here, thermostat of the squad. If Haichao is doing well, the team is doing well. If Haichao is doing poorly, as he did on Victor, then the team is doing poorly, as they did in that game. His Zoe actually working out relatively well, all things considered. He's got pretty high variety on a lot of champions, but the thing that we want to keep our eyes on in today's games is Haichao doing well or not, because he is really what this team seems to, if not revolve around directly, at least indirectly, have a strong correlation with.
Yeah, I know Cubby has had some very strong opinions about this player, mostly last year, but coming into this year as well. I've seen personally some pretty high highs from Haichao. Like I have a very distinct memory of in the Marcia Cup. It was an Akali game Haichao played. He solo killed Viper, looked really good. But like you mentioned, there have also been games where Haichao hasn't been able to pull his team over the line, and the team has kind of looked incomplete when he isn't showing up. So it's important, for this player, see what he can do tonight. He's going to have to bring it all, because backs are against the wall.
I mean, in the case of specifically OMG, but this happens quite a bit in Group Nirvana. However, it is important to note that specifically with OMG, these are very, very snowbally games that they are playing. They are either winning by over 10,000 gold or they are losing by over 10,000 gold. There is not a lot of in-between. But one of the other indicators we can look at for who's going to snowball faster and more effectively, and for OMG at all, is neutral objectives. OMG's games, their wins have come only when they are able to pick up 2 or more neutral objectives. They have never lost a game with more than 2 neutral objectives, at least this split, though they have been in the LPL for 2 years, and I will be honest, did not check all those games. In this split, They have managed to win games where they get more than 2 neutral objectives. The same is actually true of their opponents. If OMG let their opponents get more than 2 neutral objectives, they will lose the game. Again, based on what's happened this split. And that is the important one. That is the one that we're covering right now. So keep your eyes on the neutral objectives. We are going to be keeping count as we get into the games because we are focusing on OMG's rule of 2.
So what I'm hearing here is that there's a game plan of just pick whatever jungler / ADC has the best burn and secure of the objectives. Forget the rest of the plan. Just pick Nunu, Q Smite, Pantheon, Q Smite. Get the objectives. That's our game plan to start here for OMG.
That's exactly how I would do it. I want to see Nunu first picked or banned by EDG. EDG want even a prayer of taking this. Actually, let's talk a little bit about EDG because I'll be honest, I am going to be really OMG focused today. I'm going to miss them a lot if they do end up leaving the LPL. I also have really fond memories of them in Demacia Cup, but they are playing off against EDG, who are fighting not against relegation, but for the top of Group Nirvana. ZDZ, Xiaohao, Xinyan was subbed in today. Leave and Jue are all here to fight for EDG's chances in today's series. Their chances being pretty high, so maybe not fight for their chances, but pad their stats would be a better way to say it. But that's all going to be up to fan expectation, and fan expectation certainly leading the way of EDG today.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to bring in a new player this late into the split, especially when these matches are really important for, again, not facing relegation yourself is still a possibility, but making it into playoffs, getting the best possible seed you can. It would be great for EDG if they were to land that first seed, which also is possible. But yeah, this mid laner, Xinyan, from what I was having a quick look at, has only really recently been on the EDG youth team, spent some time in the AL youth team, and yeah, bringing in a player who hasn't had any tier 1 experience in stage games, at least, it's definitely a decision. We'll have to see if it pays off for EDG. It will be a tough ask to, kind of reach the high highs that I think EDG can reach, but, they're confident with this new player, so have to see what he can do.
I like subbing out players, like you say, at this point in the split, especially with these stakes for EDG, is risky. Payoff can be huge, but if I am reading how you are speaking about this appropriately, I think we have the same read that this would make me uncomfortable as a team manager. Angel's been around for a while, and I'm sure that he would also like to be playing in today's series, but you can't pick everything. However, especially because we are subbing out the mid laner, we do want to be talking about EDG, especially when we think about all pros and the possibility that we have to celebrate these players and their impact on the split individually. One of the players that we wanted to highlight coming into today is Leave, who has been really critical for EDG. He's doing an insane amount of their damage. I think he's doing something close to 30% of the damage for this team. And of course has been doing very well in the stats that we've listed here. CS per minute, damage percent. EDG as a whole are not a team to sleep on, but Leave has been a big part of their success during Split 2.
Yeah, I also want to add, some of these stats are very close to number 2. I think number 1 is of the damage per minute and damage percentage is a bit higher, but specifically like damage percentage was 0.1 behind, I'm fairly certain. So very close to being the top of Group Nirvana in some of these really important statistics. It obviously is in CS per minute. So bot lane's been pretty important in the meta this year with the enchanters. We've seen a lot of Ashe Seraphine, we've seen the Lucia Milia come back up, we've seen Corki Nami, we've seen Yunara Lulu. So getting something for Leave and Jue in the bot lane here. I mean, you could first rotate it, like early rotate a really strong bot lane, or leave it for counter pick. Try to get something that you're a bit more comfortable matchup wise. And again, like we're talking about, play for those objectives.
I'm not giving that advice to EDG. OMG's got to do it. EDG, they don't get help today. They're already coming in the favorites. A reminder, of course, since we're talking about this, that should you wish to participate, and I certainly hope you do, that you pop into the QR code that you're seeing in the upper left-hand corner of your screen and cast your vote for who you think is all-pro for this split. We've got a bunch of roles, a bunch of teams to cover, a bunch of players as possibilities. Leave certainly one of them. Maybe you can audition for your vote today. However, with Leave being the focus for EDG coming into today's series, like you talked about, Yunara Lulu becomes a really big focus, a really big possibility for them when it comes to draft. Other things that we would really like to see, strong winning matchups for OMG in the mid lane. I've noticed that Haichao, as much as he's played a decent amount of things like Azir and Ryze that haven't really worked out too much, has had quite a bit of success on things like Zoe and the Akali that you mentioned earlier. It's a bit strange because Haichao is not doing this just on champions that should be blanket strong. He's not exactly blind pickable, and yet OMG have opted into having first pick in today's first game.
Well, they've definitely got a plan. Could be something like that Ashe Seraphine we've seen sometimes, the trade. Whether we get spicy and see any Orianna, any Rumble getting let through, any Varus, those are things that are normally fairly banned away for majority of series, pretty much globally, in fact. But sometimes you've been seeing them slip through, and they still look really strong, showing off why they're getting banned. Could be an option for OMG, but yeah, I think looking at bot lane is important. You could look to prioritize the mid lane. Maybe it's an Annie look. A Zoe look. Could be a Victor too, although the thermostat, I don't know if the thermostat's too happy with that.
No, thermostat would not really approve of the Victor, but you know, chance for redemption. Thermostat might not approve of Victor picks historically, but Dia loves a chance for redemption. And that's something that not just Victor, but OMG have today. OMG notably are going to have that as well on red side. Should they end up there, I'm actually going to double check because we did get that information. All right. EDG, our blue side. OMG must, by process of elimination, be red side. They have not won a single game on red side this split. They have played 4 of them. They have lost all of them. Doesn't bode well, but Dia loves a chance for redemption.
Dia also loves Kog'Maw. We were talking about this before.
That's true.
I saw a...
I hope that's relevant.
Well, we're talking about Lulu comps, right? We're talking about Kog'Maw Lulu. Could be an option. Strong bot lane. I've seen, you know, I think it was Gen G talk about this. That after first stand, because G2 played it, the Kog'Maw Lulu Shen comp could be an option for OMG. You know, build a comp around your bot lane, provide some safety with that Shen pick, get a carry going. Maybe not game 1, maybe not if this goes later on and some of those more aggressive bot lanes kind of get weeded out via Fearless. Maybe we could see that, and then you could be happy. I would love to see some Kog'Maw Lulu, to be honest. Like
that would be awesome. Good.
Who knows?
It's a good way to deal with the Lulu. Good way to deal with the Lulu. You know, we've got the chance.
What's the worst matchup you feel like for Kog'Maw Lulu? Like, what would you really have to? You know, you love the Kog'Maw. What do you really hate to play against when you're playing Kog'Maw?
I think that's difficult because, to be honest, if I have a Lulu, I know that I'm winning that game. Like, there are very few laning phases where I'm like, this is actually just abysmal and we lose the game. Most laning phases as Kog'Maw are going to be suffering, and Kog'Maw Lulu just happens not to be suffering. So I would say that I'm comfortable with it into a whole lot of matchups. I could see things like Corki Nami being really oppressive into it, though, just because of the short trades, the high burst that Corki brings. That could be legit unplayable, but you have to remember that Photic is playing on OMG, and for my money, Photic deserves a lot better to be than on OMG in this position right now. He was on an IG that, you know, maybe they didn't have the best split in Split 1, but they brought it back a bit in playoffs. There was something cooking there. And as has been the trend throughout Photic's career, he's on a roster that does all right in playoffs. They get into, you know, 6th, 5th, something like that, there's an argument for them to be a really good team. And Photic gets dropped, like the split after, almost immediately. This has happened, I was checking yesterday, I think 4 times in Photic's career, where he has been in playoffs, done reasonably well, and he has been the player to get let go, to be changed up. And obviously, IG have gone through their fair share of changes, but the fact that Photic has gone from IG, who were competing for 5th, 6th, maybe a little higher, coming out of Split 1 playoffs, last split, to now being on OMG with a chance of not playing in the LPL at all come Split 3 is a bit of a travesty.
Having a look at some of the rosters here, again, thinking about the new blood on EDG. Obviously, it's a bit hard for us to grab stats for like the LDL. They're really hard to come by, but I really want to see some stability through mid lane. I think that when you're coming into a new team, and I mean, my thoughts are about, you know, like Nya, one of the newest mid laners in the league, and how aggressive he's been and has actually really found a good spot on IG. Hopefully, we can see the same from EDG, but only time will tell, dear, as we're into draft. A lot of jungle bans, and kind of that holy trifecta of bans that I spoke about a bit earlier, the Rumble, the Orianna, the Virus. So even the OMG looking for first pick here, doesn't look like they're letting any of those super high priorities through. Could be Pantheon, or could be that Ashe Seraphine that we were talking about before.
Where's my Nunu ban, EDG? Where's
That's
my
true.
Nunu ban? Not here. Rise taken away. And OMG with the first pick that they selected for themselves. Now have the chance to open things up. I certainly wouldn't mind a bot lane focus here. We were talking about things like Yunara Lulu being really strong for EDG, and OMG will secure themselves a lot of safety with something like Ezreal.
Yeah, I'm surprised. We've been seeing a little bit of the Ezreal bans coming through, and I assumed that was a little bit iffy. You know, I know that they've allowed Ezreal to do some of the AP variant builds a little bit more, but it takes so long to get some of those items online. You know, you want the Trinity Force, you want the Mana Moon, maybe a Shojin, maybe even Pen there while you stack up your second tier. The game's normally over by the time that you've gone that, but still Ezreal super highly prioritized. Picked up first pick here. EDG answer with taking away the Karma from the Ezreal, pretty standard pairing, and giving it a Xin Zhao. So yeah, that's Xin Zhao plus Enchanter, pretty strong. And then Bard Pantheon on the other side. So a lot of global map rotation pressure here from OMG.
I'm noticing as well the fact that EDG picked Karma now does mean that, I mean, they could have gone something like Lulu. They want to leave that open for the next series. So you have the possibility of a Lulu Yunara, Lulu Kog'Maw even for EDG later on, while keeping the Enchanter pairing with Xin Zhao right now. I think this is a really strong and heads-up move from them overall when we think about the series. Dealing with Ezreal Bard is just going to be pretty one-dimensional, though. I mean, they are a relatively non-interactive, non-fun-to-play against lane. EDG seem pretty comfortable drafting around the rest of the map right now before deciding what champion Leave is going to suffer on.
I think EDG here, they've got a lot of setup, they've got a lot of team fighting, but I think they really need some punch behind their comp here. I'm not sure if Senna is enough of the punch. I think Xin Zhao does decent damage with Karma, but you've got Annie and now Senna. And I don't feel as though this is like a hyper carry that I want to see with Karma. It doesn't really scream lane dominance to me either. So for EDG, this is a comp where you might be running out of damage. You know, in time, the Senna will get stacks, and there is some burst potential with the Annie, but I've got concerns.
You hear me out. They were considering picking up top lane Zehen earlier, so maybe this whole draft has just been to set up for a carry top laner who will have to be playing into Jace. And oh, if we lock in Cassandra here, I'm going to look like such a fool. And we do. That's all right. Dia loves looking like a fool.
Well, I think I honestly agree with you. We've been seeing Vayne pop up in the top lane. That could have been an option with a Karma. You've got a ton of ranged engage with the Annie, with the Xin Zhao. Looks good with the Karma, and then Senna kind of functions as an Enchanter as well to really allow something like a Vayne to pop off. But with a Cassante, you're just kind of weak siding against this Jace. On OMG's side, they've doubled down on the global. They've got this TF now, which is, again, engage with the Pantheon. So you've got this double kind of unmissable stun. Great range poke with this Jace, TF, Ezreal combo. And like I was talking about, the globals. The global threat is really scary. So I think OMG have a really good comp. We've been talking about how they need to win all their games so far. And to be honest, I really like this comp. I think it's a good start to this miracle run they need to go on.
OMG's tools are in the correct place. Now, this is no longer a situation where the carpenter can blame his tools. You've got a fantastic draft because we can see that they are all set up for a dominant performance in this game. They can have pressure anywhere. OMG can be anywhere on the map at any given time, post level 6. This should be their game to win. However, EDG come into this match the favorites, the favored team, the team on top, the team fighting for a top spot. Will they turn this in game number 1, even against OMG's best draft yet?
Bit of a quiet crowd tonight, Theo. That's okay. I've got a Jayo in my heart.
Jayo!
Exactly. I think it was production. Kai was telling us that on Weibo, a lot of the responses to Sinyan's announcement of joining was a lot of Jayos in the comments. So, you know, there are fans out there. Just a bit of a quiet crowd tonight. But I want to talk a little bit about this EDG comp. I think we've been talking about the OMG comp, and I do think that it's better. I prefer the OMG comp. I think it has more options, and it's a bit scary. But the Zinza plus Enchanter with this Annie, like 3v3, is really scary. You can walk in basically anywhere when you're together. There's a ton of CC. The Zinza on one item will do a ton of damage as well. So I think that if EDG can leverage that towards some of these early dragons, that could be a really strong win con, although OMG have a lot of range. Ezreal's pretty hard to lock down this game when Annie's not around or not in range, but pretty standard starts, just clearing top to bottom. The ward will spot our Pantheon. I don't know about the center. Did it?
I
Did
know
the ward not?
I mean, the ward hasn't physically seen Pantheon, and he didn't get pinged by EDG. This doesn't mean that they don't know. You can look at your map and like actually pan over and see that the Raptors have been taken. But they don't actually know that he's there, and Sinyan isn't playing like he's there. Stun comes in twice for OMG, and an early gank on this Annie could go well, but the shield will save him, and now knocked up. Haichao flashes underneath the tower for first blood. OMG do not give up that easily.
Either way, I think you're actually right. Some missing pings coming out there from EDG, not happy with how that started. Regardless of whether he was seen or not, it was a really nice play from OMG. The flash in, the double stun. Haichao does need to burn his own flash, trades himself 1-for-1, but a super aggressive start. OMG, they're feeling pretty confident.
And when it comes to the trade 1-for-1 of Haichao going underneath the tower like that, there are a lot of players, myself included, who at times would be critical of an overcommitment. But 400 gold to the good, plus making good on your jungler's time, who took this precious time out of his day to make a gank happen in the mid lane, set Sinyan a little bit behind. It does open up a really good win condition for OMG, and we have to remember the Haichao thermostat. The way that OMG win these games is by getting Haichao accelerated.
Saw the graphic just then, just talking about the Ezreal changes we were touching on in draft. A bit more AP scaling and some of the Ezreal abilities, so has an option to go some of those items people were talking about when you're allowed to go double tier. Was that the beginning of this year? I think it was, when you've been allowed to build double tier. Haven't seen a ton of it because it takes a long time to actually get there. Like stacking double tier, getting that many items in this meta hasn't really been super common, but still an option, especially now with those aforementioned buffs. But this is a game where for OMG, not only is that a great start, but their comp is unlocked at level 6 around the map. You know, when Moham can be unlocked and roam around, impact the Annie, who's immobile, impact the center and the Karma, who are immobile. It's a great bard angle. And the TF can roam around, whether that's to top lane, although that's a bit tough to do against a Cassante, or to bot. And when Rio can be unlocked to not even use the ult necessarily. Pantheon's one of those champions that once you're at level 6, it's like Pantheon and Nocturne both. The threat of having that ult available, of being able to be anywhere, makes you have to play a certain way.
And while we're just a few minutes out from level 6s, we're about 3 seconds out from First Dragon, where you can actually use some of the early skirmish potential that a team like EDG has. Remember, they've not only got this Karma Xin Zhao, a really potent combination, but they've got a bot lane that's pretty well in charge here. We've been watching Leave and Shui just slam Photic and Moham with constant damage, constant poke in this bot lane. And Rio was here for a gank, but EDG, despite not seeing him, seemed to be pretty darn safe. Not approaching the bush too much, and even if they didn't know it, wasting a lot of Rio's time.
Yeah, very nice. Always good to delay the Pantheon spike, and now Xiaohao's actually snuck down to the brush, so a little bit later. A bit harder for the Xin Zhao to find ganks than a Pantheon is. Pantheon doesn't have the flash anymore, but regardless, having the movement speed from the empowered E and having that W guaranteed stun is always really nice. And like you mentioned, the Karma really providing a ton of this lane priority. It's good to see some of the new starter items getting picked up. I mean, we see Doran's bow for Leave and the Doran's helm. I think that's probably Cassante's best starter because his abilities scale off of protections. And that allows Cassante to build some protections early on. Dragon getting started up by EDG. Talking about the neutral objectives. And the first one's going to go over to EDG pretty much uncontested.
Remember, when we're thinking about the rule of 2 for OMG, this is one
Halfway.
neutral objective that they are set behind. Moham going to get away over the wall, but as you say, First Dragon, but a mountain as well, secured by EDG, who do have a lot riding on this series themselves. Here, there's a funny thing going on with this series where we are thinking about EDG and OMG's possibility. Jay Beto, there is a chance that OMG, despite being 0-3, actually managed to survive today's games, and not only today's games, but continue on to stay in the league. If OMG are able to find 4-0 over the course of this week, that is, take down the entirety of EDG right now, and also sweep their next series, then we might see OMG stay alive. But EDG likely have the chance to make first in their group, and a good chance at making Group Ascend as well, because they would play WE, something we're dangling in front of everyone, if EDG can also take these series in 4-0. But importantly also, LNG and LGD must go to 3 games. There's a lot riding on this. There's a lot of edge cases here, but there is a chance for both these teams.
There is a chance, but you are starting to sound a little crazy, like a certain guy pointing at a whiteboard. So we got to make sure OMG start getting these neutral objectives. All right, this could be the start. This could be number 1.
They're able to pick up all 3 of these Void Grubs, but
or not.
Oh,
is this
shows
2
up
already?
Just in time. This actually might be the death knell. 2 objectives taken early on by EDG. This doesn't look contested by OMG, but I say that as Moham comes up through the mid lane. 1 Void Grub has already gone over, but OMG want to fight for the next 2. ZDZ's here as well. Rio's too low, and we've got a tether coming in from Zhui that will not be interrupted. Rio, one directional invulnerability, not going to save him. ZDZ strikes him down, and a flash forward from him and from Xiaohao may secure a few more kills. Another plus 300 going over to EDG as they secure 2 kills and the rest of these Void Grubs. It is 3-1 in kills and 2-0 in neutral objectives for EDG.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster fight there from OMG. Really nice Crescent Guard from Xiaohao to push Rio away. But regardless if that happens or not, I don't really know where the damage is here. Like, we're committing on to Xiaohao. Harry's there, sure, but the rest of OMG are kind of split up. Haichao is looking at Jue. Stun card is nice, but after Rio uses his stun and it gets knocked away, he's so low, and he's out. Harry can't do any damage. Off to the side here as well. I think that without your full team playing together, utilizing this poke, whittling down EDG, your chances of winning just a straight up fight when there's a Xin Zhao and a Karma there, it's a pretty tall ask.
I mean, am I tripping? Like, I don't think this is us. Just to be clear, we haven't cast a lot, so I want you to know that I love you and that I respect everything you're saying. But is it not a little crazy of us to go, wait, you have Jace Pantheon, where is the damage? Like, they have damage. It's not like that's the one thing they do have, surely.
I agree. I think that a large portion of it is you got to land on the same target. You've got to be at team fighting cohesively. Rio goes in, gets knocked away. A lot of his damage isn't like the Crescent Guard blocks all of the range damage, all of the range poke. Rio's chunked to half HP. Harry's getting zoned away. When you're split up like this with a comp that's very single target in damage, like, yeah, okay, red card, AoE damage. Jace, QE does hit AoE, but for the most part, it's a single target, like pick comp that OMG are playing here. When you're not hitting the same target, when you're not on the same page, it doesn't end up looking that hot.
That is very true, and actually something that we can use to keep tracking the way that OMG are fighting. We saw Haichao and Rio really early on sync up for the kill in mid lane. Then they looked like they were on the same page. Now, I would say it's even more up to Haichao and Rio because we've hit the ultimate markers that you talked about earlier, because they have such global presence. Haichao and Rio have to be the ones dictating the state of play, and Rio's going to try doing that right now, showing up at the bot lane with another gank, stunning Jue up, the Temper Fate going to connect onto him. And this should be a kill going over to OMG. All four members in the bot lane focused on one singular target, but Xiaohao's focused on them as well, going through the magical journey. EDG extend the fight, and Xinyan picks up a response kill, this time onto Rio, going 1 for 1 in a play that OMG started.
That was a great TP from the Annie there to continue that fight going. I like what we see there from OMG. It's more synergy that we were missing in that first play. It's CC onto the first target. Wasn't able to take down Jue fast enough. Moham with the Tempered Fate does lock down Jue, but maybe it was not needed. Hard to say, but it ends up being a 1 for 1, and EDG is still around on the chase.
OMG do get a stun. They've got the possibility for a second one, but Rio actually just doesn't get to play League of Legends. He lands out of the ult and immediately gets CC'd into oblivion. ZDZ is chasing down the OMG bot lane in a 1v2, and EDG's third neutral objective of the game just got taken. I'm not going to tell you that this game is over because, Jay Beto, we've got every game of League of Legends being a little different. But
I mean, OMG's
historically, OMG lose the game from here.
It's just the mental diff. Like, as soon as objectives, like, it's just impossible to get the objectives. Completely nerfed by, it's like a Pokemon interaction. It's super effective when OMG don't have the objectives. But another fight where really split up from OMG. I mean, Haichao might be calling for that. I have stun card. You know, I have my first item. Like, we can fight, guys. Rio says, okay. Presses ult on top of 4 people. But again, there's not a ton of AoE damage. So Haichao can't kill 4 people just because there's a Pantheon there. And Photic and Moham were not at the fight either. This is kind of more of the same issue we saw in that first fight. OMG really need to be finding picks, working together as a unit. Whereas for EDG, with this Xin Zhao, with the Karma and the Annie, like I was talking about this strong core 3 earlier, they just kind of walk at you and you lose. Good damage.
Photic does, with Trinity Force now picked up, do quite a bit of that. I wonder if he'll be able to call for the same sorts of fights and plays as Haichao seemed to have the liberty to do earlier. Harry's playing his own game, by the way. Haven't really seen him in any of the fights so far because he has just been whittling away at these side lane towers, something that OMG do have. I mean, a lot of global presence, a lot of side lane pressure as well with Jace and Twisted Fate.
I've been seeing a bit of discourse online about the Jace blind and how people feel about this pick. And in some matchups, it can be really good. In others, you know, you end up falling into a blind pick because it doesn't necessarily super lose. Some matchups can be really tough, but this is a matchup where Harry should have push, does have a lead. The problem is, it's a K'Sante, right? Eventually, and that's kind of becoming a problem now, you don't really do anything to him in the side lane. Like, yeah, you can fight, but with this lethality build, you're not going to do a ton of like health damage. You're not really going to be able to chew through ZDZ, and obviously K'Sante does have that threat of catching you out with the ult through the wall. Haichao, the other one with the lead in this game, it's a TF. A lot of that gold is from passive, not a champion that necessarily loves or needs a ton of gold. It's just how his passive works. He's got Roa and tank boots, and another neutral objective going over to EDG.
Completely uncontested, but OMG are going to trade. This time answering with a first tower and maybe a steal, but no. It was close. That was actually pretty well calculated by Photic. Again, Photic kind of in OMG standing jail right now.
I feel the need there to talk about OMG's comp because we were really hyping it up, and it feels like OMG are on the back foot. They had this gold lead, which is great. I think 2 items in around these dragon fights, finding a stun onto the same target, we need to be together, or we need to start using these globals. We need to start using these globals onto Sinyan on the side lane, who's had a very easy start to this game. Yes, he's down gold. It's Annie. It doesn't matter. He's got Rocket Belt for the dash stun. He's going to stun people and do enough damage to, you know, at least half hit someone with Electrocute. So for the most part, EDG are just sitting here. Yeah, they're down gold, but we have the fast strike onto Dragon. We have the fast strike onto Dragon Soul. We have the neutral objectives. OMG show us why we need to be scared. With this global comp, haven't really seen anything that demonstrates how scary this comp can be.
One of the really tough things about the situation that OMG find themselves in at the moment is typically with a global comp like this that wanted to find some picks, you might see them even give up Dragon and go for a pick on the other side of the map where ZDZ's pushing up. But OMG giving up this Dragon gives up Soul Point to EDG, making their next Drake even more threatening. I mean, it's not Soul. You can give it up, but it really doesn't feel good for OMG, and they want to fight. They know how bad this would feel. Their composition, are they ready? As ZDZ is teleported down, he is certainly ready, even getting aggressive onto Haichao and taking exactly 0 damage for it.
All right, well, Lee's pretty low, so keep your eyes on it. Oh, stun!
And even before we finish the sentence, Leave is kind of low.
Wow.
Harry's gone. Harry got control alt deleted.
Leave
and
is
no
longer
opportunity
low as well.
to play League of Legends for him. No pick on the other side of the map now for OMG. ZDZ teleported down. We get Dragon going over for nothing going to OMG.
Nice try again from Photic. I have to give props for the attempt. I have to say, I'm really shocked as I have to hold that thought. Rio under fire.
That was a Chemtech kind of play, and we might have a Chemtech kind of dive coming in. Rio's underneath the tower, and Xiaohao is Xin Zhao with an Enchanter, and a whole lot more going his way as well. EDG will pick up another kill and get another Rift Herald crash. What isn't going their way right now? If it hadn't been for the only 2 kills that OMG had, we'd be in perfect game territory. Yeah,
we would be very close, and I think this tower is going to be taken pretty easily as well. Nothing OMG can really do. But in that fight, I mean, Leave was chunked quite low, got stunned by Moham, chunked down by Photic, and then the Q healing is just enough, plus the Echoes of Helia from Jue to heal him basically to full. And then we're talking about this Annie stun. Julian's just kind of been, Sinyan, has just been sitting here doing fine farming, pulls up to a fight, puts down a stun. Harry gets one shot. He was the one in range. And OMG can't do anything. They aren't able to leverage their poke, chunk down enough members through the sustain to really leverage an advantage around the Drake. I also want to shout out Leave here. We haven't really been seeing a ton of Senna, but the last time Senna was like really played, 86 stacks in under 20 minutes is ridiculous. That's like old Senna or even like fasting Senna. Maybe this is... maybe it's the static Shiv doing the on-hits, but I think most of this is that Leaf has been at all the objectives, which EDG have got all of. He's been easily farming stacks off the objectives and just poking OMG for free. Fodic's been taking a lot of free damage. We're nearly at 100 at 20 minutes.
That's a good time to remember that Leave is one of the players we are considering for All-Pro. Has been a big boon to EDG through the course of this split. And this game is certainly making his presence felt, something that OMG hoped to do around on the top side of the map. We have been pretty quiet on this because OMG have not done a lot. The one member of their team that has done a decent amount so far is Harry, who has gotten 2 towers for the team so far. But it is Jace, which puts a damper on things, especially when you had talked so openly about the Cassante matchup largely not going in his favor later. Can Jace realistically carry this game with a 200 gold lead at 20 minutes?
Yeah, I'm not sure, especially with this build. Like, it's not bad into Annie, into Senna, into Karma, but I don't think it really does anything into the Cassante. And maybe if OMG play the comp really well, where they're constantly layering in poke, chunking down EDG, the sustain is frustrating as well through that. But maybe that allows for OMG to get in. When Harry's just getting one shot, he could be up 1k gold and it doesn't really matter because OMG aren't able to leverage this comp to its correct value. We've got a minute and a half on this next dragon. I don't think EDG are in any rush to do the Baron. Leave is going to be at 100 stacks any second now. And I feel like we're in a very similar situation. ZDZ has TP up on the top lane. We've got some decent wards from OMG, but EDG are going to path in with ZDZ. We saw last time there, ZDZ TP'd in with that big shield as Tempered Fate.
Pick going on right now would be big. It's a minute till dragon, but Zhui flashes away from the fishing by OMG. Almost gets a tether right back, but it's Leave who half-held Sideshow in the meantime. ZDZ's teleported in with the Gigaport that brings him in with a big shield as well. And he gets to play front line, take a chunk out of the mid lane tower for EDG. With 40 seconds left on this dragon, you could say that ZDZ should stick around, to be honest. Having your front line there secures soul for you as EDG.
Yeah, and how do you get through this? I mean, Harry's gone back to the top lane, so again, not layering in the poke to start now. This is, in my opinion, where you need to start getting some space. We have, like, TF ult in the comp, but it's down. We just used it to find a pick onto Zhui. All that OMG were able to find was the flash out of Zhui. Hi, Xiao.
Now, EDG are looking for Hai Chao. Xiaohao, however, does get stunned, so EDG have to back away. A reset for Hai Chao 5 seconds before this dragon comes up with no destiny and no teleport. Means that he's just not there as dragon spawns, and EDG, they should get Chemtech Soul for nothing.
Now, can Harry do anything? He's on a decent flank, and Hai Chao's pathing back, but the dragon is taking some time to go down. Harry's in a good position.
Rayo has flash. Does need to actually get into the pit, though. Tempered Fate is going to connect onto him. He survives for now. Comes out of it with the one-directional invulnerability, but Leave will pick up the kill on him nonetheless with ZDZ chasing down Photic, who despite his items, despite his scaling, despite him being the one hope for OMG, is simply getting run down. 23 minutes into the game, it is 10-2. A soul has gone to EDG, and the game looks to be going their way as well, as they pick up 4 kills and the soul.
Yeah, another really split fight from OMG. EDG smell blood in the water, and it's an easy fight win for them. ZDZ is no fear at all in this game so far, is completely running OMG down in every fight, and he knows that at this moment, no one can deal with him. Has a tier 1 and a tier 2 in mid. Should fall. You mentioned the Soul earlier, and I don't think OMG have any right stopping a Baron if EDG want to go towards that next.
Honestly, in a standard game of ranked League of Legends, EDG could be fishing for a lot more disrespectfully. They could be going for inhibitor towers right now. They could be just starting the Baron instead of resetting. EDG, despite their lead, are still playing this very responsibly, and OMG are getting nothing for that. Their composition, their players, their items, nothing is in the position to actually take this game away from EDG, and this chase down really exemplified that.
Yeah, ZDZ is just doing anything he wants. It starts by him just walking forwards and using the Pathmaker onto Rio, forcing him into his team and taking him out, and then ulting. He was healing during that, but a stun here from Rio shouldn't result in too much now. Actually, hold on.
Another fight cooking. This time, I was going to say OMG looked good, but then everybody had to back away as the rest of EDG arrived, and their jungler died. Right as EDG had come back from a reset and wanted to do Baron, they killed the enemy jungler and go, well, Baron actually looks that much better right now.
Yeah, this poke is just not hitting. Harry is, even in the last fight as well, not in a great position. The EQs aren't hitting. If they are, it's onto ZDZ, not really doing a ton of damage. This Baron is completely free. OMG picking up participation prizes right now in the mid lane. Another, close attempt, I guess, from the True Shot Barrage. But, yeah, Haichao is just walking in for some reason.
He might be a little. I saw that play and went, that doesn't look like a man who's invested in the future of this game. The Haichao thermometer is at a low right now.
Yeah, I would be too if I drafted triple global ult or catch ult and haven't used any of them. And I feel like OMG had plenty of opportunities to do so. You don't have to sit there and let EDG get to a good position, get these dragons for free. Yeah, the bot lane was pushing early for EDG, but OMG had kind of no answer. The healing is absurd.
Sobering moment for OMG and their fans, as being in this position in game 1 does not bode well. Even if they are able to somehow come back from this and win the series, their chances of being relegated from the LPL in its entirety have just gone through the roof. It is still not 100%, but we're in 99.95 kind of territory right now. And OMG need a miracle to win this game, win this series, survive till Split 3 of the LPL. All 3 of those things becoming less and less likely with every bit of gold, every bit of territory that EDG takes.
I mean, the good news for OMG is that they might be able to make it to an Elder fight. I don't know if EDG is going to let them get in, but the bad news is they're against Chemtech Soul with all this shielding and healing. Very tough to deal with. They're down 6.5k gold, and Leave is nearly at 130 stacks in 30 minutes on 2026 center, which is really, really nice. Interesting build. Not the, the Black Cleaver kind of bruiser style. This is a full crit with the Static Shiv, which is a build I haven't seen. We're going into a phase now, so this might be Black Cleaver now, but very aggressive build with the Hex Optics and then the Infinity Edge as well. We've only 30 seconds left. I don't think EDG can end the game unless OMG decide to take a fight, but we're looking at 99% here, Dia.
If OMG do fish for a fight, it'll be off Tempered Fate, which is off cooldown in 3 seconds just now. OMG have the chance to whip this out, to make a play. but it is risky, even as Leave gets stunned up. A lot of
Wow.
damage traded back at Sinyan. Just drops Tibbers on OMG. Drops ZDZ on him for good measure, who dives the fountain for Photic, even almost killing him. Photic dies in fountain, and EDG at a huge insult to a major injury, taking game 1, and so much wind out of OMG's sails.
I haven't seen a center like that in a while. A ton of range, so much damage, killing him in fountain, killing Photic in fountain. And they don't even wait for the Elder. It's a rocket belt forwards Annie stun into the center ult combo that just destroys OMG. A really clean, easy game from EDG. They play the macro game really well. They stacked all the dragons. They had every neutral objective like you were talking about. And I know you were saying rule of 2. That was like rule of 10. They got everything.
Ooh, I actually wonder if that game fulfilled the other thing. I'll have to, we'll check in the match history, but that OMG either win or lose by over 10K.
It was 10K.
Yep. I think that's it. I think that's another, unfortunately, stat-fitting game for OMG, because they really could use a turnaround right now. They really could use anything that doesn't go like the rest of their season, which has been abysmal so far. But unfortunately, EDG weren't about to let that happen, and I credit Xiaohao with a lot of that as well. I know that they drafted really early on around this Xin Zhao plus Enchanter, and that can go a lot of ways. I think that Xiaohao, when it really came down to it, was the one who was at these objectives on time, denying them to OMG, who actually did want objectives. They wanted to contest things like Void Grubs. They wanted dragons, but their setups were not as clean as EDG's, and Xiaohao was the one, I think, doing a lot of that groundwork. So Xiaohao definitely standing out to me in game 1, if not as the MVP, which I'm open to discussion on, but certainly as OMG's biggest op.
Yeah, I agree, actually. I think played a really good game. I'm on the same page as you with the MVP vote. I think a really good Xin Zhao performance. It felt like a plan that was very thought out beforehand. Karma's left up. We'll take Xin Zhao plus the Karma. The center was a really nice flare that I haven't really got to see a ton of. Really liked that. And we were concerned about the Cassante being... You don't have a ton of damage from the Cassante, but it doesn't matter, I guess, when you literally cannot get through him at all. For OMG, I really feel like their comp was dictated by, in this game, the lack of decisions that were made. It felt like OMG were constantly just waiting for the game to come to them. When they've got champions that make all these decisions, Bard, it's all about how creative you can be, and Pantheon, about how active you can be. Haichao, on this TF, how can you impact the lanes? And I feel like OMG never really took off.
No, I liked the way they started. Rio's gank into the mid lane, Haichao flashing forward aggressively, and that was really the last bit of aggression that we saw go well for OMG. We saw the one bit in the river where Haichao would hit an item breakpoint and gone, let's fight. Didn't really go well for them. I think it was a 1-for-1 trade, and EDG slammed this game, and it was over and over and over. ZDZ and Haichao going deathless in that game. Leave as well, who did perform really well in the Senna. A reminder that Leave is one of the players we are considering for All-Pro and that you may consider as well. Real quick, Sinyan. How did you feel about Sinyan?
I mean, other than this early... stumble again, whether or not this was a gap in vision or some lack of experience in the mid lane and falling for this gank. Other than that, he played fine. He played the Annie, found really crucial stuns. It's a bit hard to pull more from that, but I think he did his job perfectly. He didn't overextend, didn't play full of ego, try to find all these duels, just I'm going to play Annie. I have Flash Up. I have Ult. I have Rocket Belt. I'm going to find these crucial stuns. This was actually a really good TP from Sinuan. As, again, a little bit of an awkward tempered fate here. But this OMG are out if this Annie TP doesn't come in when it does, goes through and finds a stun on Rio. He would live here if that stun didn't come through. So really nice decision making. The speed that they were being made, this doesn't have to be repeated. This is really brutal to watch. But yeah, I want to quickly shout out Leave. You were talking about the All-Pro consideration, and I think it was 30.5% average damage share. He has 47% in this game.
47?
Ridiculous amount of damage percentage for an ADC. I know that he is crit center, so many stacks, but that's absurd.
Yeah, 47 is... I can't swear on this broadcast, but that's pretty ridiculous. That is, that's absurd. And, I mean, in this game, did get a lot of poke down. We saw how the early lane went against Photic, who was a bright light for OMG, I will say. Was a light. Was certainly one of the lights of all time. OMG had a Ezreal who was medium strong, but compared to the state of the game, compared to how out of control things got for OMG, Photic didn't matter at all.
I actually didn't notice, but that play that finally ended the game here was started by Leave hitting a really nice double W root. And then when we were talking about this Annie play, it was a Rocket Belt flash double stun. And that was enough damage with the... I can never remember center ult. I know it's got a really cool name, but I never remember it.
Dawning Shadow.
Yeah, Dawning Shadow? Yeah, nice. It's a sick name. Really, like... I don't think you see that ult get kills very often or do genuinely that much damage. It's normally for the shield and a little bit of damage, but a really good game from Leave. I could see a Leave MVP. I think I agree with you more about how the game state was affected by the jungle, but Leave did so much damage, had so many stacks. The center was really just all over OMG.
I think there's an important debate to be had here where Xiaohao and Xinyan I would put in the same group of didn't do anything crazy fancy but knew when they were strong. Leave, who does actually get our player of the game, was the best on EDG this game at creating advantages when they didn't necessarily have one. That is a huge, almost 50% of the team's damage coming from Leave. And again, a Leave that didn't have to win the lane, didn't have to do anything fancy, could have just sat there with Karma, Senna, and let Ezreal Bard do their thing, but they were getting aggressive. Leave, most importantly, I mean, I know we talked about the Dawning Shadow. Last Embrace, the root, he made that look like a point-and-click ability most of the time. He was hitting that like 100% of the time. In lane, out of lane, maybe dropped to like 70%, which is still insane. Leave very much deserves player of the game here, and it looks like there was some debate, to be fair.
Good votes. I think I
People
agree with you.
Xinyan.
Maybe more jungle votes. I think that a lot of that early game was jungle focused, but honestly, what more could you want about subbing in a new player, a player that's fresh out of the LDL off of your youth team, into the main team, fills a role perfectly.
Talking about Xinyan, not...
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. I can see how he gets some player of the game votes because, as you say, he is maybe not expected to perform as well as he did in this first game. He was able to support the team incredibly well with some really crucial stuns. He really knew his role, really knew how to set the team best up for success, and that's what we love to see. EDG, of course, with that, do take game one, and if you want to be like Xinyan and set us up for success, well, there's no better way to do that than by supporting the LPL English project through our coffee. It is the best way to support the LPL, as the vast majority of your contributions will go directly into upgrading the broadcast, making the nice shiny pixels on your screen appear exactly as they do right now. Quite a bit of it goes to paying on-air talent and content creators as well, and if you subscribe to our coffee, you will get early access to being able to view our content and ask interviews for our exclusive on-sites, which are very, very fun when we finally get to meet, interact, and ask these players a little bit about what it's like playing in the LPL during the regular season and even at international events. However, with EDG taking game one, the focus on this series, has never been higher for OMG and their fans, and for EDG, who are on their path perhaps to a #1 spot in Nirvana. Only the second game will determine how close they get. We'll be there after the break. Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast as we prepare for game number 2 of OMG versus EDG. Now, it's worth noting, Jay Beto, that last game had stakes, and for OMG, we missed on those stakes. Their stakes were win this series 2-0 for a significantly improved chance of surviving. Now their chance of elimination sitting at, I'm gonna call it 99.95%. I said in that game, and I'm sticking by that number. It's not high.
Yeah, the steak's pretty rare. Almost blue, in fact, I would say, but still edible. Still edible.
Yeah.
Steak is still steak, but yeah, we're either gonna need to season this steak a lot, or start cooking, because it's not. It could be a lot more edible than it currently is. I think that OMG's draft was good. We spoke about it, but the execution was really not there. It wasn't by any means a super easy comp, but I think that EDG kind of walked all over them.
Yeah, this was not a draft difference for me in game number 1. I mean, it sounds like for you either. This was a focus difference is what I really want to say, especially coming off of what was a extremely good first, 2-3 minutes from OMG. The fact that they got their first gank off, that worked really well. Their Pantheon had priority. I don't think that Rio really either had the game plan or the resources. I'm not sure which of those it was to be able to find success, because the next couple times that we saw Rio on our screens, he was sitting in brushes, not able to get anything done, or dying over at grubs.
Yeah. Maybe we should start with one neutral objective. That's a good place to start, whether it's the grubs, whether it's the first dragon, because I mean, you were talking about this game could have almost been a perfect game for EDG. Definitely felt like that. It kind of was. Like, even some of the fights were just so one-sided. But that's in the past. EDG look confident. They look happy. OMG, this is kind of your last chance to really start pulling it together. As if you lose this game, you are out for Split 3. So it's a really tough position to be in. But what I'll say is, if you've got anything up your sleeve that you've been practicing, that you've been wanting to keep a secret, now is the time to bring it out. If it's Kog'Maw Lulu Shen, it's now, because you might not get another chance.
I hope it's Kog'Maw Lulu Shen. I also hope for Haisha's sake that he gets something like Zoe, or I don't know, something. Not that Zoe would have solved their problems in last game, but I mean, dang, was he not having fun. And these shots really important for establishing where these players are at. I will say right now, the rest of OMG plus Haisha, they are not looking enthused about this game, but that's okay, because we haven't drafted yet. There's a chance that the draft gets them excited. For one, Kog'Maw Lulu Shen, always a possibility. I will say also, EDG with their heads up play in last draft, picking Karma instead of Lulu to pair with the Xin Zhao, have left themselves with a Yunara also dangling for a Game 2 finish.
Could be nice. I've been a fan. I think the Lulu is super scary when you can ban the Nautilus now and Bard is out, no Karma. There's not a ton that actually allows you to lane against the Lulu. So I think the Lulu priority rises up a ton. And maybe this was a game plan set aside by either team to kind of hope that Lulu goes through to the next game, or just a priority shift. You know, we're not super high on the Lulu when some of these other picks are up, when there's the Karma, when there's the Bard, when you've got an opportunity to pick Nautilus. So we'll have to see. You can see the coaches talking about drafts. I know, like, a lot of the time, pro teams will talk about, like, in these interim periods between games, especially now, they don't tend to cover anything that happened in the game because you can't change that. If there's any like big communication problem, sure. But for the most part, it's just what is our draft for game 2? What is our game plan for game 2? And OMG, even though I think they did have a great game plan, it wasn't executed on very well in game 1. So for game 2, I'd like a different style. A team fighting, we're going to get the objectives, we're going to fight you early. You know, something that has a lot of circles, a lot of ease of execution, and some comfortability. Whether it is that Zoe or an Akali that just allows Haichao to kind of let loose. I know it's not a circle, but it is a great team fighting dragon kind of skirmisher.
Yeah, it's funny. Like I would really like to see a classic front to back for OMG. Maybe again getting Haichao something like Zoe, just Akali even, so that he can have a little bit more fun, have a little bit more impact than he was able to on Twisted Fate. But Photic needs space. I never thought that I would just be shilling Photic as the one win condition for a team, but he was the player that threw the least last game. Moham did pretty well as well. But this game, I want to see him have a little bit more safety, and that means getting Harry in the fights. I know that last time OMG were sort of like coping with the, well, Harry's taking side lane towers, so it must be okay. That did not matter. It didn't matter, I think, at all.
Yeah, I think we didn't really get to touch on this a little at all. I didn't really think it was going to be a problem in that comp because I thought we would have a bit more priority, so much range that it wouldn't really matter. But having no tank like that forces Rio. Some of his deaths were very questionable, but some of them were just somebody has to walk in, and it's Rio or it's Harry, and that person's getting completely one shot. I'm not saying you need a tank every game, but in a game where you don't really have a way of walking in after you've been denied access. Like, yeah, you've got Destiny for Vision. That wasn't really used that way at all to, you know, to recontest and to check brushes and to check Dragon. So maybe having something like that for OMG that allows them to walk in, you know, a Scion. We haven't seen a lot of Ornn recently, but still, I think it's fine to pick up. Even like a Bruiser, a Jax, or a Renekton that doesn't get completely 100 to 0'd like that Jace was, allows OMG to not be perfect with their setups. A little bit later, walk in a little blind, not perfect vision. It might help them towards getting some of these neutral objectives, which they need to get.
Harry's played the Scion, he's played Ambessa, he's played Yorick, although I don't know if Yorick is exactly what we're looking for here. Something with something a little more pressure. Rumble also something that he has technically played this split. I don't know if Rumble solves any of those issues, but it does let you walk in a little bit easier, or at least engage with a team from a little further away. I
mean, you can just pick Ashe, guys. Press E, Hawkshot shows us where they all are. We don't need Destiny for the Vision. Just give me the Vision.
I don't think Vision was the issue. Am I correct? Like, I think that OMG knew where EDG were because they were just sitting there watching them take objectives in front of their mouths. Like, there's nothing, you know, like EDG were not. The issue wasn't that they couldn't see EDG. Am I crazy? Like, maybe I am.
Maybe it's a Rise, and we're just gonna ult on top of you as 5. So we're just gonna get in there and scrap. I think there's options for OMG. I would love to see something like an Ashe Seraphine, regardless of Vision, of the skirmishing, the team fighting, maybe a Nocturne, although the globals didn't really look that great. Could be a Jarvan angle, something that allows OMG to walk up to a fight and say, all right, I click you and I win. I think if they're in that position, that's a good start for this team comp.
Agree. A lot of focus on any particular player or an area is going to work for me. Wombo combo is going to be nice. I'd like to see Moham have a little bit more say in these games as well, which is tough because I think he was landing good tempered fates all in all. He was playing the Bard pretty well last game. OMG seem to need more frontline, and Moham, to his credit, seems to have good instinct for when the team can engage. It sucks to not be taking an enchanter in this meta, but as you've mentioned, we've seen more things like Nautilus crop up into a Lulu that might not be terrible. And if he is running something that is a little bit more engage or CC heavy, I think Moham could actually lift quite a bit of weight for the OMG roster.
I am a fan of these like these LPL branded cups. I kind of like the lack of, you know, overdoing the design there. But what I want to know, and maybe producer can tell me, I want to know what the soft drink cans in front of the tables are. They're stacked in twos like this, and they're in front of everyone's computer, and I don't think anyone's drinking them. I think they're just props. Again, in those cups that we just saw, could just be water or coffee, but I want to know, like, what's the flavor? Is it a good drink?
Could be a sponsor, maybe. Maybe. Do they sell caffeinated drinks in China? I feel like that might be one of those that, you know, like the cans of caffeinated
Chinese
drinks.
Red Bull.
Yeah, it could be one of the things that, like, you know, China is like all in on, and they've got a bunch of them. It could also be one of those things where you like venture outside of the United States and general Western countries, and you're like, actually, the rest of the world decided that's poison, and they don't sell that. I don't know. I don't know which it is, but you know, every once in a while, not to offend any sponsors, you can of course sponsor the LPL English podcast. So, but
Apparently,
whatever caffeinated drink company is not yours, yeah, those guys are selling poison.
Apparently, the players like have sips in interviews and stuff, and for pre-game interviews. I like that. That's pretty cool. I have to say though, like, what if you really don't like the flavor, and you're like, guys, do I have to? And like, yes, you have to. And then you've got to take a sip, swallow, and then have your interview. Because I feel like, I don't know, what's my least favorite? Like, I guess I don't really like Dr. Pepper. It's not super common in Australia, but I can't stand like any of those Coke flavored, you know, cherry Coke or raspberry Coke or whatever, vanilla Coke. If I had to drink that and then like do an interview, I feel like it would put, no pun intended, a sour taste in my mouth.
That would be honestly, I have a difficult time with those as well. Like even regular Coke for me, like it's almost like a caramel. It's like a light caramel that sort of like coats your mouth, and it doesn't disgust me, but it does throw me off. It makes me feel weird. We have a drink here that does like, I'm in Europe, and we have a drink here that's like, what's it called? I don't remember what it's called, but it's like a Gatorade-ish thing that is lemon flavored, and that is actually pretty nice. What this is really highlighting to me though is that we need esports to be sponsored by like Big Asparagus or something. Because how amazing would it be if in a pre-game interview we just had players like chewing on a stalk of asparagus, like just
that's like the fake broccoli clip
into the is that a thing? Hold on, I'm googling that. Don't move.
What about like Brussels sprouts? You've got to, but like, who owns the vegetable? You know, if you're gonna, if a vegetable was gonna sponsor esports or even a mainstream sport, like, is it like? I don't know if you guys have Woolworths. Is it like Walmart? I guess is that who's sponsoring? You know, like
Big Asparagus.
Is Big Asparagus a thing? Is it just corporate overheads of trying to make asparagus a thing? Asparagus not too bad.
Because we have milk, right? We have milk, like Big Milk. You've heard of that?
No, I have not, but I'll believe you. Like, Big Milk.
We have like milk lobbyists.
Can we get sponsored by
for the milk industry?
By the milk guys?
Exactly. I think it's the asparagus must have its own industry. Biggest asparagus company in the world. That's what I'm looking at.
Now we're really asking the important questions. Who owns asparagus?
If you've ever wondered who's putting asparagus on your table, Alter Produce Limited Liability Company is based in Calexico, California, which today I learned is a place and not a made-up name in a fantasy world. It has over
25,000
acres of specifically asparagus.
So this is not to cut off the asparagus chain, because I am about that, but this is the page for the... We're in draft. I heard it, but Warhorse is the name of the drink. That is so cool.
Okay.
You know what else is cool? Being in draft. Oh my god. Lucian ban tells me bot lane priority OMG have taken first pick again. So it could be this Lulu pickup. Could be Yunara. I would be surprised if they first picked the Yunara, or it could be that Ashe Seraphine we've been talking about.
Could be. We'll see what the energy drinks have inspired in them. I'm noticing the
there it is.
Nocturne ban sort of hurting the possibility of Rio picking that champion. Seraphine ban does make me sad as always, but it's understandable as you want to deny an Ashe Seraphine. But with OMG having first pick, they will go with Ryze. I like that. I like that.
I will say, I am a big fan of Ryze. Less a fan of the global idea from OMG from what we saw last game. But I did say jokingly that maybe OMG just need a Ryze to literally 5-man stack on the team fight. That could be the game plan, EDG. Surprise to no one. Gonna pick up this Lulu. This opens up for a Nautilus answer for OMG. Something a little more engaged focused, but the Jarvan is a really nice follow-up as well. Leave your ADC. It doesn't matter. Like, they're not going to take Yunara. Even if they do, there's other options. We've been talking about the Kog'Maw. Could be Jinx as well. I think EDG starting pretty strong here.
Vi, however, does function pretty well here. You do get to basically go, oh, who is that Lulu wants to buff up? Or who is Lulu on my screen? Let me just sprint at her. And Nautilus does a very similar thing, again, enabling a playstyle from Moham that I'd really like to see a little bit more of. Gnar meeting us in a middle ground for Harry. It's not quite the Scion that I would have liked, but it does actually let him play tank, let OMG play front to back. And when I think about OMG's win conditions this game, I want it to be around Photic.
I was thinking about potentially having a Xayah. I know Xayah Lulu has been a thing in the past, and pretty good. Xayah's pretty good into the Vi. I'm still a little scared about Vi into Lulu. That has the potential to... Rhea goes in, just gets polymorphed and dies. I think I would have preferred the Nautilus. It's a little bit tough into the Jarvan because of the wall, but it's still really good engage. It's probably the only option into Lulu that I feel really confident about after these bans have come through. And I think there are top lane options. You know, you could take a Renekton, you could take an Ambessa like you spoke about, you could take a tank. Now we're putting Harry on a blind pick Gnar. Okay, the Jace is gone. You can ban away things like the Vayne that we've seen really walk over the Gnar. You could ban a Yorick, you could ban a Renekton if you're not comfortable with that matchup. But the problem is that you've just taken essentially 3 support bans, 2 in this second phase, and EDG have a really, really solid bot lane.
The fact that they took out the Nautilus is actually so devastating to me. They've denied 2 really important combos with the Nami and the Seraphine as well. Leaves Moham in a tough situation. Is Sinyan picking up Cassiopeia for his second game of the LPL? I mean, I know the Annie went well, but Cassiopeia is another level of execute. You better believe you've been slamming those warhorses if he's going to play Cassiopeia on this level.
Oh
you are
my
not
God.
enjoying. Oh. Moham has been slamming warhorses,
What?
actually. That's my bad.
He has. He has been.
Oh my God.
In fact, maybe all of that break was Moham telling his team, guys, let me pick Pyke, please. What I'll say is this is a really exciting comp. I don't think I've seen Pyke get played with the new Hail of Blades, so that's really exciting. And some of the new items, like maybe he can go towards the, what's it called? Cycloptic, the lethality energized auto sword. But EDG's comp is so nice. Like, Lulu, really strong, devastating bot lane. You have Cassiopeia into Vi Ryze. That's really scary. Jarvan is one of the best junglers on the patch. And then you have this Renekton matchup that can go either way. It's Gnar favored if you're good enough, but it also can go Renekton favored if the early game goes a certain way. It's really reliant on Gnar getting boots early. So, OMG, we're talking about having things up your sleeve. Moham brings out the Pyke for potentially this elimination game. So I'm hoping that this is something that OMG feeling comfortable with. I think I prefer the EDG draft. I think that it's got a lot of counterplay. I think that the picks individually are a lot stronger, but I think that this OMG draft has the potential to get out of hand.
Yeah, you know that saying that people use, this is how it ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper?
Yes.
If OMG go out in this game, compositionally, it's gonna be with a bang bang. Like they're not just rolling over drafting standard and going, well, if we lose, we lose. They are actively trying to make something unconventional happen in this game, and if it works, it'll come back to exactly the same thing that we loved about OMG in Demacia Cup of this year. Can OMG make it work when it matters the most?
Jayo.
Jayo!
Let's go. All right, OMG backs against the wall. Bringing out the Pike. I will also say, I am a really big fan of T.S. Eliot. So I will say, not just a saying, it is a saying, but it comes from a T.S. Eliot poem from the Hollow Men. I think it's a beautiful poem. I love his work. It is a bit of a sad ending, though.
That is...
With a whimper.
Yeah, it is. It is a sad ending. This one also would be sad, I will say, if OMG goes
no
down.
whimpers
but
here. Ooh.
Exactly. Just hooks, just straight hooks. Also, to add to this, I know you're a big. Just tell me, T.S. Eliot.
Yeah, T.S. Eliot. That's who wrote that.
Thank you.
Line.
I hated to ask you again, but I had to like either write it down or do. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Sorry. The point is, you may be a fan of T.S. Eliot. I have been a fan and a proponent for a long time on this broadcast of into difficult bot lane matchups, just picking Ziggs and AFKing the lane. I love that OMG did this.
Does the Ziggs need a Pike, though? I was kind of expecting a Leona to just send it, and I think it's a bit of a safer pick. I think Pike makes this lane very flippy, and I mean, it has the potential to really pop off, but I don't know. Yeah. If this was Carrier, sure.
I think that the fun thing about this lane is that it's all Moham, really. Like, if Pike pops off, it's gonna be because Moham pops off. Photic is basically sitting there on Ziggs going, yep, that's all you, boy. You go in there. You get him. And yeah, for the first little while, it's gonna be awkward, but then it's gonna get good. And hey, we're seeing this again. Another gank and another first blood given to Haichao as Rio knows where the thermometer is at. This time gets first blood to Haichao without him having to sacrifice Haichao's life for it. And that is a big win for OMG 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this time a little more inexcusable from the mid lane, as the vision was much better. You did know roughly where Vi was pathing. You know, Jarvan invaded Raptors, so yeah, a little more inexcusable. But Haichao did use Flash and Ghost. The Ghost was completely unnecessary. He flashed in range to get the Rune Prison off and then ghosted, I guess, in case of the change. This is talking about the Comet buff, where I'm fairly sure it just does more damage the further away you are, which is an interesting change. Makes it a lot more poke focus and is really nice on Ziggs, someone with a lot of range. But OMG starting off this second game pretty similarly to game 2, but like you said, no early death trade for Haichao.
This, however, is concerning. ZDZ is having a far too good of a time in the top line, and Harry, especially when he's mini like that, is extremely vulnerable. Xiaohao chooses to participate in the bot lane, gets a quick flash out of Photic, and dips right back into the jungle, so a win there, and maybe a win in top lane for ZDZ, but Harry gets away underneath the tower, and is about to go Mega, so he survives this round.
A bit scary there. If that was an Ignite lane, ZDZ easy would have been able to get that kill, but close anyway, even without it. But, I mean, like I said, this lane can be Renekton favored. It's a skill matchup until, you know, until Na gets his boots online. Pretty easy, still caps game, a lot of auto attackers. But OMG, not completely exploding the game just yet, as, I mean, that first kill is really nice, helps High Chow. This matchup is pretty tough for the Rise.
Oh,
There's a hook.
Oh, Leave. Forced to flash. Leave might still be dead, actually.
Okay.
Photic laying in the bomb has Moham one auto away from securing the kill, but Leave on 1 HP is going to survive. Oh, no.
I'm kind of surprised Moham didn't flash for the auto attack. I think he might have had it after the barrier. Talking about a lot of new changes in this game. The Hail of Blades change. Extra auto attacks and extra damage as well with those faster autos. But just barely. Not enough damage. I didn't quite see, but that must have been double digits, maybe even single digits. As here comes Rio.
Oh! Flash forward from Moham. No stun on Leave, but Rio collects the kill. Whew, that was what the flash was for. That was what the flash was for. I never doubted you, Moham.
He kept it. He knew that Leave wasn't going to base, was going to greed for a couple more waves. Rio was pathing down. Very nice. And this is the biggest part we're seeing on the screen right now. A dragon, a neutral objective, in fact, has been started up by OMG. And with Jarvan on the top side, will be taken by OMG. Does Harry live this dive? I think probably yes.
It's like permanent mini right now. CC twice. He finally gets to play the game, and he uses it to flash away. And hop. Harry survives. You were right. And honestly, I'm surprised you were right. That was real close.
Me too. Me too. When the damage came through, I was like, oh man, I was definitely wrong. Like, there's totally enough damage. And then Harry lives on 1 HP, all calculated by me. I knew that was happening. But yeah, really nice like attempt of a punish, at least for EDG. A bit unfortunate that they just don't have enough damage anymore, and Harry is dead there if he didn't have flash. Like if it was able to get burnt before, but ZDZ wasn't able to do that when he looked for the all-in previously. But OMG have a dragon, and they've got a 1k gold lead. This is a really big start.
They got a pretty big wave here as well. Not exactly the diving type, but this duo may still pull it off. Moham would like to go for it. Photic lays in a little bit of damage, but will just be a chunk onto Leave as Moham does get his HP chewed through by the tower at only level 4 and a relatively squishy champion.
Yeah, to be honest, that kind of felt to me like OMG got what they wanted. I think with Moham level 4, there's never a kill there. If it's level 6, there's another hook, but will just be a little bit of damage. Oh, speaking of, yeah. Moham's taking a bit of damage on the other side.
Might find another hook, though. This time, heal for the speed up. Forces a flash out of his way, but Moham is still low. Leave. Level 6 as well. Lots of damage, lots of power behind this Yunara. The pressure being tastefully applied, however, by this OMG bot lane.
Pinging out the bot lane a little bit here, but we'll just end up actually going back to mid. I thought maybe we could have seen an ult there, dive between towers, but Xiaohao pathing down towards the Krugs will be able to cover. Pretty risky play there from Moham and Photic. I originally had assumed that the idea was just get the ult. We've got a lot out of Leave, a lot of that survivability, and now you can repeat gank. Maybe when Moham has level 6, no flash, no ult, but Leave's ult is coming back up now. But then, OMG's bot lane continue to play very aggressive and nearly overstep, but managed to get the flash out of Zhui, as Xiaohao will do his camp. But now Rio is able to sneak in here as Moham. Zhui just might just be dead.
I think you saw that, but it is much too
late.
No. Does sidestep the stun, but still gets hooked back in. And we've got a Realm Wart coming in to give this kill over to High Chow as well. OMG. Punish the flashless Lulu. Still a flashless Yunara if they want to go fiddle around some more.
I'm really surprised Leave is pathing to this. He's giving up a lot of quest progress. I think EDG are over-investing in this rule of 2, but Rio has ult, which is pretty scary. Ends up, I assume, No, it looks like Xiaohao actually did smite away that one, so Rio with no smite of his own will completely give the grubs, so that should be 3 grubs over to EDG. But we use the global. We use the Realm Warp at a really good time. EDG up in top lane. 4 members strong.
Well, 2v4, I actually think OMG can outplay this. They don't have Moham's ult, but that should be within this wave, and Harry is about to go Mega as well, making this really difficult to dive. Out it comes. Stun first landing onto ZDZ. No aggro pulled by EDG, and instead they're going to have to take a couple autos on the tower and back away. Hook does not connect, unfortunately, and Harry steps 1 foot out of line and gets clapped down by EDG.
I don't know if that was a grub or if it was a minion, but it's really unfortunate that whatever it was in the way of Moham's hook, because it was a really well-executed snap onto EDG. I think Jue 100% would have died if that hook had hit on the tower with enough damage. Photic will be able to get this cross map. But is this like a cope cross map, or is it a genuinely... I feel like this is a pretty good cross map. It should be able to get the full tower. And
I think EDG wanted to take the dive and then win the race to first tower, and they just don't get to because Ziggs.
I still think OMG played the top dive pretty well. It didn't obviously go the best, but they bought a lot of time in a 2 versus 4 for Photic to do what he just did. And Rio continued to farm, got the bot scuttle crab, so is now up 10 CS as well. So all in all, a pretty nice cross map from OMG. The reset from Photic, no TP, so could be a little bit careful about starting up this Drake, but this is a much better look on the macro game from OMG. They're actually doing these neutral objectives. They're there at a good time. Does EDG have an answer? Looks like no.
I wouldn't. OMG playing this game really, really well. Hook in onto Sunyan. Does actually take him pretty low. Moham does have ult online now, but the important thing that I wanted to talk about, full level lead for Photic off that play as well. Leaf going all the way to the top side. They didn't get first tower. And Ziggs has a 1 level lead over the opposition. Plus first tower gold.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent lead for OMG. You know, 2.5 gold, these 2 dragons. Mountain Soul is pretty nice too. Stops the all-in. Makes, things like the Gnar matchup feel a lot better. Makes this mid lane matchup a lot nicer. Because you are outranged by Cassiopeia. And you have to walk in and, potentially face tank the ult from Sunyan. But with the Mountain Drakes, if you manage to start stacking those up, get the soul, you become really tanky. The concern I feel for me is that with Pyke, there is a timer until you are completely useless, basically. Unless you're mechanically a genius. And that could definitely be a possibility in this game. I mean, Moham could have a ridiculous pop-off game on Pyke. But this is the part of the game where you're feeling great. Lane is fun. You get to sit in the bushes and look for hooks and look for ults. Now he's got ult. He's level 6. He's got some lethality online. We need to see a lot of hooks and transitioning this lead onto important members.
Now he's doing God's work for OMG, keeping Xiaohao away from the play. But Xiaohao arrives just in time to lay down Cataclysm and have Haichao Realm Warp out of there. Really nice Realm Warp by Haichao to just make sure that Jarvan was completely negated. And from the rest of OMG to try their luck, and as soon as things went south, as soon as EDG responded, pull the plug, try another day.
It's really funny to see, just the ADCs just handshake ping-ponging waves back and forth as so many dives are happening all over the map. It has resulted in Haichao and Rio having this lead, but they both have shutdowns, which if they both die to, let's say they die to this Cassiopeia, not a great position to be in. So game, even though it is OMG favored at the moment, with this Pyke, it can be really flippy as we're going for another dive.
Sunyan has ult, does actually land the Petrifying Gaze, but it's before any damage connects onto him, and that guy gets deleted. Sunyan does not get to play League of Legends for the 2nd time this game. 14 minutes in, we got 2 minutes to the Drake, 30 seconds to the Rift Herald, and OMG, they're winning this game.
They for sure are. Photic says, guys, I'm here too. I need one. Really nice ult. I also want to say from Rio, that was a really good back step to avoid the Petrifying Gaze. It manages to land the CC chain, and that allows for the Mega Inferno Bomb to hit on top as well. 2 minutes away from this dragon. That flash pull is really important. Xinyan has no flash now. ZDZ and Xiaohao also have no flash, and I assume they'll all be down. The only member who doesn't have flash on OMG side is Rio, and he has that ult, right? So he doesn't necessarily need the flash. He's hyper mobile on this Vi. And onto this backline could be a very similar situation. Another neutral.
Started and taken by OMG. I'm not seeing the contest come through for EDG. They've got Sunyan on the bottom side of the map with no teleport, not even a thought of walking up top to contest this. Third neutral objective of the game does it. OMG have broken their rule of 2 and should be winning this game. With the Rift Herald channeled in the mid lane, they should be taking mid lane tower as well, but Photic gets left alone for a second, channels himself into the Rift Herald to survive. Maybe not the use of the Rift Herald that I would have gone for, but OMG still got value out of it, just not the kind of value you'd expect.
Yeah, that's a bit of a strange play. Photic kind of just walking up by himself. Will survive, but good cross-mapping here from ZDZ. And losing the Herald like that always feels pretty terrible. I guess it feels good for Photic, but then the rest of the team has to watch Photic drive around in circles just to keep himself alive. I want to say, with this OMG lead, it is scary. And I do think that Ryze is a great scaler. I think that Ziggs has a ton of damage, and you've always got Vi's team fighting potential as the dragon has spawned, and those flashes we were talking about before are still down. But Cassiopeia, Lulu, Yunara, that's a scary mid to late game trio with a lot of damage behind it, and this dragon is not getting taken for free.
Is it not?
Surely Xiaohao can get in here. Spots it out. It won't be taken completely for free, but unless EDG can come up with an answer.
Okay.
Here's the TP.
We're going for it. Moham does land a quick stun and then flashes away. EDG want to fight for this, and Harry's teleported in with no Mega Gnar. He's going to get stunned, and the Mega Inferno Bomb will not save him. Haichao, 25% HP. OMG have not managed to answer back on a kill, however, as another hook lands from Moham. Still has death from below. Still can pop off on this pike.
Yep. Important. Onto this jungler as EDG take over the Dragon Pit. There's not a ton of sustained damage from OMG, though, with the Mega Inferno Bomb being down, with their top laner being dead. They don't feel comfortable taking this fight.
This is tough, because on one hand, OMG got their 3 objectives. This is a win, in theory. But in practice, I just saw that dragon fight happen, and it looked pretty good for EDG. I must have faith in the stats. They are the only thing.
Yeah, really awkward engage from Moham, and then this is just a bit of an unfortunate TP. OMG are not in a position to defend this teleport. A good amount of damage is done back on the Xiaohao. I think if the jungler had been traded, that's a very worthwhile trade. If there was any damage, if Rio could get in, Moham could get that execute, completely worth for your top lane TP and death for the jungler. You would have been able to take a fight after that even, but because you're not able to trade it back, OMG not feeling comfortable with the remaining members. Now they do still have this lead, but it feels like OMG have kind of taken their foot off the gas pedal. We're doing a lot of cross-mapping, and that's great for this gold. And I do have a lot of confidence in Haichao. I think Ryze is a champion that really can take over games, and getting close to, that certified Ryze spike, the Seraph's Roa upgraded level 16 actualizer. But Rio, with his 1k lead, has been very quiet since his last dive, which was quite a while ago.
Have to get another play going right now. It does find Jouet for a second, and OMG have equal numbers as they take this fight, but Leave is around and player the game in our first game of the set. Not going to go unappreciated by OMG, who, by the way, do get the dragon eventually, do get the tower eventually, even if it comes at the cost of Moham's short life.
Yeah, and he doesn't have first item yet. Maybe he's close, but the pike is already falling off. It's 20 minutes in, and you are putting down wards. Maybe getting Umbral Glaive would be nice. And looking for hooks, maybe an execute. That's all Moham can do at this point. The heal is nice, it helps, but I feel like hasn't really found as much value as I would have liked to have seen. Back on the map now. Almost dead again. He's pretty squishy.
I mean, Xiaohao's level 12, bro, and Moham is level 7 with no completed items. He sees that hook and he goes, all right, bet.
He's got the support starter. That counts for something, I hope, says Moham. And he'll be a little bit tankier, and then he won't be tanky at all after the shield wears off. But I'm confident in the Rise scaling. I think that Ziggs can do a ton of damage, and there is good lockdown, but EDG's comp is really good at, denying Rio in. I think Renekton with ult can stop Rio from entering and do enough damage that the engage is not worth. You're engaging onto a Cassiopeia, onto a Lulu. Leave is building up some really decent items now. He's actually got the Gluttonous Greaves for some Omnivamp. Only has 2 stacks. It's not too bad. Actually, he might not have completed them. I shouldn't say that. But has the Kraken Slayer, the Fiend Hunter Bolts, working on his 3rd item now, which could be Shield Bow, could be Pen as well. But EDG's backline is really scary. And other than Haichao, there's not a ton of, massive damage once the Mega Inferno Bomb is gone. If that doesn't completely one-shot somebody, you don't have a ton of consistent damage. You don't have a ton of damage, period, after that's gone.
Rio is the setup, if not the execution, for this team. And as such, is actually taking a lot of this responsibility upon himself. One of the things that OMG need to improve in order to win this game is their vision control, and they do so. Establishing around the bot side of the map, complete control of EDG's jungle. I really like this move, especially with 30 seconds to go on Dragon. This would put OMG, like last Dragon would have, on Soul Point. But you see the pings on the minimap. EDG do want to contest this, even through the darkness.
Harry also just raged. So, he just went Mega. He should have time to transform back into Mininar and get over that tired passive, but still it's a while in which he's not threatening to EDG. The Dragon has spawned. EDG managed to sweep out a good amount of vision. OMG are around, and Harry's rotated in. He doesn't feel the need to TP. Both top laners in the mid lane now. And both teams fighting over these bot lane waves. I feel the desperation in OMG despite the gold lead.
Rio does connect with a bit of damage on the Haichao, but we got to teleport in, bringing ZDZ into the front line. Still has Dominus on Renekton, waiting to pop it, but Xiaohao is so tanky that he just gets to walk into the pit and start clearing away this vision. ZDZ is going to get stunned up. Still has yet to pop Dominus. Finally is going to use it to almost take down Rio, and Anar does not connect anyone into the walls. Wei will still fall to Photic, and EDG are getting walked down by OMG right now. Photic throwing out these bombs, picks up a triple, and actually manages to pick up a Quadra from the backline. We said it was around Photic, and it is. OMG grab an ace and Soul Point.
Yeah, Rio falls down, so pings are on the Baron. I think it will be a little bit risky with a Ziggs and a Rise, but OMG are pathing over there, regardless of the fact. But what a fight from Harry. I mean, he sits in this backline, builds up his Mega Gnar that I was worried about it running out. ZDZ does a really good job of focusing onto Rio, but then Harry with this big ult forwards. Then the snap is onto the support and the jungler. They take down Jouet, And then OMG, sorry, continue forward. Haichao actually flashes forward and still gets stunned by the petrifying gaze, but he's so tanky and does so much damage. And like you said, Fodic completely untouched in the backline, picks up a quadra kill for himself. It's still only the lead on Haichao, but it's sole point, and that's really important. OMG continuing to win out on these neutral objectives.
Fodic's just picked himself up the Rabadon's death cap as well.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
By the way, I would pay real and actual euros to see Xue's face after he died to that Mega Inferno Bomb. He's like 25% HP, gets touched by the edge of it, and just, he's gone. That I would like to see. This, by the way, an interesting decision. ZDZ just showed bot side. OMG just chunked out OMG in the top side. They're going to start the Baron knowing that EDG have to contest with Xiaohao less than half HP and Xue joining him. Fotic does way too much damage at this point for EDG to be walking up. He is untouchable right now, but Moham, very touchable, gets taken down by Leave. The turning point in this game is the Baron goes to less than 2k HP. A double kill picked up by Leave. Can he make it even more? Baron is secured by OMG, but Leave's walking into the pit and grabs another kill on Rio, giving this one over to ZDZ. As Barons go, not bad for EDG. They don't get the Baron, but a triple kill? That's pretty good.
Yep, denying those 3 Barons off of OMG is really nice. I was talking about the item spikes for Leave. I completely forgot that Noonquiver does build into the Hex Optics. Really strong core 3. Leave tears through OMG. I thought this was a done deal. Fodic is zoning away the jungler, so much damage, and then Moham just completely dies. Leave just walks in and says, that's one auto attack, and he's half HP. The second bit of damage completely kills him. And ZDZ gets in, EDG charge forwards. I think it's lucky that Xiaohao was this low, because if the Baron had gone towards EDG, this game would be completely flipped on its head. Leave is unleashed. He is really scary in this game.
3 items completed. He could, if he turns this game around, if this game turns around at all for EDG, it'll be off the back of that play. Off of Leave being able to pick up the kills that he just did. And he'll be earning himself another player of the game, if not player of the series. But it is a lot that comes down to Leave. 50% of the damage share for his team in game number 1. If there is a player that is going to do it, that is going to somehow overcome this gap that OMG have created, 2.3 thousand gold, it will have to be Leave.
Yeah, Siege is still oppressive from OMG with the Ziggs. A lot of tower damage. A lot of threat on pushing these towers. They have a minute left of the Baron, however. How much more can they realistically get done? ZDZ in the top lane, pushing down that top lane tower. EDG cutting these waves. You've got this wave, maybe one more. The bot wave will be taken down as well, so that might just be it for OMG's Baron. And, I mean, you could say it's lucky that they even managed to get that after how bad the Baron ended up being. 50 seconds now on this Soul again for OMG. Flash is coming back up for Xinyan, for Fodic, for Harry. So I think this fight is all cards on deck. Haichao is really strong. All his core items and level 16 has been achieved, but Cassiopeia strong as well. Leave on 4 items now. Has that Infinity Edge as well. Picked up that entire item since... What? Oh, he's dead! Oh!
Oh my lord.
Calculated.
That was close. That was close. He's on vision, by the way. Xue shouldn't actually be able to back there, but Fotic is stepping up to the entirety of EDG in the mid lane alone. Finally has Harry right next to him. It's a lot of people from EDG in one area looking for one player, and Moham looks for Xiaohao as well. Out comes the ult. Xiaohao still alive, gets the wild growth and flashes away. Now Leave, unleashed out of the team fight, is going to be hit back by the satchel charge. But OMG lose 2 and EDG lose nothing.
It's a complete disaster. The play from OMG is Harry?
Slam into the wall, but he is alone. Fotic can't walk up to this. Harry has to flash away. Sun Yan is walking him down, and ZDZ with the Dominus is essentially unkillable in the front line. It'll give this dragon over to EDG. OMG did not get their play. They did not get their setup. They do not get the dragon soul. EDG getting that, keep themselves very much alive in this game.
I think that if the Mega Inferno Bomb had been held for that combo, I think that Jarvan would have died. I think that because Photic tried to solo kill Jue, this disaster ends up happening. Play onto Xiaohao. He gets solo, but not in execute range. How is there not enough damage here? That is insane. The Jue comes back and is able to keep his jungler alive, and then both jungle and support from OMG fall down. Even if you manage to kill Xiaohao, the issue is Leave is still there, and he's still a huge problem. He has the fully stacked Gluttonous Greaves now after all of these takedowns. I don't know if the target selection onto Xiaohao is the correct choice. I think that Leave is tearing through OMG, and yes, Soul Point is great, but you do need to get Soul eventually. 2 dragons now that OMG haven't been able to secure their Soul.
It's a silly situation when you've got Jarvan, because he is incredibly tanky. He is also quite slippery and difficult to kill, but he is the jungler. If you kill the jungler, your objectives are free. And you can tell that OMG are basically going, well, here's the low-hanging fruit with an incredibly high payoff. Why don't we bust our cooldowns on this? And Leave is the one benefiting from it.
Well, Haichao has just picked up a Rabadon, so a ton of damage from the backline of OMG. If these abilities land onto Leave, he will die. Actual ads are popped. CC onto Leave. He doesn't have Cleanse. There's no Mikhails. He doesn't have QSS. He will die. But OMG have to be able to land onto Leave. If Leave dies, so much of this late game damage falls away. Yes, the Cassiopeia is getting there, but I feel like Sun Yan has not had a great game. He's been very quiet. Some of these ults have been completely missing. This is not the best Cassiopeia performance. Not as much of the Annie performance we saw last game where he's just filling a role. So if Leave manages to get caught, if OMG can find him in the backline, the team might fall apart. But OMG still feel stressed. It still feels to me they're not comfortable in their position despite having a 4,000 gold lead Haichao. This, however, is an all or nothing play. Baron is being started. EDG are all in base.
Xiaohao knows that he's got to go contest this, but Flagon drags away for the moment. Baron actually likely gets taken because of that. Smite comes through, and OMG walk this out. A ballsy call by OMG. Gets them this time a Baron for free.
Yep. Bad base timers from the backline of EDG. Sun Yan has TP, and he still walked the entire way there. Leave was nowhere to be seen. Baron is taken for free. This time, 5 members strong. And I said that they really needed to chase. EDG needed to chase to pull something off, to delay the Baron. They're not able to do so. They're scared of the turn of Haichao and Photic on these massive item spikes. Nearly full build on both of them. And OMG walk away with the purple cloaked underneath their feet. But what more can they do? It's a minute until this dragon. The game has really stalled out here. We've only had 18 kills in this game, despite it feeling like this game has been a lot closer. Or a lot more action-packed, I should say. But still flashes available. Sun Yan doesn't have his. Maybe that comes up in time, but everyone else across the board has their flash, has these important combat summoners. Ults are all available. EDG have to get in. They have to get Leave in a position to do damage.
Mid lane tier 2 falls. And vision around the bot side of the map with 30 seconds left on Dragon is controlled by OMG. It's only by 4k gold, but OMG are in a winning position. They have only won and lost games to the tune of 10,000. So as much as I'm looking at this and going, yeah, OMG, you can still win this. You can still win this. It's a lot closer than any of their other victories have been throughout the split, and that makes me nervous.
And a lot of their gold, that gold lead is all on Haichao. A little bit on Rio, but Vi has 3 items. She's probably not building another one the entire rest of the game. The gold lead is irrelevant now in jungle. This is a great position, though. Xiaohao massively chunked. Leave?
HP Photic flashes away, but Leave
What are we doing?
Deleted by the bouncing bomb. OMG have just found themselves the throw and the catch of the century. In comes the Mega Inferno bomb, but ZDZ rockets on forward, finding himself at least a little while longer. Going golden, Sinyan in the front line gets blown up as he comes out of it, and as they flash forward for an ace completed by Haichao, OMG find one misstep from Leave, and they explode that into a fight win, and Beto a game victory.
Well, I mean, OMG make this a series, but Leave, what are we doing in that position? I mean, Rio comes behind, and I thought that's where the game was going to be decided, but Leave walks forward and just dies to the damage from Photic. That is a massive mistake in a crucial part of that game. OMG tie the series up. One of the closest games I've seen OMG play, like you were pointing out before. It still didn't look super confident, super comfortable. But hey, they just need the wins.
This is the perfect game for me, to be honest. It is a crazy draft followed by a series extension. We talked about this 99.95% chance that OMG are eliminated in this series. Even after losing game 1, their chances of staying in the LPL are so low. But they win this game, and they technically keep hope alive. And we said at the start of the stream, if there's one thing that Dia loves, it's an underdog. And OMG, they are dogging.
They are. And they're biting pretty hard. Sometimes the bites are missing, but that one did not. I was putting most of my attention on that last fight on Rio's positioning. I didn't even see what Leave was looking for, where Photic was positioned. He just caught a bomb, I assume, and died from such high HP. I understand, but yeah, OMG kind of come together at the end there, find this great fight. It was like not the easiest fight, a lot of Zhonyas, some GAs, but they get it done. Once Leave dies, however, that's kind of it in the fight. I know it looks scary.
Once he dies to Photic.
That's true. Once he gets hit by some bomb, he was fighting Harry. It looked like he was fighting the Na. And that's a very strange decision to me. I don't understand why you needed to do that, why he needed to do that, or felt the need to do that. But yeah, dies to Photic. And we were talking in game 1 about how Sunyan played on the Annie. Role filler, looks really good. The Cassiopeia game, very quiet. Supposed to be a 2-threat comp, it really felt like a 1-threat comp. As soon as Leave was dead, there was just no more damage.
Yeah, Sinyan tried to make something happen. You saw his Zhonya's in the front line, the flash forward. He wanted to be him, and I respect it. It's his second game in the LPL. The guy's got to go for it. Got to go for the slam dunk, especially after the end game, which I'm sure felt really good. But OMG will not be bamboozled that easily, and they did a pretty good job of taking out Sinyan, punishing his mispositions, something that they even managed to do to Leave at the end of this game. Photic, though, absolutely my player of the game. Picking Ziggs in the first place, Giga Chad move. Winning the game from there in the style that he did, laying out crucial bombs, both Mega Inferno and bouncing, to win team fights around Dragon, and of course the end of the game. I don't know what more you could ask for from Photic, who was the player that we wanted to have them build more around coming into game number 2.
46% damage percent. 1 less percent than Leave had last game. I mean, you could have
Leave's
asked
still
for
at
1 more
38.
percent to tie it up. Yeah, Leave still did a good job, but that was so much damage from Photic. It's unbelievable how much damage these AD carries are doing. It's kind of turning into... This series is turning into which AD carry can carry harder throughout the late game. I agree. MVP vote for sure. Everybody else, in my opinion, didn't play badly. I think a lot of High Chow's damage was because, or the lower end of the damage, sorry, because a lot of the mid game, there was a lot of farming, not a lot of actually fighting. But Photic lobbing in these bombs, doing so much work. And this is off the back as well of OMG making mistakes like we're seeing here. Twice in a row on Soul Point, they lost the dragon. But Photic at the end of the day manages to pull his team over the line.
Check out this Mega Inferno Bomb. Look at... If I'm Shui, I'm pausing. That's there's no way we're not addressing that, unfortunately. Hai Chao, really nice game as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a few player of the game votes. His Rise did look really good. Yeah. Not as good as Photic's Ziggs, but, you know, Rise is always going to bring a little bit more utility, and that he certainly brought. Some nice Realm Warps and definitely Lockdown that he was able to bring. Leave making a really strong argument for MVP himself. I don't even know if we can give player of the game to somebody on the losing team, but if we were going to, that's what I would do. I mean, not in this game. Not in this game, but...
I need to see, what happened at the end of this game. I was really focused on Rio going for this angle again around the Raptors pit. Leave just walks forward. What does he get hit by? Just one bouncing bomb. It does, 1k damage to him. He's knocked away by the W. It looks like he's actually going forward onto Photic. I don't think we saw that on the camera. I think we were panned down. But he goes for Photic, gets knocked away, and then turns his attention onto Harry. But the bouncing bomb was already on target. It manages to hit. And it did so much damage. He just dies.
And just like in the Dragon fight as well, this is the second fight where Photic's flash gets used to back away, and suddenly somebody's overextended. In the first fight around Dragon, it was ZDZ who goes for him with the slice and dice. Photic burns flash, and now all of a sudden we're fighting in the tribe rush around Dragon, and Ziggs is having the time of his life. Same thing happens here.
Yep.
Photic has Leave a little too close to him, flashes away, and now Leave is just in no man's land, getting bouncing bombed into oblivion for 3 million damage. That was... If Photic doesn't get player of the game...
Yeah.
I
agree. 46% damage percent, quadra kill. Won his team that fight at the end there, because that was well played by Photic to land that bomb. I think there could be some votes, but definitely deserved. Again, you can see here, 46% damage percent, 1 less than Leaf had last game, 704 on the Ziggs. You were saying you really like when Ziggs gets picked up in the hard lanes. I was a bit questioning whether or not it was going to have the value that the Yunara Lulu could bring. And for a while in that game as well, I was very concerned. The Yunara looked really, really strong, but at the end of the day, Photic played it better. In the crucial end game moment, manages to get the most important kill he could have gotten and win the game.
The player to look out for, the player that could keep OMG's hopes alive. We mentioned how tough it's been for Photic. Again, placing all right with IG, getting diagnosed as the problem, getting dropped. Here he is with OMG fighting against relegation, and if somebody is going to keep OMG alive, it is going to be Photic. With only one game left to do it, we are going to take a short break and then come back for Game 3. Welcome back, everyone, as we are changing things up coming into this last game. OMG versus EDG has gone the distance. We are in our third game of the series with OMG fighting for their lives. But EDG may have just dealt them the death knell. They've been playing Suyin for the first 2 games. And now, Jay Beto, Angel's back in.
Yeah,
You don't sound excited about that. You're hitting me with a yeah?
I just what my opinion is, if you're going to make a decision to sub in a player, that's fine. But this more felt like we'll sub him in, we'll get an easy win, we'll give him some stage experience. Oh, whoops, we lost that game. We really want to win, so we're going to bring Angel back. I don't really know if I love that. That could obviously be not true, that, you know, they tried something in scrims, they felt more comfortable with the Annie, maybe the Cassiopeia, and now those picks are out of the pool, so we're going back to Angel. But either way, I hope EDG can find what they are hoping for with bringing Angel back in. As we jump into draft for our third and final game of the night there. I assume most of these bans are going to be pretty similar. The Rumble, the Nocturne, the Akali ban. That's a pretty interesting change up.
That's a big middle finger to Hai Chao, I think. His Akali has been pretty good, and when we talk about him as the thermometer for the team, denying him picks like Akali, feels a little bit better than banning Zoe, I think.
Well, Nocturne ban. What are EDG looking for? This is their first time on first pick this series. OMG going to be forced to ban Rumble as well. With the Varus ban, I'm not quite sure what EDG could look for or what they want to look for here. Caitlyn ban. A bot lane. Something a little vulnerable. Oh, Rumble's up, actually. Okay.
Take it.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like a bad move. Even if you're looking to exploit the bot lane, Rumble can do that, funnily enough, from the top lane. So you may as well lock it in. Ashe Seraphine's up.
Yep, it is. And a ton of the counters or answers, at least, the team's been playing are out. Caitlyn, Bard gone. Lucian's out. Lulu's out. Karma is out. Varus is out. So you could go an Aphelios lane or
Jhin.
This Nautilus pick that we were kind of toying with the idea last game. Nautilus Jhin. Jin's been very contentious in the meta recently, as it does not have a very good win rate. Ashe Seraphine does. But this feels like something EDG very comfortable with. This was picked very quickly, and they knew the Ashe Seraphine was coming.
Hoi, Harry! Pulling out the Ambessa, playing with my emotions. I saw that in our game. I saw it. Don't make me... Don't make me mad, Harry. Pulling out the Ambessa here has incredible pop-off potential. It also has incredible zero potential. And up against Jhin, it is one of Ambessa's better macro matchups. He's relatively immobile and has a lot of abilities, most notably the Deadly Flourish and the Curtain Call, where he has stood straight still like a rock.
Yep.
And Harry should have easy access to the backline.
Well, mid's getting banned away here. The Aurora, the Azir. I think for EDG, they've got a ton of lockdown. Could have something in the jungle to match with. I wouldn't mind a Wukong. Wukong Rumble is something that's super nice. But we need a little bit more damage. The Rumble is great. Jhin can do damage in the right scenario. But I would love to see some more come out of the EDG draft. For OMG, in their mid lane, I think setup is more what I want to see. I mean, Annie's out. You could even go for a... is this Ambessa jungle, a Galio top maybe? I think Ambessa into Rumble is playable, but it's pretty hard. They're going to take the Wukong away. This is really interesting.
I think you lock in a mid laner and a tank jungler, and whatever that mid laner is, I don't think it matters, to be honest. Like, I agree you could use a little bit more damage, and it is a little bit. The composition from OMG is not that tanky. You're gonna be able to get, like, if we didn't see an insta Scion lock-in, we didn't see an insta Ornn lock-in, Jin's actually gonna do crazy damage this game as long as he doesn't get shut down. And Anivia getting picked up as the mid laner for Angel brings a lot of stability back to the EDG roster.
There's been a couple of games recently where I've thought Skarner and teams have picked Lee Sin instead. I like the Skarner tanky setup against the wall of Anivia, but the Lee Sin offers a lot of early game agency against the Wukong. You can really take over a game. I can't remember who played this matchup last night. I think it was BLG, actually, against IG. I think Shun played the Lee Sin and just ran the Wukong down. Had a massive lead, tons of kills. OMG's comp is really good the longer the game goes. Ashe Seraphine is great early game, but you've got Talia that needs time, the Wukong who needs time against the Lee Sin, and the Ambessa who is going to struggle in the lane and be a more team-fighting focused top laner. But EDG have winning mid, or pushing top, a strong fighting bot lane in a Lee Sin. We need to get active early. We need to be invading, shutting this Wukong down, looking for picks. We need to be aggressive. EDG need to start this game on the front foot and then need to never stop running.
OMG's rule of two did hold last game when it came to neutral objectives. The fact that this time they have less access to neutral objectives should be concerning for fans of OMG, for people who saw game 2, and I'd like to see this team win the series, keep their hope alive of even being in the LPL next split. Well, Angel has come in for EDG to try and right the wrongs of game number 2. He has brought in Anivia with him, and EDG's composition looks like exactly the kind of thing that could take OMG not just out of this series, but out of the LPL.
And that will be a tough reality to face. The OMG backs against the wall yet again, still against series point. EDG have brought a lot of aggression.
Jai frickin' yo, guys.
Jayo. From the deepest Jayo from my heart for both these teams. Yeah, it is strange. You know, sometimes you have teams who have like super loud, like it hurts my ears, and I'm not even there. The mics turn up super loud, and then tonight we haven't had a single one. So, hoping everyone in chat ride Jayo. Good luck to both these teams. I mean, this is a very important match for OMG just in general. They have to win all of their series from now onwards, and EDG would need to do the same to look towards first place. This is a series that I was not expecting to go to 3. I think OMG have been really struggling. They brought out a very strange comp in the last game, and it looked really, really good towards the end of the game, with Photic playing super well. This comp is a lot more standard with the Ashe Seraphine that's been super prioritized this year. Hook will go wide from Jue. And a great team fighting draft. You know, the Wukong Talia, some more global pressure as well, alongside the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Team fighting potential with the Ambessa. It's a bit of a different look in terms of, you know, I don't think that you're as reliant on just a Ziggs bomb getting a kill. But I do think you need to be really worried. Xiaohao's done an early clear top base for the longsword, so at any scuttle crab, he's going to be stronger than Rio. I mean, he's stronger anyway because of the champion difference, but with this longsword, he could look for an invade, he could look for the double scuttle potentially, so I think Rio's got to be a bit careful.
Nice ping from OMG to at least call out that he's on his wolves right about now. But the OMG bot lane do take a good bit of damage, and shutting down the OMG bot lane is your key to winning this. Photic won OMG the game in the second. And now on Ashe, with the Seraphine backing him up, he's got the potential to do the same thing, but it's going to be a lot less safe Photic has to take risks this game in a way that he didn't in game number 1. And that gives EDG an opening. Specifically, Xiaohao on Lee Sin gets a massive one.
I'm a big fan, or I have to hold this thought. There might be a dive here. The wave is coming in. Xiaohao's looks like he wants to look for the dive.
He does. Wei gets the lockup, and everything else comes through immediately.
Wow.
No chance for Moham to play the game, and that's why you picked in Nautilus.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about in the draft, about how EDG's comp is start running and don't stop running, and they've definitely started by running. I was going to say I'm a big fan of the first strike cashback rumble matchups where you just farm it for free, so to keep my eyes on how much gold this rumble is able to build up. But this is a really scary start for OMG. This is a game where you don't get a free first blood off of jungle pathing in mid, and Xiaohao is now in top lane hovering for a lane gank. The wave is pushing away from ZDZ, so maybe if Xiaohao can sneak into this top rush. No, it looks like he's just going for the clear, but Lee Sin having a 400, 350-ish gold lead at the start of the game, it's pretty scary.
Really nice awareness from Harry in the split second to not go all in on ZDZ, who did look like he had overstepped by just a bit, but with a combination of knowing where the jungler is likely to be and a fair bit of sniffing out your opponent for how well they're acting, Harry's able to not only stay alive, but waste a little bit of Xiaohao's time, which is important because so far his time has been used, as you say, very efficiently. Teleport back up to the top lane from Harry. Well, the rest of our lanes are actually pretty chill. Haichao's got push in the mid wave for right now because Angel hasn't yet hit level 6.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Harry can actually smell anything up against the Rumble. I feel like Rumble wouldn't smell that good in general. And then also, like, he'd smell like fuel and burning stuff. You know, you ever, like, I don't know if you've ever done this, but, like, if your car ever gets too hot, it just starts to smell like burning metal, and it's not great. It's a terrible sign, but Harry still manages to sniff out that gank, and some more sniffing from Photic is a bit easier when you're Ashe. But Rio around the corner. Both junglers parallel to each other right now.
Counter gank from Rio would be nice. Still doesn't bring as much impact as a Lee Sin, but might be able to save somebody. Flash away
level
from
6
Photic. Does actually, as you say, tick level 6 and is able to peel even more effectively. Photic still has to flash and barrier off that gank, and Xiaohao gets to go right back to farming his jungle. Leave gets to stay in lane. This is still a big win for EDG, unless Leave oversteps, and a flash from him makes this difficult. Cleanse as well, get rid of the slow. He gets away. So I spoke too soon. He doesn't get to stay in lane.
Yeah, that was very scary. Big overstep from Leave. He'll be able to pick up this wave. OMG will let him collect the wave as his support's coming out of base, so maybe a bit scary there, but yeah, I didn't actually check. I assume that Rio leveled up on the engaged.
Yeah,
but
he did.
This is like the XP difference before is because Xiaohao's been looking for these ganks. He's down a decent amount of CS. He's caught up now after collecting these games, but he was down a good amount of CS at the time. So Rio hitting level 6 made that a very scary play for EDG. And then Leave overstepping forced to use the flash and the cleanse. So a bit more vulnerable, but yeah, this is the Mbessa cast time has been increased, so you aren't as fast when you ult. You're not as snappy. Obviously not impactful enough to dissuade teams from picking the Mbessa. It is a game 3 though, so it definitely has hit her a decent amount. But Xiaohao with the ult now still has, a pretty decent gold lead, 500. Dragon spawn, grubs are spawning in 30 seconds. With this ult, I think that Xiaohao and EDG are in a really good spot to start taking these objectives, taking them away from OMG. I know that, the rule of 2 and we're having fun with that, but taking these neutral objectives away regardless of any, OMG mental gap is super important.
It is, and I would say, not just having fun with the idea of this rule too. It is a real problem that has plagued OMG. That when they are losing neutral objectives, they are not getting to play the game. And right now, they are more in danger of that than ever. With the Infernal Dragon spawn, Moham chunked out. We're 8 minutes into this game. We've also got Grubs available, something that OMG are not on right now. Rio is towards the bot side, and OMG, as a result, really want to contest for this Dragon, and I don't know if they can. It's already at 2k HP, and Rio's got to go for the steal.
Arrow misses.
Enchanted Crystal Arrow does go wide. Now Encore connects, but the Dragon goes down. Rio picks up a kill on Shui as Angel flashes out. Objective secured by EDG, and support lost.
Yep, I think that's worth. Really hard to secure against the Lee Sin with the execute damage on his Q. So OMG go for the fight. The Cyclone is nice, but you only end up taking down Jue. That Enchanted Crystal Arrow missing. I thought Jue would need to block it, but it ends up that EDG just end up sidestepping it in general. But the Encore, like you mentioned, did hit. Jue only ticks over level 6 now, so this is like 2 back-to-back fights where OMG, despite being down a little bit of gold, now down the objectives, had an XP lead. So they had these crucial ults when EDG didn't. The first time Rio levels up to 6 at the 3v3 in bot lane, Xiao Hao was level 5, and this time Jue doesn't have ult to really continue the fight going forwards. So all these ults have been ticked over now. Xiao Hao in a brush over here as the Grubs are taken on the other side of the map. But with that ward in the brush, Xiao Hao will be easily spotted out. And OMG will live to fight another day, although they might lose a couple of minions.
Yeah, just really uncomfortable stepping up to this. Will they be able to get the cannon? Yes, they will. Not even losing a minion on those first couple of melees, which is actually a pretty big win for OMG, which is nice because they're losing in top side. ZDZ is having his way with the wave. Rumble first pick.
Yeah.
It's
first strike cashback. He's up 10 CS. Just printing money. We're saying we're going to check in. 500, 600-ish gold lead now. So it's working pretty well. Have to see how ZDZ can pivot this lead into something a bit more effective in the team fights. Rumble is really strong, especially when you've got so much CC and front-to-back potential to lock people down. You know, you've got the Nautilus CC chained with Deadly Flourish, with the stun from Anivia, the slow, the wall. So you have a lot of potential to allow the Equalizer to land in really important locations, whether that's on a target or just area denial. This is the kind of crux of the Jhin builds, the hubris. It's been a topic of conversation. I've spoken about it a few times. I'm not really sure what is the best. Would you like to speak
about it again?
No. I like the Stormrazor build. This build is okay. I think it's a little bit worse in terms of just like later on. I like the movement speed, but we'll have to see. I think that the build is still strong. Hubris is still a good item. But yeah, we've got first items ticking over now. EDG started really strong with that dive. They've got this gold lead. I want to see them push it. They need to keep running.
Angel's almost got his Roa. That'll be very nice for them, especially with already the shove that Anivia is now able to have in the mid lane. Haichao was doing pretty well pre-6 at keeping himself with priority, but once we hit level 6, Angel is going to have a much better time. It has been having, I will say, a much better time. Vision pretty evenly split, though, with EDG controlling the bot side river. And as Rio gets spotted, that's the one place he could have been that they couldn't see.
That was very scary. Might have been a bait from Leave. Definitely got me. So Rio thought he was walking forwards, stepped out of the brush, and Leave had already started backing up. Or it could have been a complete accident, and Leave was kind of saved by walking back at the right time. But, you know, like you mentioned, the Roa nearly completed. These first items are starting to come through from OMG as well, and they're not bad spikes. Eclipse, so hold on.
DDC is going to kill Harry, They're just beating each other to death in this top lane, but ZDZ is winning in a big way. Haichao gets to show up and make sure that Harry just leaves the lane entirely. He's going to lose this wave, but fortunately keep his life.
Yeah, Equalizer used on the wave, so able to shove this out super easily. And Harry will TP back, but yeah, some of these first item spikes for OMG are not weak by any means. Triforce is a great first item. The Hex Optics is a really nice first item from Photic. I'd say the Seraph is a bit of a whatever first item from Talia. Like, you just kind of have to go mana and cooldown. But EDG are all at their first items, other than the rower, but that doesn't really count as a first item. It does its stats, and you start leveling up the passive, but for the most part, EDG are at their strong one-item spikes. I think 2 items they're really strong as well. Dragon has spawned. OMG around the Dragon first. EDG are completely giving this up. They instead want to go for an invade, take down this top tower, go for gold. So OMG not get 2 neutral objectives. In fact, I think this is 2 for themselves. They got the 3 grubs, they got 1 dragon, so working on evening out.
They gotta get 2 or more, and once they do, they win.
That's it.
In theory.
That's the only thing you need to know. If they get 3 objectives, I mean, we could just turn it off. They win. Hey, can you imagine if League was like that, like split. Genuinely?
Now, EDG did set up for a dive in topside, or at least the tower, so they are definitely going to get 1.
Nice.
Haichao gets booted right off the wall. And as I say they are definitely going to get 1, it looks like they are denied both. Neither kill nor tower falls to EDG in that moment, despite the setup, and they traded away a dragon for it.
Yeah, they did get Flash, Ult, and Ghost out of Haichao. ZDZ TPs down to the bot lane, and Jue can TP anywhere he needs. He has the spellbook swapped over as well, but I agree. I feel like the cross map was supposed to be a bit more impactful. Xiaohao's completely lost his lead. It's really just the CS and the gold printing runes from ZDZ that have this lead still for EDG. I think Rumble, again, is great in this game. There's a mobile carries, a lot of CC and setup, but I need to see the Rumble actually participate in a fight. He doesn't have TP right now, so he's pathing up by himself. Now pathing back down. Bit of unsureness here from ZDZ.
The other thing that's great in this game against immobile carries is Crystallize, or the wall from Angel. I just saw it get a flash out of Moham in that moment, but Navy has even been flexed to the support role for how, I mean, she's even on top, heck, for how incredibly powerful she has been, especially with that. Now, with the Rift Herald going down, you do have a little bit of a contest from EDG, but OMG will still be able to grab it, making that their 3rd neutral objective of the game. Instantly going to channel it and look for a fight. Angel walks this one out, but a Rift Herald still dropped right in the middle of the river. Does need to be used somewhere, and it looks like we're taking it up top lane.
All right, driving it up top. A bit of an awkward engage from Rio. Doesn't pull anything out of Angel. We will be able to use the Herald to get some gold in top lane. Maybe even the tower, but looks like ZDZ is on its way. Does have ult for the wave if he needs, so should be okay. But yeah, Angel didn't need to flash, didn't go into into passive. So Rio flash ults in, and hold on.
Angel's tanking the tower, but he's still got eggs. So as he gets pulled back underneath the tower, Xiaohao needs to finish the kill, and he does not. Instead, Haichao picks up a double. The turnaround from OMG, deadly. 16 minutes into the game, they are up 3-1. OMG could win this game.
They could. That was a disaster of a dive, as it's only Rumble keeping EDG from being a quite significant team overall deficit. It looked okay, but Moham being there to cover for that dive was so excellently timed. Jue has TP. I would really love it if he would have TP'd or had been there. Maybe it would have helped. Love to see this ult get some value. You know, no flash, no ghost. Haichao, you know, ghost has come back up now, but no flash. That's obviously the target. They're trying to punish that flash timer, but it goes pretty terribly, and now Haichao has a big lead, 1.5k.
And as the thermometer for this team, Things could not be going a whole lot better if you're an OMG fan. They picked up their third neutral. They have a lead. Haichao is doing well. This looks like an OMG that despite losing the one game, despite making things harder than they would have been had they just won this in 2, are in a position to win the series. And that means they are in a position where they can avoid relegation.
Yep.
There we go. There we go. Also, actually, while we have this crazy conspiracy up, let's just note that if EDG do lose here, there's absolutely no way they get to first. They need to win this game.
Yep. Important stakes for both teams. I want to say, despite EDG's deficit in this game, not in a bad place. I do think they get outscaled. The range and the CC from EDG is really nice, but Talia, Wukong, Ashe, Seraphine, and Bessa is really scary the longer the game goes on. These team fight around the dragons. Both top laners have TP. Haven't opted to use it just yet as the dragon is spawned and Haichao has his flash back up. Every carry has flash up. Junglers do not. Xiaohan needs to find a way in. The team fights from a Wukong's perspective are so much simpler to play. Here comes the TP in from Rumble.
They're going to get stunned real quick, but the dragon started by EDG. They want this fight. Do OMG risk this? Angel going to be ready with the wall as out it comes onto Rio, chunking him just a little bit with the deadly flourish. Dragon at 2k. But it stays there as we start the engage. Rio's gonna go down. Dragon gets smoked by EDG, and they can continue the fight as Xiaohao rockets into the front line, deleting Photic. Haichao flashing away with Moham will stay alive, but Harry, not so lucky, gets locked down. The answer will be picking up Xiaohao as well. ZDZ flirting with the edge of turret range, falls. It is a bloody battle, but it is one that EDG win, picking up the dragon and the fight.
Yeah, not a great wall from Haichao. A bit early, didn't really set up his team to go in, didn't really put EDG in that bad of a position, and a really great hook from the Nautilus buffers the Ashe ult and the Encore. And very, very difficult to out-secure a Lee Sin. I hope we get to take a look back at that fight because I think EDG played it super well. OMG couldn't really layer in their damage even though the CC all went off. As you got to take a look back to this wall has like already been used. Look at this hook onto the jungle. Like, it's so nice. It allows EDG to shut down Rio instantly. The fact that Jue can buffer the Ashe ult and hook the jungler at the same time completely won this fight.
I think he buffered the Gales. It was kind of ridiculous. And from then on, a lot of terrain changing abilities get used in this fight. But ultimately, it's EDG that win, and I really like this play from ZDZ, just sitting right on the edge of tower, making sure that he still gets just enough damage to secure the kill. It's a big fight win for EDG, and of course, them getting their second objective of the game does put them very close to breaking.
Whoa. Baron? 21 minutes in, there's no vision? No one can stop this. If OMG feel like they do enough damage, I don't think they do. I think Rio takes way too much from that. He's already under half HP. So just a damage check, wanting to see how much they could do. Very risky if that was found out by EDG. So EDG will now walk in on their tempo and clear out some of that vision. But EDG found a great fight win. OMG not out of the game just yet. This is the closest game deal that we've had so far. Gold is touching, objectives are touching, kills are touching. Dragon is still another 2 minutes away, so both teams just vying over a bit of vision here. And this rower is stacking up pretty well for Angel. The tier is finished stacking, so should be able to buy the Seraphs 3 minutes off the rower. Around about when this dragon is up, I assume that we're going to go to 8 stacks in a second. This Anivia is going to be pretty scary on this next dragon. I also have to add, I'm pretty sure the HUD is bugged because Jue has had TP for genuinely like 10 minutes and I don't think he's used it. Unless he's just got it and he just has TP instead of another summoner spell.
Maybe. I'll be honest.
He took TP.
I didn't check at the start of the game. I didn't even think about it, so there's a chance. Keep our eyes, see what Jouet ends up doing. If he does teleport and it goes on cooldown, he's just, you know, he's been saving it for the big occasion. This game, though, to me, does boil down to Photic and Leaf. As much as, you know, we talked about Angel coming back in, this Anivia is going to be big. Xiao Hao had a great game 1. Got Harry and ZDZ. Leaf was our player of the game in game number 1. He almost won EDG the game in game number 2, but it was Photic who did that for OMG. And these two are what this series revolves around. Is Photic able to stay safe? Then OMG are going to win. If EDG are able to do the same for Leave on this Jhin, 3 items deep,
Yep.
they're coming out with a win as well.
Yeah, just picked up that Infinity Edge off of this 1.5k gold lead. Massive spike here. The extra damage from... Oh, nearly. Thought maybe we would have seen Jouet rip the depth charge there, but no. Keep your eye on these supports and the junglers. A crucial ult as well for OMG. The engage ults, the public execution, the enchanted crystal arrow, the encore. This would be sole point if EDG take it. OMG currently vying over mid lane control. EDG maintain control around the river. There's another wall.
Ball cutting off Angel. Nice pick.
Whoa.
But Angel flash and Mikhail's used.
Yep.
This takes some tools away from EDG. However, we are missing Enchanted Crystal Arrow. We are missing Wall. We are missing Cyclone. We are missing Encore. And we are missing Public Execution. There are no ults at all on OMG. And they've got to give this dragon up.
It was very fast. It was a bit hard to see, but I'm fairly sure that the only reason Angel can flash out there is because the Mikhails was so well timed. Equalizer to cut the wave. EDG don't want to give over this tower for free. There's the dragon secured. And EDG will dissuade OMG from continuing their push down the mid lane. But if that is what happened, that is a ridiculous timing from Jouet and teamwork with Angel as well to be able to flash away from that engage. But even if Angel dies, he goes into passive. Like you said, every single ult was used. Even if he dies there or goes into egg, is that too much?
It's tough to say. I mean, Angel is a terror in these fights, given how much zoning he's got and how well it works into the OMG composition. I think it's really results-based, to be honest. Like, I could sit here and go back and forth on whether it's right or wrong all day, but realistically, it comes down to whether EDG think they can win a fight without Angel.
And realistically for this game, I mean, Angel does live, right? That's a huge part. They use all these ults. He lived. Just had to burn the flash and the Mikhails. Mikhails is already basically back up. And Leaf has cleanse, so you can't really look for those snappy plays onto Leaf without burning any of his summoner spells. Okay, Angel doesn't have flash now, but you've got quite a while until this next dragon. You're going to have to try to catch Angel out before, and he still has passive. He still has time that he can live. He's got the Seraphs upgraded. He's got the Roa upgraded as well, fully. So he's also pretty tanky. It's going to be hard to genuinely find a pick if that's the style you want to play, an all-in style. If you play a little bit in, fake and engage, pull some summoner spells, then go again and use your ult and look for Talia, that might be a lot more effective at finding these carries. If you're all-inning in one go and it doesn't work, the shotgun is done. You don't have any more tools to continue going forward.
OMG have been antsy this game as well, really looking for the all-ins, the one person being taken out of the EDG equation. We've seen them go on to Angel last fight. If they can do that for Leave, though, if OMG can all-in and take out Leave, it's so over. That was a nice force on the flash.
Yeah.
Jouet's Nautilus has been as good as it was in Split 1, if not better.
That's a really, really good pull. Photic, no flash, 2.5 minutes before this dragon. Baron's also up. EDG don't really do it that fast with Jhin, but Anivia can do some good amount of damage onto the objective. Probably not a burn potential, but if Xiaohao can find Photic, no flash, he has flash of his own, he has wards, he can ward jump, really nice blue orb, good game sense, find Xiaohao there. But I am a little concerned still about the later this game goes for EDG. Yes, their fights have looked really good, but 3 items are getting completed, or sorry, have been completed on OMG's backline. Shui? Nice Mikhails again, wow.
Buffering this Mikhails. Shui is so clean on this champion, and
dead.
It won't be Shui that dies, it'll be Rio that dies.
That's nuts. That is a nuts buffer on the Mikhails, and allows him to get out. Not only that, but takes down Rio. This is a possibility for a Baron now. No jungler, that's a primary engage. You'll look at the ult again, Dia. No arrow, no encore, EDG on the Baron.
They've certainly got the tankiness to start this up as well. OMG don't really have tools to contest, and yet they're going to have to. Haichao finds the bump on leave, but Angel walls him off. Xiaohao, however, has gone for the Omega flank and isolates Photic with that kick. It'll be Baron going to EDG. And a game that OMG looked in control of, all of a sudden they look so out of.
Yeah, I have no idea how Xiaohao got there, and I don't think OMG have any clue either. Really nice Lee Sin mechanics, ward jump, flash kick, kicks Photic, the most important member, into the entirety of EDG. 5 members with Baron. Sol is 30 seconds away. And, I mean, you've got your jungler back, you've got Encore coming back up off cooldown, but you don't have an ADC. Haichao's level 16, he has 3 items, but I don't think OMG are really in a position to fight for this dragon, and losing Mountain Soul is really, really brutal.
Stepping up a little bit too much for me, especially with this big objective on the table, but unfortunately he is the front line for OMG, and somebody's gonna have to commit, and somebody is gonna have to sacrifice their life. Hopefully Encore makes that worthwhile, as Moham has been pretty liberal with his use of those. Rio's in the pit.
Okay.
Haichao actually finds a nice wall here. First kill picked up by OMG. It's a slow fight so far. We're still looking for the dragon. Rio's in the pit alone. He eats a 4th shot, but it's his clone that tanks the majority of it. OMG taking this fight slow and steady, fishing for picks just like you asked, Jay Beto. Secure the dragon, putting themselves, or rather keeping EDG off of Soul Point.
All right, now that is a good wall from Haichao. Excellently placed, zones off Shui, picks him off. Then the Unraveled Earth as well. Takes down not only Lee Sin, but Rumble as well in the pit. And then the carries from EDG are being split off. An excellent fight from OMG. It doesn't put them in a winning position, but it stops them from losing the game. Look at this ult. Beautiful, well placed. Shui's caught. He dies so quickly. The equalizer is not well placed at all from ZDZ. And then look at the split here in the back line. And Besser is just dealing with the carries, and Xiaohao just can't do enough over those rocks.
That was a fantastic fight from OMG, and it is exactly what you had wanted them to do. Play the fights a little bit slow. Don't use every cooldown at once. Don't go for the picks. Go for the guaranteed damage that you're able to set up by fishing for isolation. OMG do play that really well. They technically have their gold lead back, but this is an even game. And either team is going to have to work their butt off to make this one work. An important note as well that OMG are going to be breaking their rule of 2 one way or another. Either they lose with way too many neutrals, or they win having given EDG 3. This is the closest game that OMG have played all split.
And after that fight there, EDG had the Baron. They were using the Baron to gain tempo around the Dragon to secure their soul. After losing the fight and the Dragon, the Baron wears off and EDG didn't get anything. OMG still have 2 outer turrets on the side lanes, which is insane at 32 minutes, especially considering EDG themselves don't have any. Really well played so far in the macro game by OMG to keep these towers alive and waste all of that Baron potential. There are some big individual leads here. The gold overall in the team kind of standing is very close, but ZDZ up 2,000 gold, Haicha up 3. And in bot lane, there's a lead too. I believe it's EDG's way. It is. Leave 2k up. Working on his 5th item. Photic's got 4 completed. So, I mean, both of these carries are going to do a ton of damage. Leave will do more, just because of the inherent extra AD that Jhin gets and the kind of way that his kit is balanced, but a lot more CC and utility from the Ashe. Game has slowed down a lot. You can really feel the tension. Both these teams want to lose this game. Obviously, it's a very important 3rd and final game of this first series of the night. Baron and Dragon are up pretty close in terms of their timing. You know, it's about 25 to 30 seconds difference between the two. So unless one team really bursts down the Baron quickly, which I don't think is possible with these comps, especially with the amount of engage that both sides have, you know, you would have to look for the fight instead. Both objectives are going to be up at the same time, so it's a stressful situation for either team.
OMG can't afford to give up this soul either, which is an unfortunate reality for them, that Baron is going to be that much harder to access because you always have to be thinking about the much easier objective that EDG can take. They are going to fish for picks soon, though. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up, and we are within the space of death timers that you find 1 kill, and that can turn into both objectives if you play it right.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen from both teams the process of, you know, the formula of how they need to win their fights. For OMG, it's a lot about spacing their CC out, spacing their damage out. For EDG, finding a kick onto Photic, finding a kick onto Haichao on this Talia. Crucial aspects of the fight. For EDG, you know, being able to pick off any of those crucial members is massive as the Dragon is spawned. All flashes in the game are currently up. Jway has swapped over to the cleanse, unless it's bugged, as it has been in the past. But Dragon started up by EDG, Haichao in the same position, looking for a wall.
This comes down to Leave and Photic. Harry's running back the same play that he had earlier. This looks like a replay, but it isn't. Unfortunately, Angel is caught on the wrong side of the wall, but he's with Rio right now, and the knockup actually saves him for a little while. Rio's still alive. Curtain call gets channeled from the back. Encore forces Leave to cancel it as he starts to walk 40. 4th shots, Haichao in the mouth, taking him out. A double kill goes to Leave, who is playing God in this 3rd game. Another 4th shot gives him a triple, and the Quadra within touching distance. But Xiaohao's going to take that one for himself. It was Leave versus Photic, but Leave walks out of that fight with everything in the soul.
Yep. Another fight where OMG try to find a pick and they can't. Angel does fall eventually, but it takes so long. Harry zoned away, so the zoning doesn't come through, and Xiaohao wins the 50-50, secures the Mountain Soul, and my god, Leave does so much damage. He basically just one-shot everybody, and EDG will eliminate OMG from the 2026 Split 3.
And it's all Leave. Taking that win was the best way for EDG to, if they were going to go 3 games, do it in an incredibly even game up until the end. Leave manages to pull out the victory EDG owe him their lives, but more importantly, they owe him this series, and they might even owe him their chance at Group Ascend. Because had they lost this series, there was absolutely no way that EDG could make it up into the top spot. As it is, still technically, I believe, a possibility. I'm not going to do the math on stream. I'm not going to do it right now. But there should be a possibility for EDG, even having lost this game, to take the first place spot. And if not, move themselves up to second is a possibility as well. Their shot at Group Ascend, though, is very much coming down to Leave.
Yep, an outstanding performance. Heartbreaking for OMG. Tough loss, a tough season, and a tough Split 2, as we will not be seeing them in Split 3. They have, I believe, one more series to go after this. But, yep, it's a tough reality. It's a gut punch, but it is the truth. It's the reality of the LPL. It's a very cutthroat league. A lot of teams, and sometimes it's just how it goes. But for EDG, a risky move, like going for the Lee Sin. I think that Shahal played it incredibly well, but Leave the savior. That was ridiculous. The game 1 had the potential in game 2 as well on the Unara. Didn't make it work. As soon as he dies in that second game, at the end, his team loses, and in this third and final game, he doesn't die. Dishes out so much damage, nearly picks up another quadra kill in this series. I think that's a series MVP for me.
It has to be. It has to be. Leave was and is the reason EDG won this series. You replace him with any other AD carry, and I mean, outside of somebody at the top of Group Ascend, and I don't know that they're able to do this, especially at short notice. This whole mid lane thing didn't really change a whole lot for me. I do think Angel was pretty stable on the Anivia. Having him in instead of Sun Yun was all right. But mid lane wasn't really a factor in this series. Outside of Haichao, who had some pretty impactful plays, I think that his start in game number 2 was really nice. Actually, starting in both games was pretty good. But as a thermometer for the team, also had to stop functioning at some point. They broke their rule of 3. OMG threw everything at the wall. Again, it was their closest game of the entire split. And it was the one that they were fighting to keep from being relegated. It is unfortunate to see OMG go out here as well, because this makes 2 years in a row that OMG have made it through Split 2, only to not attend Split 3. It's difficult for the organization. And again for Photic, who, I mean, he was a 5th, 6th in playoffs to not being on a team for Split 3.
Yep, it's a tough reality.
Yeah.
So, again, heart goes out to these players. Played their heart out in this series. It was incredibly entertaining to watch. But I want to talk about EDG and how well they played. ZDZ, like, potential for MVP of this game, I think Leave is the series. Yeah. He did a lot of damage. I could see it. I don't think... I wouldn't vote that, but I could see it. I'd love to take a look back at that last fight. Angel getting caught by the wall, flashing into the wall, not making it over, and then not dying with no Zhonyas for so long, while EDG just cleaned up the rest of OMG. Also a massive factor there. Whether that was an OMG target prioritization, I know Harry was being zoned away by ZDZ. Rio lost the smite fight in the middle of that, skirmish. So Mountain Soul was given over. This is an incredible start to this game. It did really feel like EDG slowed down a lot. This was a bit of an awkward play, but managed to pull it together around the team fights, keep the dragon stacking, keep the neutral objectives going, and ended up taking the win.
Moham looking pretty good in this series. We'll say his game 2 Pyke a little bit awkward, but still very active. His Seraphine ults, more often than not, found value, especially in the last couple of fights. I think OMG definitely have a lot to thank Moham for, although, of course, it is not their survival in the LPL. But EDG just looked that little bit better. Zhui also having an insane game, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Just reflecting back on this series, Zhui popped off. And this was a prime example of it.
Yeah, this turned into a Baron after Rio continues to go in, hooked, walled, stunned, rooted. The cleanse was nice from the Mikhails, but Rio can't do anything. Incredible play from Droid. This is what we didn't get to see. I can't believe he's able to get, like, Xiaohao's able to dance around the vision like this, get into a great position, ward jump, flash kick. Beautiful. Really nice mechanics there. Over the equalizer as well. Super, super nice. This is the first really good high chow wall. Zhui tries to get the hook on the wall, like, past, near the banana brush so that he can go over. Unfortunately, cut down before that manages to happen. This is a fight that OMG looked really good in, and for me, painted a picture of how OMG can win their fights. This, however, was the last fight. So look at how far Angel is from his team. Flashes, but this is the zone I was talking about. Harry can't get in. Angel is still alive, still alive, still alive. Goes into egg. Finally falls down eventually, but the damage has already been done. The dragon has been secured. Beautiful ward jump kick flash again. I love good Lee Sin mechanics.
I mean, his Lee Sin was clean. I'm looking at this as well, seeing good encores, seeing Leave's positioning just be
so
absolutely fantastic. This Jhin was crazy accelerated, and we barely got to see it because, to be honest, in the first dragon fight that we clipped there, Harry is doing a great job of keeping Jhin from being able to play the game, and it goes wrong once, and Leave walks your whole team down. That was stellar from Leave. EDG as a whole, they look okay. They could do this. They could look better. Leave looks out of this series like a god. That guy was so, so good. Like, the one thing that they messed up on in game number 2, the one reason that they ultimately lost the game is because the Leave gets a little too far forward, and even then he is still the reason that they were winning the fight up until that point. To me, I mean, and to everyone watching, Leave absolutely the part of EDG that you should be keeping your eyes on, and maybe even voting him for All Pro, as All Pro voting is open. And a reminder, you can scan that QR code and give us your vote on whether you think EDG deserves an All-Pro or whether Photic is going to get his, what's that word, consolation All-Pro vote. Because Photic,
that was a pretty good argument for Leave. I can't lie.
Yeah.
That series was a pretty good argument for a Nirvana All-Pro.
Cast your vote, clip this series.
Exactly. Just put it in the vote. You just have to put it up. But, I think we've got some updated standings that we can take a look at and see where EDG is now after that win. Again, Group Nirvana, not a ton of matches getting played, but as you can see, EDG not doing too bad on series record, tying with LNG, LGD. Just a bit of game difference in there, but still in a great position.
They've got a chance. Again, I'm not going to do the math on it. I am pretty sure that it's LNG and LGD needing to go to 3 games, and also EDG win their next matchup, which should be fine. Should be doable. But it is going to require a bit of a grow up in terms of form for EDG, because even after that series, I'm not sure they beat WE. Not looking like that. EDG need to be doing a lot better if they want to make it into Group Ascend in convincing fashion. And speaking of Group Ascend, we will be moving over there and actually watching WE play today, as we are going into WE versus anyone's legend. And if you think that's going to be a close game, I hope you're right. It's unlikely to be so. Jay Beto, any thoughts for us before we close the series?
Yeah, just want to also mention, taking a look at those standings before. EDG do lock in play-ins according to our little key there. So no matter what happens, they'll be playing. They don't need to stress too much. I mean, placements matters, but they are locked in, so they can take a deep breath. Again, condolences to OMG, like you said, for the second year in the row, but the LPL is a rough place to be, and it's where the best teams in the world are forged.
Very true, very true. I thought OMG was going to be that in Demacia Cup. I loved their performance in Demacia Cup, but I'll have to wait till Demacia Cup to see them again. We'll see if they have their player of the game, player of the series, player of the match, player of the year up for us. As with this, we are pretty sure that it is going to be a leave coming out of it, and I don't know. I don't know what the update is here. As it is, when we go over to WE and AL, it is, there we go, leave picking up player of the game. Surely he gets player of the series. Where's his damage percent? Damage percent of the series is only 31%.
Well, that was only this game. That was damage percent this game, only 31%. Yeah, I guess it wasn't like a super high damaging game, but a big part of this is also that Rumble did a ton of damage, did more than him in this game. So I think it was more than him, but it was close either way. So not a massive, 50% like we saw, but still very deserved. I think with the double player of the game, you have to, the player of the series for me is kind of a no-brainer. I don't know how you can give both player of the games to one player and then that player not get player of the series. I think that Liv did a lot of work in that second game. You could make an argument that, well, he did make the mistake that cost his team that game in game number 2, getting caught by the bouncing bomb, but it will be player of the series. Nearly 40% damage percent over the entire series. 90% kill participation.
That's crazy. Leave went insane this series. And I mean, he's been good throughout the split for EDG, but he is dialing things up to 11, literally, if you look at his KDA, in this series. And hopefully as we approach the playoffs or the play-ins, he can keep that going, because based on what we saw today, EDG are going to need as big of a boost as they can get. Their form's still a little bit sloppy as we approach play-ins, and especially when you're looking at Group Ascend and the rest of the playoffs. You want to be in tip-top shape. Leave certainly looking like he is in that right now. However, to take a look at Group Ascend and those teams that will be joining us both in play-ins and play-offs, we are going to take a quick break and then pop back with WE versus AL. So grab some water and we'll see you soon.
Nice to see everybody back here with the LPL English broadcast, moving into our Group Ascend set. And we've brought in a whole new set of casters. I, of course, Slayer, joined once again by Alk Battery here as we look to potentially, Dimitri, depending on how outcomes go in this series, heck, in this first game, lock up all of Group Ascend with this result if anyone's Legend are able to come out victorious.
Yeah, hate to put, bearer of bad news for maybe some of our NIP fans, but if AL win a single game, unfortunately due to game score or game differential, basically our top 4 and our bottom 4 are locked up. There can be no difference. Even if AL then lose this series, they'd still have a better game record than Ninjas in Pajamas and Invictus Gaming. So it's unfortunate to see, I said before we got on live that for NIP, they did their job. They took care of business versus top esports. Yeah. But a few stumbles during the regular season, and especially that question of consistency really started to bite them in the behind.
Yeah, consistency also been something that has eluded our first team of this matchup. Team WE, who has been, at the talking center point of a lot of negative conversations. But as of late, so we're not too far removed from when they were able to pick that first game win. Even less further removed from when they were able to pick up that first series win. And it feels like Monkey is starting to get back into that groove, that form, maybe reminiscent of that form we saw him in, of course, not even a year ago by this point, where, Team WE were a third-place team in the LPL, and Monkey was a third-place jungler.
Yeah, but, just like last year, they're getting carried by bot lane. This time it's not Taeyun and Vampire. It's about an Arha, and some of these clips are just kind of the biggest hits from maybe some of their Weibo series. I know that there was a big talking point last time for K-Man was just like the small mistakes that we would see from them, and the way that I classified them are character building moments. Like this Monkey jumping out of the pit, I mean, honestly, you should just know better, but this play in particular this is like a 1 in 1,000 chance that, you go up, there's going to be Miasma, Jin W, Trundle Pillar. It's a very specific to this comp, but it's a moment that I think for a lot of our more rookie AD carries, you're going to want that one back, and you're going to say, okay, next time I'm in that spot, I'm probably not dashing forward into Cassiopeia.
Yeah, so learning moments happen to everybody here. Even from earlier series, it's happened to guys like Arha as well, with some of those enchanters and those awarding missions when we were able to, study some of the tape from Team WE. But I'm glad you alluded to it earlier on here, Alk, that it really has been the bottom lane for Team WE, as reminiscent of last year, maybe with two different people, that is really the driving force behind this team. And I still really hold. I like the way that I heard K-Man describe it. You mentioned him earlier. I watched his weekly video, recapping the whole week. I really think I like how he describes about as it really feels like he has a high skill floor, and that always can set him up for success. And we've seen it sometimes, especially paired with Arha, another support that a lot of us have been a fan of, even no matter what Weibo decided, how Weibo decided to evaluate him.
I'm going to try not to flame Weibo. I'm going to really try hard, because every time
I
talk about this player, it comes in. Yeah, it's been really exciting to see these two, and even when this team was winless, it was, okay, Abao and Arha, they get a lead early, they're doing good in the lane for most of their games, and then after 8 minutes, the pumpkin comes back home, Cinderella turns back into a regular woman, and I look topside, and Cube and Karis are down 900 gold, so kind of eats away at the gold difference. But every single game that they have won, it has been this bottom lane, and Arha has been farming MVPs. About finally got one, Monkey finally got one, but it has been Arha and About, I think, farming it up, and I think it's been really fun to see, especially when we think in contrast to this top side that we saw from Team WE last year. Again, Monkey being a big part of the reason we were excited about this team going into 26.
Monkey a leading force, Arha definitely a nice addition, but speaking on support, he has got his hands full with the other side of that role in this matchup. Of course, being anyone's Legend, the team coming into this one looking to try and shore up all of our playoff and play-in picture from Group Ascend. And, as much as we kind of, piggybacking off of our bottom lane discussion with Team WE, Hope and Kyle Hope in particular, when it comes to laning, which has been such a very big focus of Split 2, have not necessarily been able to provide a carry lane out of that aspect, or even, a successful lane most of the time here, and it's what we feel like has been one of the key factors hindering this team from form we saw in 2025.
Look, regular season is long, right? You're going to play a lot of best of threes. We're currently on day 30 of the regular season, and we're going to be wrapping it up this week, coming into the end of week 7, but we saw a lot of dips in form from a lot of our top 4 teams. Like AL, again, midway through the split, I was kind of really scared. And while we're going to be finishing the regular season soon, I think to take a look at the schedule is really important. It'll be a momentum series for AL playing against WE, but they're going to be playing against BLG at the end of the split, which just means I think it's much harder to see this team reach, honestly, further than third. I mean, maybe they can leapfrog, but they need a 2-0 here tonight to even get above someone like Top Esports, above them at 8-5 and a +8 game differential.
So it's a hard road up, as you stated, to try and get a better seating position. And a reminder for people that aren't too privy to how LPL playoffs works, the further you move up seating-wise in the playoff, further you move up top 4, you control how many people you can pick to take on in a series, right? So the first top team will choose whoever is left of the pool, and it goes down. So moving up between 4 and 3 could be pretty pivotal in being able to choose who you want to face off here. And that could be a situation where a team could be facing off against WE. Could see this matchup come again if they can retain their spot in the play-in tournament that they are set to be in, as we see them greet all the fans, led by their captain, of course, Monkey, to make it up to the stage.
Yeah, that's, again, I think a really big point. Because they are 1-11, there's no way for them to be able to get higher than 8th place here in the group. And so they will always face it off in a single best of 5, not only to keep their spot here in Group Ascend, but even just to see the postseason after Split 2. So whatever group Nirvana team that goes up against them is going to need to prove themselves. We've seen LNG falter at the last moment. We have not been able to see LGD do the same. EDG also very similarly faltering at the first sign of trouble when we saw them in Split 1 Knights Rivals. So that's what I'm kind of looking for, and what this series and what their next series later on in the week is going to show us is kind of the state at which this team is going to go into for best of 5s.
Yeah, and how potent they could be against that top seed out of Nirvana. And we do feel like they've had some strong laning, but to take a moment to kind of refocus on anyone's legend and speak on that laning, we found some very interesting stats when it comes to the classic gold difference at 15, which we always use as a really big metric to show how well laning your team is doing. And we found some pretty interesting numbers, especially I love that we compared, I know you did this personally, compared it against the other top 4 teams currently, because this is the bar, folks, for anyone's legend. This has been the bar against these 3 teams really for, what, I would say multiple splits now.
I would just say the biggest averages that are coming out to me is looking at top and mid lane, right, or bottom lane and mid lane. Like, Shanks is around the average, and it is kind of Knight really dragging up this average with his 518, but Hope is minus 500 off of the average 80 carries in top 3. So between Viper, Jackie Love, and Gala, Hope is by far, at least performing in the laning phase, the worst. And I've actually been rather impressed with what we've gotten from Flandre in recent weeks. But when we've talked about AL, it has been mid-jungle, Tarzan, and Shanks. It really feels like Tarzan is the most consistent player, and Tarzan kind of is the highest ceiling player if we get him to play a really strong jungle game.
A lot of people around the LPL have described AL's win con as of late. Tarzan has to find success or this team is floundering. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we get into this Game 1 draft. Quick note as we get into the ban phase, I found this interesting. WE had their choice of whatever they wanted, and they went with opting for counter pick. We've rarely seen a team say, all right, out the gate, I want counter pick. I kind of like it into this matchup, though.
It's been getting explored a lot more. I know that IG has been a team that has been choosing blue side when given first selection, and counterpick we've been seeing pop up more and more as I think teams finally are starting to get the hang of Fearless in draft. So looks like we're going to have a regular game, though. AL on blue side with first pick. They're going to choose Ezreal here for Hope. I think it has been probably the most important when we talk about trying to make sure that Hope has a decent enough laning phase and something that will still give him enough agency when left alone with Kyle moving across the map. Just when I now look at answers here for WE, we've given up Pantheon already here, I think, for Monkey, which I think is very interesting. And we've also given up potentially something like Azir, which has been a very important champion for both mid laners.
I'm glad you brought up the fact that, the Ezreal usually signals get Kyle on a roaming champion that tries to get out and leave it, hope to be safe. Because there is the option to go, strong laning, but they've now lost the Bard, and now you get the Rumble on the turn as well here for Cube. So I'm curious to see if AL want to just grab Kyle, something that can compete with this Ezreal in the lane. We'll have to see, though, because obviously the big picture item would always be the Karma, which, of course, AL banned away.
Nefiri Hover is quite, again, just the two junglers that have been the highest prio or have some of the biggest impacts, especially early on. Pantheon Nocturne, nowhere to be seen here. I think Nocturne as an answer into Bard or maybe even a takeaway could be nice. You have a Rumble on the side lane, but Nefiri is next. I mean, from what WE are showing, they don't have hard crowd control. They're not particularly the most tanky, so... Yep. Being able to target them with now an Annie who can really set this champion up, I think is her best pairing with Nefiri. Definitely kind of shows us from AL that they want to play a kind of hard and fast. We're going to dive onto you. We're going to try to burst you out quickly and take out whatever members that are standing in our way.
Yeah, it really feels like Tarzan's approach to some of these drafts and his champion pool as of late have been, if we're talking about gear shifts on a car, it's either 2 with those like Skarner games where he tries to set everybody up, or 6. There's no other options between when he goes for the carries. With
I don't drive manual, so.
Well, hey, listen. Everyone should go learn to drive manual still, even in the modern era. I will hold that true thanks to my dad. My dad has instilled that skill into me. Akali coming through here for Kara, so he's going to try and, carry out and counter this Annie. With an Akali look here, which I don't think we've seen too much of Karis on the Akali as of late. So this is intriguing, but also more burst potential now, more obviously side lane threat for WE as we move into the second ban phase.
Yeah, second ban, like you're kind of mentioning here, now comes up. What are we going to see from supports? I like the Nico takeaway. I think Kyle has been one of our best Nikos, even if this champion has started to fall in presence a lot from the start of the year and last. Second phase, though, for WE, what junglers are we going to see? I think Vi could be interesting. Vi has always been a champion that can kind of get around Nefiri and invade. Again, Nocturne and Pantheon, nowhere to be seen. I think
really weird.
Incredibly intriguing, especially because we're on 26-9. Neither of these champions have really got nerfed.
No.
Where are they at? And WE do have a lot of range, so Annie and Ezreal could be really susceptible to dive or long range, depending on what the last two are going to do here for WE. So very important to see what they're going to be kind of pushing themselves into for identity.
So there's the Nocturne ban. That signals to me that AR are almost like goading Monkey into picking this Pantheon. I will say Monkey, like some of his best games I've seen from him this split have been performing on this Pantheon. So we'll see if they opt for it here. It looks like they're going to leave jungle counter up, which makes sense for Monkey as the captain in a pivotal leading force. I almost got flashbacks thinking this was Taeyun, because this guy loved to slam the Corki on WE whenever he was on the team, and About will not pick that up.
Wow.
They're going to go for the Trundle and try and shut down, I assume, Flandra looking to weak side tank in this game.
I love the Trundle here. I think does really well into Nefiri. Can be a little bit weak, but I have a small affinity towards Trundle. I just think that if you're in a mobile champion, Pillar is disgusting, and against Annie with an Akali and a Rumble, suddenly this gets a lot of value. Seraphine's going to finally come on through. So Seraphine, just really strong laning. I think the shielding makes Ezreal almost impossible to move no matter what the role you're going to be choosing here. And for me, what I am now looking for is, I think that WE are in a very weird spot because there are not enough AD carries that are both going to be a deal with Ezreal, Seraphine in lane, and then also once we get later into the game, Survive versus a Nefiri and an Annie. Sivir's going to be their best shot, but I do feel like this is going to be someone that is more accentuating the other pieces of this, which I really feel is going to be a mid-jungle Rand game here for WE.
At the very least, the Sivir is kind of like an insurance policy in a game like this.
Sure.
With there is very little scaling in this game from a lot of these lanes. So Sivir, if this game does go late enough and you start theorizing like which champions are best in this game at 5 items and above for an AD carry position, Sivir will just be a very big problem, but I do agree it is kind of a weird puzzle piece to fit in here. What puzzle piece slides in perfectly for me is Flandra on this Galio top. He is a very proficient Galio top. He loved to go for this a lot last year. Looking into a Rumble, Akali solo lanes, I like the pick here. But again, like you mentioned, picking Galio top for Flandra puts a lot of pressure on the mid jungle once again here for Anyone's Legend, and maybe a bit more on the bottom lane. I'm glad to see that because this is something we want more out of them playing for the 2v2. And Ezreal Seraphine is definitely a very powerful 2v2, no matter who they're going against.
Well, let's just hope that the home crowd here in Xi'an can deliver, because this is a hard match. Again, if AL win a single game, they lock top 4, and that is all of our standings basically kind of done. Then everybody's just playing for placements here. And I know that Arha had spoken at great emotion about how finally the fans kind of getting paid off. They felt really bad that they had lost so many times. So a win here tonight would be incredible.
Yeah, and they have really, WE have really continued to improve week in and week out. Let's see if they can keep the standings a little unlocked in Group Ascend and shake up an Anyone's Legend team that is susceptible to upsets as we hit the rift for Game 1. Anyone's Legend, Team WE. Alk, I know we are very much so in the invade meta, but I refuse to let it interrupt the Gyos ever.
No,
so
of course.
We could not let it go. But we do see Tarzan immediately force what likely could be a vertical jungle here against Monkey, starting on the enemy Raptors. And yep, he's just going to clear out his top side. So let's see exactly how this morphs the game state that we came into thinking about.
Is Monkey going to try to, like, flash over the wall? Yep,
Oh,
he's going to try.
yeah,
I feel
baby.
so bad for Monkey because he has no idea that his red is being taken right now. They have so much vision from AL around, hey, what is this topside looking like? For Tarzan, if there was a Trundle on his camp immediately there, I think he might have lost the 2v2, but now it's just a complete disaster, I think, unbeknownst to Team WE. Thank you to this lower third from our production. It is a birthday for we had On's birthday yesterday. He took a win versus IG. It is now Shanks' birthday.
Yeah.
Not yet. Not yet. No All-Pro yet for Shanks. Hold on.
Okay, I mean, I was going to say if you want to give him a birthday present, you can vote for him on All-Pro, but yeah. You know what? It's a big enough win for Shanks that he shares the same birthday as the GOAT actor Robert Pattinson. So, happy birthday to them both.
Uh-oh. Observers, what are we showing? What are we doing?
Yep. Monkey off the Krugs, immediately going to gank. Hope thankfully had the Arcane Shift, so it only is going to cost the heal of Kyle. Arha taking the biggest lick of the brunt there. But that does also provide complete information to Tarzan that, yes, his entire bot side has been taken, except for those Raptors. So Tarzan, because of that gank look from Monkey, is going to come across with a camp lead, as he'll get to take his entire top side for free.
Yeah, I think this is pretty bad for WE. It's great for Tarzan, who, as in the Fury, just wants to continue farming up, hit her first item, whether that's the Hubris or the Cyclo Sword or even the Black Cleaver. And for Trundle, he can be a stat stick in this game, but is really powerful when he gets access to that ultimate, as do a lot of champions. So just being able to win there, I think that we got to see how strong the Seraphine champion is in lane. Presses W, gets the heal, and they lose virtually nothing except the summoner spell. So good look there from WE. I appreciate that they went for it, but I mean, you're coming out worse for wear here, I think, as AL. And also Tarzan not only gets his topside camps, but he also gets double scuttle. And they can invade for Raptors with Annie's priority.
Yeah, it is, obviously, actually, it's just a Ruby Crystal advantage here for Monkey. Tarzan took that early base, so we'll have the fight over those second Raptors. Tarzan showing a bit of patience here, despite Shanks having that prio.
Here.
Mainly because they don't know where Arha is, so there's the Raptor smited away, and Tarzan will not be able to steal that camp, but he's still a happy camper, because he's like, oh yeah, my entire top side is still up here, and I've got to take all of these to get a serious camp lead.
So looking forward in this game, there's very little options for Monkey because his entire bottom side, the timers are given over to AL so they know when those camps are going to be coming back up. And when we look at the damage profile here for AL, it is fairly magic damage skewed. This game does kind of come down, in my perspective, to whether or not this mid-jungle of Annie and Neferi can work. And I'm quite interested to see what Annie is going to be able to do without Electrocute. For a long time now, this champion has basically been relegated to having Phase Rush or Electrocute, and now is going for DFT, which is going to be a little less upfront damage, but maybe as the fight kind of continues on, you can kind of get some last-minute kills with that and Neferi, who decided to go for the Conqueror, especially with how low range this WE team can be. So I want to see WE get out to a lead. All that to say, I need to see this kind of top side from WE push the envelope, because I don't think this game gets much easier for them later on.
And, you know, as we talk about WE's future in the play-in tournament, that one key best of 5, we want to see top side improve to feel confident about them being able to retain that group ascent spot and push to go match back into the playoffs on top of that as well. So something to definitely keep our eye on. I'm glad you mentioned how magic damage focused this game just is in general, because WE also obviously have 2 AP solo lanes. So these bottom laners are really the key sustainable AD damage, and will be interesting to track. We expect Hope to come out ahead in this one, given the Sivir lane. As we do get to see Shanks bring out Tippers early here to continue to get pressure here over Cars, who has consistently been lower in HP as free time we flash towards the mid lane.
Does he have prio from bottom lane, though? Because with Annie, I do think that we see a Kali who's going to just drop this wave. They want to play for the scuttle. Tarzan has upgraded Smite. I don't think this is real, guys, unless we're trying to turn.
All right, Hope on the front line here. The magical portal is going to trap Hope completely, but he just walks back over to his mid-jungle. The stun lands on top of Karis. He's got a flash, and Shuriken flip back out of the river, and that will completely lock up the scuttle. I don't even think Tarzan's going to have to smite this one away to get over to level 6. We see the beat drop. Doesn't necessarily land the snare onto Arha, and everything's going to fizzle out kill-wise, but it's still AL that come out ahead, winning that pressure game on the bot side.
They needed to go towards one side. Unfortunately, they kind of just left Karis up a creek and with no paddles. There's 0 paddles everywhere. No Zoe, I guess.
No paddles.
This is just like a really tough spot to be in. And Monkey's flash wasn't up. So I think WE are doing a lot to try to salvage a lot of what has happened in jungle this game this early on. And if you're maybe a fan of some other people around the league community, jungle is much easier to play for and or much harder to come back in regards to lanes. So if you can, and it's not that bad for your game, you should probably go help your jungler, especially here for WE when we place a lot of importance on Monkey individually. But I mean, Tarzan doesn't have a massive lead, but getting access to that ultimate, I wonder what we're going to do for Grubs coming up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing. And hey, we did see Karis help out Monkey, like you were hoping to see. He did defend those Raptors away from Tarzan, so good to see Karis helping out Monkey on that one. But yeah, we are about 20 seconds out from those Grubs spawning. We still have this first Mountain Drake on the bot side as well. Curious to see if Arha is going to be able to try and get out of this lane, try to get over there for Grubs. Knowing Kyle, he's shown off the proficiency of the roaming Seraphine as well, so want to see if both these supports try and get out on the map, but the Grubs have spawned, and neither support is budging.
Thankfully, Bard does make his way a little bit quicker, but not by much, especially not in this lane state, which I'm surprised to see this investment. It makes more sense for AL to want to stay. I mean, it's Seraphine Ezreal that can kind of bully their way, and they really want to try to keep Sivir trapped. As long as Sivir's underneath her turret, I think that means that Bard is unfortunately stuck with her, and especially again we come back to the jungle situation. There's not many opportunities. I'm glad to see that WE are, instead of saying, hey, we're going to try to contest for Grubs and maybe look for something, they're just instead going to take the Dragon, which we talk about a scaling game. Dragon is always kind of a way for teams to back themselves out of a really bad corner here. I like that we saw Cube actually jump into Fog of War and not try to show on the wave, but he has no equalizer. And Tarzan does have ultimate. Thankfully, the wave is coming back to him thanks to Flandra.
Yeah, it'd be too hard to really force a dive at this current point for Tarzan. as well, you mentioned with the Dragons, always leans towards patching that scaling hole, but oh, hold on. Hope might have found about up on a wave. The spell shield going to have to be used on a Q.
Yikes.
It should be fine, but that's a pretty good chunk poke. Point I wanted to make, though, Ulk, really quickly is that if Dragons are helping out in scaling, Grubs will always help you in the snowball department.
You know, that is true. I'll give you that. It also technically gives you some scaling power because, you know, there's plates later on in the game. Turrets get harder to hit, especially later on, so it's if you're making a 4-man push and you have Grubs, you're actually more incentivized to be able to hit all the turret plates and finish out a turret very quickly. So for both teams, it is hard to hit turrets. You really only have Annie and Ezreal on AL side, and for WE, it is essentially just this Sivir. So hitting turrets is going to be really difficult, and that's why I think Grubs actually has a little bit higher of a value here in this game. But we'll get to that point once we get there, Slayer. I think right now we're getting a rather boring game at 10 minutes, even with some of the early jungle shenanigans.
Yeah, we preached mid-game, mid-game, mid-game out of this draft, and we are in the mid-game now with 0 kills on the board just yet. No lane leading by more than a couple hundred gold. Cube up, obviously, a bit over Flandre at this current point, but now we kind of reached that point in the game where do we see the playmaking start coming through here? Obviously, we talked a lot about for Shanks how he could pair super well up with Tarzan, but it feels like Shanks has been pretty lane locked himself, at least as of late. So I would personally like to see if they can somehow get Shanks out of this lane, trying to work with Tarzan and do that classic Annie play, flash Tibbers onto multiple members, throw the Nefiri in, and let the dogs do their thing.
Could be. I would honestly caution, like, yes, I agree with the stance you're getting towards, but when there's a bar down on the map, infinite map pressure. As soon as he goes into Fogavore, I know you and I were joking about this separately before the show, but if Bard's off map or off vision, I'm like, okay, if I lose Flash as Annie, suddenly there's a Trundle, suddenly there's a Bard ultimate, and I'm screwed as Annie. So I would caution against that, but I like where your head's at, Slayer, and I'm hoping as well, by the way, that AL do kind of get that. That's basically the name of the game when it comes to their damage dealing, and I think for WE, when we look at their comp, I feel very strongly that if they don't get a first punch off versus all of that poke that we're talking about and the Seraphine that's there for 5-on-5s, I don't think WE get a chance back in this game. So their first punch needs to be a knockout.
Oh, Jungle Pet walked out of the bush, and I saw multiple pings come down. So Cube learns that Tarzan was waiting in the wings. The wave was also in a bad state for Cube, potentially be susceptible to that gank, but gets that information and does get himself out. For as much as we talk about Bard being able to, oh, hold on, Karis is trying to protect those Raptors. I thought Shanks was going to drop the whole kid to Poodle right there, but nope, just the stun will get Tarzan those Raptors. Red side Raptors pit has been the most interesting point of this game so far.
Red side Raptors is where every game is decided if you're a jungler. Hey, there we go.
Okay, Shanks does not flash, thanks to Kyle being nearby. So now, hey, Tarzan and Shanks, guys, you got a bit of a timer to go after whatever you want.
That was that might have been some Bard or loss right there. Oh, Tarzan probably has to flash out. He's not heavy. It's coming up.
All right, he's going to E over the wall. He uses the untargetable to his benefits. This does at least give Flandre some time to at least pick up a plate here and try and balance out his gold deficit on the top side, but we are still without a kill as we crest over the 13-minute point. I do believe, at least on this back, that we will see Hope complete that Triforce, and that is the big first jump up for Ezreal, especially into this Sivir matchup.
This is a massive spike in general here for AL. Not only the Trini Force, but you have a completed Leandries here for Shanks. You also have a Cyclo Sword in inventory for Tarzan, so a lot of upfront damage. This next Dragon is going to be interesting. Already AL are in position and ready to fight. Up to WE, how are we going to problem solve from this situation? We will not have a Tempered Fate going into this. So one ultimate down. I don't know if I really want to fight this, and we also need to unlock our Sivir, who is going to be stuck into the Annie, and the rest of AL can try to deliver. You already have Galio, who's moved over. Rumble has the TP, and this gets a little bit strange. I think WE, I think you're just better off hitting your waves.
There's still one skin disconnected from Cars who can't even walk into the river. He's pinging on the mid wave, and yep, W are going to have to give this up. I'm also glad that they don't pressure for that Dragon because Karis opted early for Mercs to get that tier 3 boot upgrade, but that means that this Akali's damage right now is much lower compared to the Annie. So another reason why it really makes sense WE play this a bit slower, but that does of course shut down, at least for an extra 5 minutes, either team's idea of being able to play for the win con that I'm glad in this game we got, which is the Infernal Soul.
Ooh, triple Infernal Dragon for any of these teams sounds like a juicy
Delectable.
Prospect. Yeah, I would love to get my teeth into that. So we'll see. I'm looking at gold right now, and while it is a fairly even game, WE at 1,000, I do think we're in a weird spot here, Slayer, where Galio is a great neutralizer to either one of these solo laners, but in reality, he's only going to be able to match up against one. And with a Gunblade and a Bard and a Trundle, I think that Akali can have a lot of influence here in this game where she can find solo kills into one of these matchups. Specifically just the Annie. The Annie is very susceptible on side lane, so I want to see WE attack that, and I want to see how AL are going to answer. Now I guess just playing towards top side. Hey, just play to Annie's lane, I guess.
But, I mean, they are giving up some valuable solo time for Cube on this bot side. He's even going to make sure the wave gets cut down. And Monkey's going to swing on over here. Hey, this would be a good spot to have Grubs, of course, but Trundle is a turret, a decimator nonetheless. Rift Herald picked up here by Tarzan, but it will be traded for more raw gold back here at WE, and significant gold, I may add. First turret locked down, and this WE early game gold lead is going to balloon to about 2,000, at least for the next, 5 seconds.
Well, it's not going to be that much. It'll probably go down to 1,500 gold. But, yeah. Surprising, by the way, that the team with 3 Grubs is the one that is losing out on first turret. That is something to note here. We're putting a little bit of extra importance on Grubs as this game goes on. I am worried, though, Slayer. And can you maybe guess why? Do you want to fathom a guess?
Well, you know, what we looked at before the game was gold difference at 15. And I don't have the exact number when we broke 15, but I'm going to ballpark it. 15 minutes in, Hope was probably down about 600 gold out of lane, and Flandra was down about 800 to 900 gold out of lane. That's my guess.
Yes. That is AL. That is maybe like a WE-sided version of looking at it. I'm going to look at it from AL's perspective. Cube is the one that got all that gold.
Uh-huh.
And has Cube been a player to deliver when he has been given big carry performances? Not really. So this could be I don't want to say a career-defining moment here for Cube, but definitely a season-defining moment where you are playing probably still one of the most important top laners when it comes to competitive play, and you also have a 900 gold lead into what is supposed to be a traditional lane and thematic in-game counter once we get later.
But it's exactly what we need to see from Cube if we're going to have faith in WE, not even just for the play-in tournament, but even further beyond here. But their side lane dominance continues for both these solo lanes as Karis is going to trade back that top lane tier 1 turret and continue to push that WE gold lead forward. So not very much gain here from AL. The win they're getting right now is that Tarzan steals away blue buff here from Monkey with a nice smite, but there's not a fight they can really look for. They're trying to force their way towards this Gromp, but about as Poppy on the hunt. Tarzan gets over the wall safely. The Gromp will be protected. Alex Pursuit goes right on top of it. About immediately uses the barrier. TP is going to be channeled from both Karis and Flandra to make this a 5-on-5, but both those two parties show up late as everybody's going to walk their way out.
I don't want to have a lot of WE hope, but am I allowed to say that was kind of good for WE? Like, we got a lot of summoner spells. Like, Flandra's not going to have TP, and his ultimate is still very impactful, but not having that TP shield right before this dragon is fairly important here. And it's a 0-0 game, 1,500 gold, yes, but I feel like this game is even. I look at the setup right now, and I gotta say WE, they are tanky enough and also still have enough damage that can be really threatening. So want to see how AL are going to play out these next few moments. It seems like they're going to go for turret plates in mid, which is nice, but they haven't spent any of this gold. WE are the ones who were able to get back to base with some of their carries.
I do like pressuring the turret off of the Sivir reset timer with how much she ruins any sort of pushes, thanks to her kit. That's a good look nonetheless. They're going to make a look towards Karis here. The taunt's going to land, but he's in the Shroud. So there's no way for Tarzan to jump in and drop all that damage through. Meanwhile, Hope, good arcane shift away from a nice placed pillar there. Out of Monkey, Cube's going to TP with that big, fat shield. As it looks like W were trying to force their way towards the downriver. Temper Fate goes wide, so does the Encore. Both are our supports whiffing their ultimates. Shanks drops the hammer onto Arha, tries to flash magical journey out as we do get the hero's entrance. Karis from the assassination gets first blood onto Shanks, and there's no way to trade him out just yet. Tibbers is angry, but Tibbers will not get revenge here. And now Flaundra's got to flash away from a bout as WE takes supreme control of the bot side river.
They did not set up well enough with this mid jungle, and thankfully for AL, at least Hope is chumping out damage right now. Instead of going for the dragon, they're going to try and force this hand. WE will not be able to go for the Drake. Instead, trying to protect the mid lane. Nice Trundle Pillar. I think Tarzan was probably looking for a way out of this anyway, so thankful for them. AL will get a boost thanks to the enemy jungler there. A single turret plate goes down, not that much gold given back, and WE are still able to fight.
Yeah, and they're using the pillar once again to try and fight for the Scuttle Crab. Hope not going to get the Cosmic Binding Stun to come across here. But Monkey has gotten healthy thanks to that red buff and resets to come across on all sides. Monkey is going to aggro the first Infernal Drake of many for this game one. In AL, I'm seeing recalls from Hope, and I'm seeing Tarzan farming Krug. So after all that huffing and puffing, WE are going to get that first Infernal Drake of the game.
AL fans right now, you better start getting worried because that damage profile that we were talking about might start to come true, and those are some nightmares you're going to be having. They just didn't have enough burst to kind of make it through. You were commenting on, hey, the loss of damage that something like upgraded Chain Crushers is going to give you. To me, sometimes the best offense is a better defense, and having that ability to just have the magic shield to chunk up some of the upfront burst from AL actually gives them the ability to do more later on into a fight. So I don't think we've seen the best out of AL here in this game, but WE at least, they're continuing that level up that we have seen from them throughout this season.
Very impressive to see, given the mark we need them to be at if they want to get back into Group Ascend. And again, it's good to see that the biggest gold leads so far of this game are currently, in their solo lanes with both Cube and Karis up about 500 gold respectively. Karis, though, might be caught out here, goes in the Shroud, and is just going to shirk and flip his way out of the pit. So continuing to, W have done a really good job continuing to make Tarzan's Naafiri feel like not as potent as we've seen it out past, really being nifty around those timers, especially Karis. He's consistently used that Shroud to make sure that Tarzan can never use that Hound's Pursuit to get on top of him and dump all that Naafiri damage through.
There's just, I don't think that there's as many like conventional ways for them to find fights, and that's where AL are kind of struggling. They have been a creative team in the past, but I think this year we haven't really gotten them to be as innovative as maybe some of us want them to be, maybe as like this imagined form of AL from last year. And now we are starting to see some of the issues with that, as Tarzan can be a big carry threat, but this feels, Naafiri in the way that she's played currently, and especially in this game, feels very akin to why we don't see a lot of Qiyana so far this split, and why we don't see Vi be a champion here for Tarzan.
Here we go. Finally, Tarzan feels like he has an angle onto Cube. He's going to flash, but the Hound Pursuit will follow. Darkened Daggers and the Bleed will find that kill. Finally, Tarzan gets a shot at the side laner and makes them pay.
Yeah, but look on the other side of the map right now. Akali's getting side lane gold. We're able to push in mid and also grab this. So, sure, it's great for Tarzan's game, but I think for the rest of the Rift, I think this is at best going to be an equalizing play. Finally for AL, they'll grab another turret on the bottom side to hopefully make it a little bit more worth for them. But I think we are getting into that point here, Slayer, where AL's inability to be able to clear waves is becoming more and more problematic for them versus a Rumble and a Sivir.
It can be very valuable, especially if, we get into scenarios where big late pushes come across from AL. Sivir and Rumble can really hinder those pushes. As just map pressure in general has more so been gained by Team WE by this point, especially towards that top side. As you look at some of the vision, you can see multiple pink wards so far set up on this top river for WE. The Fey Lights is really all that Kyle has been able to get done so far. And the Baron Pit is obviously where the ire of all of us must go, as we have crested way over the point of Baron spawning into this game and could really be a big deciding factor. But there's also that next Infernal Drake in about a minute and a half that would put TWE on Soul Point. Tarzan once again going after Karis, but there's that interaction. Go into the Shroud. There's no way for Neferi to jump on top of you.
Nothing for them to do. We'll talk a little bit about itemization while we have a moment here, a minute before this Dragon. I've really, really loved the adaptation that we've seen from almost all of our AD carries, that most often you're not going to be needing something like the Gunmetal Greaves, which is your upgraded Berserker Greaves. We've seen a lot of AD carries shift into the Omnivamp boots, which I think is probably just the best slot for them to be in. Usually you just want to be able to heal, and while you won't have that same stacking that we see in solo queue, I think just having the flat Omnivamp is really, really good. Tarzan, is its flank good enough?
Oh my god, nice shift forward from Hope. Arhas Magical Journey and heal himself. Flash Encore not going to find the mark there from Kyle as he continues to get limited value out of that key team fight ultimate. But Arha is going to have to reset. Luckily, there's more than enough time for him to do so. There's 30 seconds until this Infernal Drake does spawn, as Tarzan continues to try and push further up the map into Team WE territory, because AL want to play through mid lane to threaten this tier 2 turret.
Annie has Flash, and there's a Blast Cone if they really need it. This is very important for AL with their 3 grubs. Can they get more turret plates? That's 2 for them, but no time to recall and spend this gold. Akali's getting prio from bottom lane. We now see Cube TP back into this wave. We're walking into this fight, and there's no Flash here for Kyle. No ultimate either.
Oh
no,
that was a really audacious arcade shift forward. They're going to go after Arha, but a great stun on the pillar. Arha flashes over, does get out, but here comes Shakes forward, flash forward from Flandra.
Look
Gets
at
a big
this.
taunt down. Cube goes into the stasis. The Equalizer doesn't get a ton of value. Shift forward. Hope has to flash away from a Cosmic Binding as Arha is just pulling all of AL away from the Dragon Pit, away from this mid lane. They do finally complete the kill, but look at the health bars. AL are all grouped up around Baron, but they don't have the resources to actually make this happen.
Yeah, they try to go for another mid wave here, and AL are completely cut off. Tarzan, I needed to see something from this Neferi, and I am still yet to see anything impressive enough. Dragon's going to be started, Baron's going to be the trade, but honestly, Slayer, it's 2.5 minutes here for the buff, a mid turret as well, and you're going to give over Soul Point to WE. I don't think that this is worth it here for AL, and this is mostly just a Pyrrhic victory.
Well, maybe they can try and pick off Karis. Karis has least dragged Hope away from the Baron Pit, but thanks to Neferi, they will secure the buff. Soul Point for Team WE, and now Monkey has to be careful going after that pink ward. He will get himself out as About does get Team WE onto Infernal Soul Point. So we really need to see AL make the most of this Baron as we go back through our first big fight of the game.
I will be the first one to say Hope has played this Ezreal game fairly cleanly. This is the one mistake that makes his team a little bit hesitant. We get to see right there, though, Bard Q plus the Trundle Pillar, and then this Equalizer over top. There's no damage now. There's no Seraphine ult to try to help. There's some shielding that she'll provide, but this damage from AL needs to come in bursts, or you need to let Hope whittle away at the health bars of the opponents. That has not happened in either instance, and with Arha taking so much of the time of AL, just extended that play out. The gold lead for this game, I can't wait to see the gold graph, because it's going to be very close between the two of them, but just the actual game itself, very well played, I think, from WE, where AL have not been able to pounce.
And here we get into that conversation we alluded to, Alk. Sivir wave clear, Rumble wave clear. It really shuts down any of these pushes as Flandra gets caught in a pillar. Comes down. He's completely done for. The taunt will only buy inevitable time. He's even going to the stasis here. Encore comes down here from Kyle, but he was as good as dead. Temper Fate is going to go wide here from Arha. The stun lands on the Shake, but Tarzan on the flank has Arha cornered, and the Dark and Daggers will find the kill. Karis looks to the trade, does get it with a perfect execution, and Hope has been caught by Cube and Monkey. Kyle will not be able to run away. WE pounce on the AL push and make them pay.
Is that my 1-11 team beating a 4th place team here in the LPL that I am seeing currently? I mean, great team fighting, great setup, and AL are struggling to get anything going. This is the Fury pick. I feel like every time we see her jump forward, it's an immediately flashback, or AL cannot pull back. I mean, Shanks is essentially non-existent here in this game. The pressure that Akali has on this champion. Again, Trundle Pillar, mega OP. You are playing Galio, you are playing Annie. If you get a Trundle Pillar behind you, Oftentimes, that's a flash. Oftentimes, it's your life. Seraphino comes out, but that's nothing here. And just, I love this. I just love this play coming in from Karis. Huge pressure onto Shanks.
We get to see the back half as well. The bouncing boomerang plays so much work there from About to get those last 2 kills. And listen, a bounce about it is not far away from 4 items on this Sivir. And we talked about how this is the really big scaling insurance policy, especially in these fights, grouped up fights with a pretty low range AL comp. These bouncing boomerangs, man, we're about to be full crit on Sivir. They are going to do some serious lifting.
Ooh, and then I'm looking across the other items of his team. Seeker's already done here for Karis. You have a Zonias that just got bought by Cube. AL, if your window was already pretty small before, well, essentially you're just kind of trying to jam your fingers in the small crevice that is there. You're like, can I get this window open? Are we going to be able to do anything? Dragon's up in a minute and a half, and WE might find a game win here up against AL, which is, I think is just more impressive with the fact that we've seen WE finally understand what they need to do and kind of get the ship righted right before the start of playoffs.
And you know, Team W are really going to have the support of a lot of LPL fan bases, and hopefully a lot of you out there knowing what this game 1 win would mean for them. But Monkey is going to get caught by a ton. He's going to go for the subjugate onto Flandra, though. And look at About. Watch his damage. He just charged through all of Flandra. Not built for the AD carry. Equalizer comes down. Tarzan goes untargetable, but the slows are starting to stack. Encore is going to hit onto 3 members. Karis off to the side looking for a flank. Shanks will push him off. But we have a Dragon in about a minute's time. Flandra will be able to respawn, but AL, they have to give up this space. They cannot control it without their only pseudo tank, and there's no way for them to find a re-engage.
Dude, how fast is Monkey, by the way? He puts his W down. Look at his dead man's plate. This brother's running at 900 MS the whole game. I would be terrified to see a Trundle running at me with this much movement speed. It basically cuts any of the distance that maybe Hope might be able to get away from the enemy team in half. So WE, 20 seconds now before this Dragon, are going to have Summoner Spell advantage in almost every single lane now. We come out of the Durexad. There's no flash for Tarzan going into this fight. Kael has no flash. So AL, when are we going to see this Annie and Nefiri combo actually work? It needs to be now. Take control of vision and make sure that WE are walking into you while Karis is looking for a flank.
Oh boy, they have no idea Karis is down here. He hasn't even showed on the minion wave. AL have taken a very big position on the bot side, but Karis is exactly where you want to be. Is that a call lead?
Now.
A perfect assassination attempt inevitable here. The Dragon Infernal Soul. Monkey's
oh
gonna
my
go forward
God.
and try to set up Karis. Monkey's health bar is evaporating, but there goes Shanks. Karis cuts him down, goes into the stasis. The hero's entrance only brings Flandra not that far away from death. Stasis out of Cube. Hope and Kael cannot flash away from the decimation that is Team WE. Karis hits the flash recall in style as AL get aced off the map.
WE are going to take a 10,000 gold lead. They're going to push down bottom lane, and with 40-second death timers, are going to take game 1 versus anyone's legend.
NIP fans, top esports fans, Billy Gaming fans, JD Gaming fans, and most importantly, Team WE fans. You have to love this result. Group Ascend standings are not locked up just yet. Team WE are rounding into a form they need to be in ahead of a do or die play-in series as they will take a game 1 win over the Pandas.
Wow, incredible stuff, man. Finish off this Nexus. What an insane performance. And I had my questions, I had my doubts. I said, can Cube perform on this Rumble champion? Check, he's done it. Can we see Karis, who has time after time reached for the Akali and been able to bring out some carry games? Check. About and Arha doing themselves a good job in bottom lane with the Sivir and Bard. There we go.
It was awesome. It was awesome to see here. And yeah, it was really like, we've had games where obviously Team WE, there's a small sample size of wins, right?
Yeah.
We obviously cited earlier on that a lot of it felt like it was the bottom lane. We talked about the player of the games there. Maybe we had Monkey finally get a player of the game. This is, to me, the best Team WE win of the entire split. This was the most complete team win we've seen from them this entire split.
And now comes the most important part for WE. Can you do it again tonight? Can you take two? Because my philosophy for a long time has been, if you could take one Nexus, well then hell, you can take as many as, you can make more. And that was the problem before WE. Before they got that first win versus JDG, they had not blown up a Nexus in Split 2.
No.
So it was kind of a dog on their back saying, like, we can't win. We're going to continue to be worse. We're going to continue to be the worst team here in Group Ascend. And now they're taking names versus everybody. They did it versus JDG. They did it versus Invictus Gaming. Now they've won a game versus AL. I think it's really scary. This is potentially, in my history, probably the scariest 1-11 team I've seen in at least in a little bit.
You know, I back that. I back that, Dimitri, without a doubt. Yeah, I mean, I kind of hope WE can take this win just because, you know, first of all, it would look very funny that if me and Alk in particular are on a 2-0 WE win, because there is credible quotes from us saying that they were never going to even win a game. So that'd be ironic. That'd be funny, and we deserve to be called out on that. But number two, if they beat AL 2-0 here, with the slide we've kind of seen, you know, teams like Weibo, with teams like IG on of late, everyone was talking about, oh, the number 1 seed out of Nirvana is like your golden ticket to Group Ascend. If we're talking about form going into that play-in tournament, WE a 2-0 against AL, maybe you don't want to play them right now.
LNG fans, it's going to be a cold winter. That's all I'm about to say.
Cold
it's
spring.
Gonna be cold summer, actually. Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to be absolute. It's going to be TV frozen dinner if we don't get to see them in Group Ascend. But, taking a look back, I am looking at AL's recent schedule. They are now on they lost 0-2 to NIP the other week. They lost 1-2 to JDG.
Mm-hmm.
If they lose here tonight, 3-series loss streak, and then going into BLG, knowing the LPL, it'll be an AL slided win, and it will be like, why did we ever doubt this team? But until I see it, there we go. There's that gold graph I was asking for. Incredibly even.
So, and then looking at the damage dealt, folks, this is called MR first, armor later. That's what I have to say. Just look at the AD carry damage on both sides.
Most important Trundle, by the way, of all time. 8,000 damage.
Unironically, you're not lying, because this guy was just like, all right, I'm going to face take and ult the Galio, and you guys kill them. I'm just going to absorb damage. You know what? Well played, Monkey.
Yeah. 40% damage there, a share from About. I gotta say, whether it's a Chorus MVP or an About MVP, I would not be too mad about either one of them. Really, really good stuff from WE, and this was kind of what we had seen from them. Obviously, in this game, we kind of got to see that they actually had a even laning phase into a better mid game, which for me, watching this team in the midpoint of the season, it was their lane and bottom lane is good, but then we get to 15 minutes and Cars and Cube really start to fall behind. But that was not the case here in this game. I think Shanks on Annie was completely invisible here in this game.
Yeah, and I think Tarzan's the Fury was also very invisible. The only time outside that one gank on the Cube in between tier 1, tier 2 turret, the guy was just only targeting this Bard, and partly because it really felt like the only angle they had. And that's where I do want to, give a tip of the cap to Arha, who I don't think will get a player of the game look in this one, but his ability to do the most classic Bard thing of, distracting all the opponents. I guess the kids would call it jester maxing. Baiting all of AL into following him all around the map. It really was pivotal. That he stalled AL so many times in this game by just yanking Tarzan on wherever the hell on the map he wanted to go.
This is a high execution draft for AL. I know it looks rather simple, but because they don't have consistent ways of getting crowd control, specifically because so many teams, and you're playing Annie, are looking for the stun with Tibbers instead of just taking the free W or using the Disintegrate to get a point and click, it was just impossible for them to get fights going, especially because they were behind. If they were even or ahead, expect to be a lot simpler for them to play, but this was a draft that required high levels of execution. We did not see the mid-jungle of AL really work well this game. And as I said, as we got into the post-game here, it is all about, can we see WE take a second game here tonight? Because, like we said, a single game basically locks up a single game win for anyone's Legends locks up the entirety of the standings. And for WE, they're already doomed to be 8th place. But can you be the best 8th place team you could be going into play-ins? That's what we want to see.
Can you be the people's champion? Because a
Yes.
TWE series win would really put smiles on the face of so many of the other Group Ascend teams currently slated in. You mentioned it. You said Karis or About you'd be fine with for MVP. I'm going to push back on that a bit and say I really hope it's Karis because I want a solo lane from Team WE to get a player of the game, and it has finally happened this split, Dimitri. Karis gets his first
yes. Good. I appreciate this. There's not many times here on the broadcast that we get to say nice things about Cuban Karis, so I am glad to see that he is picking up an MVP. Definitely deserved it with his performance tonight.
Deathless, hugely impactful in this game, both in his execution of getting away from picks potentially coming his way, and of course doing what he always do best, assassinating key targets later on there. Congratulations, Karis. Now we could say solo lanes have an MVP for Team WE, junglers got one, and the bottom laners do as well. Just looking at you, Cube, even though you had one hell of a performance. I'm actually curious if they'll show the voting here. I hope Cube got some nods. Wow, Cube did not even get a nod. In this
Dude,
one.
About is completely invisible on here. Why? Monkey votes. All right, guys. All right, I get it. I get it. Captain of the team. 8,000 damage. He was maybe channeling some Jinja on him. He was like, I can do a Jinja Malphite cosplay real quick on the Trundle.
Yeah, just don't do a Marlin Malphite cosplay, anybody. That's
Man.
that's where the bar, the lowest bar is on the Malphite. Good start here for Team WE. They have kept the options, the possibilities for Group Ascend much more open than we thought they would be. Ulk, though, I'm going to set it. I'm going to leave you all with the question one final time. Can Team WE do it again? Can they upset anyone's legend? We'll have to find out with the Game 2 draft that is coming your way after this short break. Welcome back once more to the LPL English stream as we get into Game 2 of our second series of the night. It started out with a bang for the best 1-11 team Hulk Battery has ever seen in the history of League of Legends. Team WE taking a convincing Game 1 win over AL. Their most convincing win against any team of this split so far. And now we got to see if they can commit to 2 Nexus explosions, if they can get it done against what we thought would be a top 4 lock team in anyone's legend coming into today.
Surely they'll win a game, right? Right? I am knowing the LPL and knowing professional League of Legends. What is now going to happen is we're going to have a very one-sided game. We're going to look at the draft and we're going to say, okay, WE, they have good elements to be able to play the game. We're going to get into game. There's going to be some early game shenanigans. And then we're going to end game 2 and be like, why did we ever doubt AL? Right, guys? Right? That's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah. I would just hate that. Like, the script now is Team WE have really good Game 1 win. I'd say they lose Game 2 convincingly, but it's somewhat close, and then Game 3 is just like 25-minute AL stomp. I really hope we don't get that with how fun WE have been as of late and as in this series as well. Into the Game 2 draft here, where AL will have selected, I believe, blue side here, because they are on first pick on blue side. So we have another traditional draft, just like Game 1.
There we go. Okay. Bans look very similar. Varus and the Orianna. AL or WE have shown zero preference towards playing towards Ashe, and with Seraphine taken away, I wouldn't be surprised to see it banned, even though her lane partner has been taken. Azir gone now, though. To me, kind of says that AL are going to be looking for things like the Rise. Again, a really prominent champion, and one that I think that Shanks has been very, very good at being able to pilot. That has been where I think AL have been at their strongest, is allowing Shanks to kind of play to the side lane, open up the map for them, and create plays across.
Driving going to be the final ban over towards Tarzan, who I'm curious to see how much more he leans towards being a facilitator in this game after the carry performance didn't go so well. Good call there, Dimitri. The B1 pick will be that Rise for Shanks.
So no Akali to maybe get underneath him, and there's no Annie anymore. So the answers, I think, here for Karis to get a little bit more limited. You can try to go for something like an Ahri. I know that Talia has kind of fallen out of the presence of the current mid laners, so I'll be interested to see what Karis goes for. WE, though, I think very shrewdly getting not only Xin Zhao and Sion, I think strong takeaways from their opponents, and you already kind of are setting up for what are classic champion profiles for these two players.
And while we have doubted Cube's carry potential, and he did kind of quell those sort of doubts in Game 1, this is a classic Cube champion, right? I know everybody plays Sion, but this is a uber comfort pick for Mr. Cube, so I never hate getting that one out of the way early. This would, all right, so Lucian's going to get locked in. This is probably going to be Lucian Melio. This is, one, we were worried about their lane threatening power in Hope and Kyle going into this series. I think they were all right. In the Ezreal Seraphine lane, they were behind gold. Mr. Hope at 15 is that key stat. So them indexing into Lucian Melio, gutsy call. I'll label it that one, Dimitri.
Very low crowd control, though, and especially low targeted crowd control from WE. I think that Lucian Melio has some legs to stand on here in this game. And if Hope is going to have the same level of performance in the mid game like we saw from him in that last one, I'll give him the pass, but I need to see him actually come up big on this one. So against this, the calling in mid-game is going to have massive value. Rise in a side lane now is, again, just allowing Shanks to play without Roam Warp. Really, really dangerous for a team like AL, who love to play a smarter game, love to play the game a little bit wider on the map. Pantheon being banned, again, I'm just absolutely flabbergasted by the lack of priority, especially for a player like Tarzan, on this champion on Pantheon. So glad to see WE are showing their respect, but I am very confused by what we have been seeing recently.
I wonder what Tarzan's looking for that he feels like he needs to hold jungle later into this draft. Also, quick shout out to the Karis Cassiopeia. I know you've really talked a lot about this, that if you're going to pick this champion, you need to be, there needs to not be a big range discrepancy. So I actually really love this slam into the Lucian Melio, and the Rise is it's very hard now for AL to pick someone that will truly outrange this Cassio and be able to punish it consistently.
Nautilus, I like this. Lane's going to be tough. You're probably not going to find very many angles, but if jungle starts to get involved, I do think that they can try to hunt down this bottom lane, especially. And Nocturne is good for playing the sides mid-jungle, playing to try to catch out Cassiopeia in side lanes. I always love that as a potential here. But for WE, what I really want to see from them is what bot lane we're going to be able to pair yet again here for about who's getting counterpick in this game. And how are we going to get around some of the scaling elements of this AL team? There is a Shen. Is this for jungle, or are we taking this into the Sion, which is a very good matchup for Flandre?
And also would help, you know, actually regardless where it goes, the side lane threat that Shen can provide offensively. We always talk about the Staying United defensively, but, you know, no matter if it's going top or jungle, it can jump on top of somebody who's going forward and look for a side lane pick here. Early hover indicates it's going to be Flandre, who does have some Shen reps under him, of course. We'll lock that one in. And we see the Vi come through for Tarzan again. He played this for the first time this split last series against EDG. He's now doubling down and picking it here. I wonder what Tarzan sees in Vi on this patch that he's suddenly picking up this champion.
I think they just need more engage, right? Like if you don't pick if you pick something like Skarner here in this game, you're going to have literally zero threat onto Cassio. And so Vi kind of feels like a necessity here. Again, with Xin Zhao gone,
MF into Vi?
they're going to have that. MF into Vi, Shen, and Rise. Dangerous, but as we saw in that last game, yes, About became more important later on, but this game was really dictated, again, by the mid laners, by Karis having that big impact. And we'll see what this matchup is going to be. I know early on this year, I was a big hater of Cassio into Rise, but now that Storm Raiders is in, FaZe Rush is out, DFT is in this game, I do think that Cassio now is a little bit more appetizing. And like you mentioned, shorter range does mean that Cassio can thrive. And if she gets Rod of Aegis, Seraph, Zhonya's even later on, I mean, she's basically never getting killed because this Vi can't really target her.
Yeah, I think some of us were a bit worried about how WE could approach a draft after such a big Game 1 win. I have to say, I think while we are worried about About's misfortune for obvious reasons, the point you led with there, all to me, is awesome. Team WE are saying, Karis Cube, you guys played really well Game 1. Let's just give you the rock again, right? Let's play the hot hand and see if we can get ourselves a 2-0 sweep. I am a fan of this draft for the most part for Team WE. I think once again, it's AL really indexing in to being able to play pick potential on the map, and 5v5 fights are going to be pretty difficult for them.
It's all about, can this Vi get any value here in this game? I'm always going to look at Rise as this really strong beast of a champion on 3 items. We'll see if they can deliver. Here again, potentially on the verge of WE looking down a Game 2 win here at the home arena.
But you can hear the AL Gyos ring out as well, almost erratic, as they want to see their team finally round into playoff form, and most importantly, avoid getting upset by this 1-11 upstart Team WE squad as of late. No jungle shenanigans to speak of just yet. Looks like we're just going to see a Raptor start here for Monkey. Tarzan on his blue buff, so unless we see any invades come across, I was going to say we're just going to path down, but Monkey's immediately sprinting into Tarzan's jungle on top of a ward.
Dude, fight this guy. We've got Raptors. He's got level 2. That's about it right now. Tarzan's going to be pushed out. More than likely, he's just going to be able to finish his jungle. So Monkey is going to be behind. But as with most things in jungle here, this is all a exercise in getting information on the enemy team. Yes, Monkey is going to be behind, especially in his clear, but knowing that Vi is topside, knowing that she's going to be pathing down, very important. Karis, don't get solo killed, brother. The minions, the minion. No. Oh my god. 17 HP. Thank you to our observers.
No, don't do that to me, observers. I just assumed it was a kill because the observers were focusing on that. It's also a kill of Shanks. I think Flash for Flash just throws out even an auto, but hey, listen. Still a big win for Shanks. Gets a ton of lane pressure. I don't even think he necessarily has to TP back here, unless he wants to keep up the pressure, so why not? So he will look for that TP back as Arha is on his own mission. right now to try and defend the blue buff from Tarzan. Monkey is recalling. He will not be here, but the blue buff is going to reset. Tarzan maybe a little bit worried that Monkey is here.
I mean, Melio is here to help. It's gonna leash again. Look at the patience. It's going down. Patience meter means that he's probably just gonna have to smite this. Arha, he's level 2. This is just a flash and an out.
Okay, Monkey has arrived. Tarzan will win the 14 HP smite fight. Dredgeline's gonna land. First blood goes to About. Trade immediately back here by AL.
What are we doing?
And the double tap started to sink through here for Hope. Flashes forward. Monkey tries to dash towards the grub to find himself some safety. When becomes lightning, slows up just enough. Monkey should be able to kite back towards his tier 1 turn. As About's gonna get a ton of value from these double taps. Double dash forward. Hope finds the kill. The barrier is supreme. Here comes About's for the trade. Can he find the oh yes! And he flashes away perfectly succinct to make sure it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Why are we flipping the game at 3 minutes, guys?
Because it's the LPL!
It was all for a blue buff, which Tarzan still gets, and he steals his Grom. So yet another start where AL get off to a massive lead in jungle, but can they snowball this? Because now About just got 2 kills, Chorus has gone down, and while it's a little bit more in favor of AL, W are doing everything to try to screw with Tarzan early on in this game.
And I love it because it really feels like you slow Tarzan down. This AL team comes to a grinding halt. No better example than that than what we saw Junja do, trying to just annoy Tarzan in the last series we saw from AL. We just don't talk about game 2 where Tarzan definitely got his revenge, but hey, who took the series, am I right?
Exactly. Currently, AL would have had an 8 in that win column instead of a 7, but who knows? So, WE, the game definitely exploded. I am not expecting to see very much early game around this dragon. The lanes just don't really allow for it. And right now, what I am kind of going to be indexing very heavily on is if we can get some item spikes. What are we going to do for these grubs that are spawning in 3.5 minutes? Because looking at some of these lanes, I do not want to be early on trying to play against the team that has a Shen. A Shen wants a controlled game. He wants something where you can really play around the long cooldown of Stand United early. You know, just kind of abuse the fact that you can be in multiple places at once and have extra skirmishing potential. That with a Rise as well.
For the flip side here, pro WE take on what I don't want to lane into. I never want to lane into an AD carry. This first back brings the BF sword. That's what About is, but
true.
Hey, we were worried about the potential to jump onto this Misfortune with a Vi and the Shen you talked about, so ever present that AL make About a serious target, especially knowing that for this dragon that's still up and just about to win the grub spawn, not that About would be at them, his flash will still be down.
I'm sad we're not going to get a replay of that fight. And my eyes went really wide when we were in the laning phase earlier on in this game because About opted for Shield Bash plus Bone Plating. Into range matchups, it's typically not something you would want, especially the Bone Plating. Shield Bash has its place, especially because you're probably going BF Sword at some point. Flandra has ultimate, and you're playing on the wrong side of the lane here as WE. Tarzan could be looking for something, but no vision and maybe a little bit overextension is instead just going to opt for the dragon.
Yeah, maybe if he had access to that cease and desist, makes that gank a bit easier, but is going to in fact back off. Monkey was tracking towards his top side, is now newly sprinting down towards this dragon, but look at Shanks' prio, look at the bottom lane prio. There really shouldn't be a way to make this work, but Cube is going to ult in here. We're realm warping behind About as Arha does get cut off. There's a Standing United coming across, hoping About have a 1v1 for the time being as Shanks needs to get over towards his AD carry, but About should be as good as kaput here. Barrier should not be able to save him. Shanks picks up that first kill. Flandra on the front side should get burned down and traded right back. Karis has donated that kill, but Tarzan was able to secure the dragon. So once again, margin's really close, Hulk Battery, but it's AL that come out slightly ahead.
They'll get the dragon, and like you were mentioning, that kill, good for equalizing the bottom lane, but it does come at a cost. Shanks will pick up this wave. I wonder if he can get another plate because it has to make up for what is the deficit going to be here for Shen. It's into Sion, but still you do not want to be falling behind. Sion in this game can be a big problem for AL if they don't get off to a start. And look at Shanks. I feel bad because I I like the idea behind the Realm Warp, but being completely cut off from his team and not being able to put down more damage, this, I feel, is a fight that should have gone more in AL's favor, but Shanks, I think, just being way too far away from the rest of his team.
Yeah, he spent a good 5 seconds clicking back and forth around that fat wall. Very valuable time, like you mentioned, in a team fight. We should potentially be tracking towards another one very soon here. The Grubs are up in about 20 seconds. We talked a lot about that Stand United cooldown. Of course, that being off the board for a very long time at this point. Wonder how much WE, knowing that, will try and just pressure these Grubs to get their first pick at that neutral objective.
I would love to see it. They are behind the 8-ball as AL. Just Shanks stayed for another wave bottom lane and isn't going to be able to complete his Rod of Ages, which is going to be here probably within the next 2 or 3 waves. And now that he has the TP, yeah, Arha here is first. Karis is here, so I think this is just going to be WE taking at least one of these Grubs.
Kyle is on the bottom lane. He's playing Melio, man, so he's got to stay in his 2v2 lane. Wouldn't hate this from Tarzan. Maybe looking to dive about here at that cease and desist. Is spotted walking over. Shanks now comes off of the map, and yep, great awareness about. It sucks to donate a wave, but you are clearly the only play here for AL, especially if you show anywhere on the map right now. All right. Good.
We're not going for this. Sorry, guys, we have to give up this wave. One caveat I will give to MF is that she is essentially the bot laner's version of Rumble. If Rumble's ever under threat of a dive, he throws out an equalizer, he clears the wave, he gets himself a recall. Same thing for MF. If she thinks there's a dive, you throw out that bullet time, you delete the minion wave, and you get your recall in. So just going to play very respectful, and this is going to give AL not only time to invade the bot side jungle of Monkey, but also even up that gold lead that we saw from about early on.
Oh my god, Arha flashing over the wall, gets the dredge line into the bullet time, forces out the breath of life. I kind of love the playmaking, can't hate it, but they don't end up committing to the kill.
Respect. All about sauce. All about, can I just take one of your summoner spells? Didn't have anything to give up, and like you mentioned, it was just the ultimate, but it'll be a wave that is caught. And, more importantly, I think, look, Ara is going to have his Hex Flash, so you'll still have access to this summoner spell, just in a little bit less of a capacity.
I like it, though. Arha, you know, I really felt like made his name last year on playing some really high-level engaged supports. Was able to show, you know, really cool windows that I feel like not a lot of support players necessarily get, and what really stood out to me originally. So, despite the fact, you know, obviously we have a lot more enchanters in the meta, it feels like we have one of our more balanced support pools of recent metas that he's been able to, you know, get this Nautilus game in. And like you mentioned, it wasn't going to be great for the lane, but the lane is coming to a close soon. So the value of this Nautilus is really going to start ticking up here in this mid game for WE.
Okay, I have 2 points, and they both kind of revolve around mid lane. One of them being that Karis, because he's behind, actually hasn't bought his Rod of Ages yet. He's looking for a recall before this dragon so that he can buy it. He's going to be about a minute behind Shanks here in this game. And number 2, Shanks having Realm Warp but no lanes to play for does limit some of the options here for AL. There is a Stand United, dragon spawning in 30 seconds, so as long as WE don't overextend, or they're making sure to pay attention where the solo lanes of AL are, it'll make the fight a little bit more even. But the fact that they can reposition so quickly from anyone's legend, I think is going to prove very difficult for WE.
Well, Shanks going after Pink Ward. He jumps on top of him. 3 talent strike knockup. Already went through, so Shanks uses that Realm Warp. And that's going to take away a lot of the flank ability of AL in this 5v5. Coling also came down there from Hope. Gets decent chunk damage into a bout, but that's 2 ultimates off the board here as the Dragon hits the Rift here.
Yeah, no culling and the adaptive potion for Lucian. I'm winning that fight. Cube is going to try to use his ultimate to get in. How are AL going to find it? I think this has to just be a massive steal from Tarzan.
All right, Shen Stand United onto the Vi, going over the wall. Vault Breaker gonna immediately go to the Seize Assist on top of About. There comes out the Crescent Guard. Bullet time turning from About. Can it get rid of these health bars? There's just not enough damage, and the Dragon is picked up from Tarzan. The Shen delivery system with the Vi works wonders, and the Pandas are gonna wipe down this fight, only losing a couple of members, but winning out on the game state. What an ace for anyone's legend.
Dude, that was a crazy look from Tarzan. He knows he has the health to go for it. They try to set up right onto this Cassiopeia and the MF, who, by the way, standing right on top of each other. So you're going to lose that flash. We'll take a look at this from Flandra's perspective, probably already panning his camera over. Look at this. You cannot have this. One of the goats of the LPL, Yagao, what did he say? Do not have minute 80 carry standing on the same place. And he get punished there. Flandra and Tarzan being able to disrupt all of the damage from WE. And get the dragon.
Yep, and he got that dragon steal that really feels like the biggest win. That was fight lines that felt so WE favored. Tarzan and his creative engages gets AL. Still a sizable chunk gold lead, about 1.7, but it really feels like the dragon stacking is the real win. A clear soul win con to play for. If things go well for AL, they could have a shot at Ocean Soul at a mere 23 minutes.
Ocean Dragon in general is so valuable to champs like Lucian and Ryze, and later on, if it becomes a reality for WE, this Cassio. So they are I feel like AL this game are one step ahead of the 8-ball. They're a minute ahead in their their Rod of Ages that we see for the mid laners. Their Shen is just a little bit ahead of this matchup. We're even seeing Hope start to come out to a big lead here before 15 minutes. Everything is starting to go well here for AL, who we saw them. I think that some of this game does come down to the fact that we saw WE invest for an invade early.
Flandra? I don't know what that TP was. We're flashing mid lane though, where Hope drops a full culling. Double tap autos come across, one more dash forward, and About is dead! How about this gold lead for Hope? It crews even further, pushing over the 600 mark.
Man, About maybe taking some lessons from the school of Jackie Love. You know, a little too far up on the mid wave. My support's in topside jungle. There you go, kaput. AL find that kill, and now they're just gonna be able to take everything on side lanes. Ryze is now going to match Cube, but they've already gotten turret plates for some of their carries here.
Yeah, that Flandra TP definitely looked a bit odd at first, but now, with Shanks, as you called out, being able to match the TP bot side, it is another winning play here for AL as their gold lead is continuing to balloon. Cube going for an unstoppable onslaught play onto Shanks here. Gets the slow Decimate Smash only with another slow.
Oh no.
Cube, I don't think, can push further for the solo kill because here comes Tarzan. Immediately going to have to flash away. No cease and assist. Going to be committed here for Tarzan. Monkey showing up now, but I think this play is fizzled out.
They could go for more. They could try to look for it. Yeah, Cube, if you can get eyes on Ryze, this might just be a Monkey
back.
trying to look for it.
Monkey
Tarzan's
spotted by
spot
Tarzan.
him.
Realm Warp, I think it's going to go off first. Oh, he tried to knock him out of it with the Crescent Guard. But won't be able to find that one. Is okay. This time Arha does have a support. Standing United has to be used as it. Hope eats a full meal of bullet time. Dredgeline flash from Arha is enough to get him out with a blinking health bar. This Tarzan seems to be everywhere, but that pressure alone will get AL the mid-tier 1 turret at the least.
Look, WE, they traded all of this to get themselves a bottom lane tier 1. Cube is going to be more and more tanky in this game. And while Cassio's farming a side lane wave, AL are going to grab themselves multiple summoner spells and the mid-tier 1. And let's just put a Rift Herald on top of this with vision from WE to spot this. Monkey, you have no ultimate. We are not walking into this, brother. We are taking our Raptors, and we're looking to the next play, which is Dragon in a minute's time.
And that's what really is going to decide if AL are going to kind of take over this game, or if W are going to be able to stall out some value. Because it is worth mentioning that while I do agree that Ryze 3 items is a very scary scaling prospect for AL, buying time for your Cassio to get more stacks on Aroa, more items, you know, get the Seraphs completed, and of course Cube infinitely scaling with how much health he can stack. WE can find value in a slowed down mid game.
That is true. Unfortunately, Slayer, this is a 1,200 gold Ryze who's about to finish Seraphs and also has DFT. So, very scary. And we just saw Hope there. We've been talking about the top side of the map. This Lucian packs a punch with this Melio right now. I mean, we just saw one trade there take away half of About's HP, and he has a Bloodthirster, so he'll always sustain, but can he match 1-for-1 in the damage? I don't think we've really seen that here outside of the first few minutes of this game. WE are posturing, but again, the Shen ultimate not up and available.
Yep, used it to try and save About in that skirmish. Tarzan
they
gonna
have
get
the
his
Herald.
Battle Herald. Flounder is using that Ocean Soul extra brush to see if he can get his way in here. Dragon is going to be secured by Team WWE. They're dumping everything onto Arha, but he gets the Dredge Line onto Shanks, who's caught up on the top side of this fight. Shanks, will he be able to flash out? No, Cube finds that first kill. About though, and Kara stuck on top of each other, and the cease and desist from Tarzan finds one, and he doubles up for a second. No Shanks, no problem. AL are wiping down the back end of this fight as a taunt comes through on the Monkey. Tier 2 turret be damned, and now Cube's health bar will be tested to the maximum as he tries to hold all of AL at bay. Thankfully, through a ramping turret will keep Cube alive. But the Dragon stacking stoppage from WE comes at a huge gold bounty.
I don't know if taking the Dragon away is worth 4 of our teammates dying. And guess what? Flash from Monkey, Cars, and About. I think it's a really expensive price tag to put on top of this. Arha was trying to look for something, but that Hex Flash bites him as Shanks has a massive flank. There's no ultimate here for About, and this Battle Herald we have seen kind of just completely change a lot of games here thanks to the new season. I don't know what else to say here, Slayer. This Vi in the backline is just too dangerous. Shen as well puts too much pressure onto Cassiopeia and Misfortune.
And then once again, they were standing on top of each other. They were directly on top.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that made the Shen with the Titanic Hydra and a Vi's life a lot easier. Gold lead now over about 4K, and you can see it represented in some of these items. We still are yet to see Karis even complete the Seraphs in this game. Shanks' gold lead is huge. Tarzan's gold lead is huge. This is how AL have been able to get a lot of wins this split through those two, finding massive advantages.
Shanks just gets to play a fairly risk-free game here into the Cassiopeia. And I'm most impressed by Vi for Tarzan. He has, even last year, not really prioritized this champion when it was a meta-defining pick throughout the season. And so far, what we have seen from here, this split so far on the Vi, I think he has kind of moved away from this champion being rather monotone when it comes to what it tends to do in games. And my problem recently for Tarzan has actually been that I think some of his carry picks haven't been as banger, and Vi kind of is a champion that actually tends to play for her team instead of herself. Seeing him basically be a carry force.
All right, Cube actually ends up being the one that has to use another key summoner. Flashes away as Shanks commits that Realm Warp. Not much of a punish there, except that loss of Flash. Those ults are going to be back up by the time any Baron scuffles or another Ocean Drake comes across. Tarzan looking for a Vault Breaker in to find a good cease and desist. He's targeting About, going to flash to get it, but the wall comes up from Cube. The Crescent Guard from Monkey. Can they protect About long enough? No! Flandra dashes in and takes down About, and Cube is not taking enough. AL find 2 clutch picks. It's a double kill to Shanks, and it's Baron time for the Pandas.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going to get back to hating Cassiopeia versus Rise. I'm back on it. I thought maybe they could give me a little bit of sauce here in this game. Nope, it still sucks. It used to be a classic counter, but Rise, especially with the lead that they got, and the amount of threat that Vi... Yeah, I mean, he is level 14, to be fair.
Dawn, baby.
Dusk and Dawn plus Titanic Hydra, yeah, he completely claps up Monkey any day of the week that he wants, and maybe even twice on Sundays. So Baron here, and then we got a minute before the next Dragon. Soul is likely not going to be a very realistic thing here in this game here, Slayer, but it is something that we could look forward to if we're trying to take a real victory lap for the Pandas.
What I'm looking forward to, at this rate, the Shanks player of the game. This guy's 2K gold now ahead of Karis. And now is nap time to make sure to shout out the birthday boy. Of course, at LPL English, we want to hear from you guys. Who are your all-pros for Group Ascend teams? And, well, it feels like birthday boy Shanks has to be one of those mid laners in contention. I certainly believe that between him and Cream, one of the two of them should be the last spot when it comes to mid laners this split.
Yep, because everybody in mid lane is, it's Knight and then everybody else. So, yeah, if you want to get voting, voting does end on the 19th, so you guys have a little bit under 6 days at this point. Make sure you guys get involved. It's in our community Discord in the announcements tab. Get tapped in and hang out with some other LPL fans from the community. But as we finish out this game here, Slayer, very strong performance. And yes, it was from this mid jungle, but I would honestly be not surprised to see Flandre pick up an MVP here for this game. This Shen pick has completely turned this game around multiple times.
And hey, back to our gold difference stat between how negative it has been for Flandre and Hope at that 15-minute mark. Both of them were very much so ahead of the 8 ball this time, and look at how big of a win it means for AL. So we need to continue to see the team as a whole round into playoff form, not just Tarzan and Shanks carrying a lot of the weight. And they will, as a whole, AL, now go for that 3rd dragon. WE have no business contesting this, so within seconds of it spawning, AL take down the 2nd Ocean Drake of the game and get themselves onto Ocean Soul Point.
Can we make a side lane play? No. Can we win team fights? Likely impossible. There is always, oh, never mind. Yeah, okay, let's just go to game 3. I just saw about second item.
Yeah, that should be an IE, folks, in case you're curious.
No, it should not be an IE because then you would have 25% crit chance. Let's not do an IE there for MF. We could do Essence Reaver. I'm okay with Essence Reaver. I'm also okay with literally any other crit item that has AD on it, just not Collector. I think there is some. Yeah, you can make an argument in chat saying there is not a ton of armor from the enemy team. I would ignore you, mostly because I don't have chat open, but also because I think that that's bad. But the execute is nice. It just, we already see a lack of damage from WE, so the times in which you'll be able to have access to not only the lethality, but then also it having the execute, I just don't think is very realistic. So yeah, okay, I'm less hopeful that we'll get a WE comeback here.
Yeah, that build path definitely does not inspire the masses, without a doubt. Still, we are in a bit of a lull because AL are kind of, just waiting for this next big objective to come up, eyeing that Baron in about 2.5 minutes to see if they could really use that to try and break open the base of Team WE. They've still got some outer turrets to get down, but it is pretty hard for this AL comp, I feel like, to get a lot of true sieging power. This is not a composition designed well to siege, and it's always scary going into stuff like a Cassiopeia, who can really immediately turn a pick around onto somebody.
Yeah, Slayer, I'm just looking at the goodbye.
Welcome to playing Misfortune with a Vi and a Shen, buddy. Yeah, that was destined from draft.
That was a Shen. I don't know if they needed to use all 3 ultimates for it, but it definitely sent a message. Yeah. Yes. It's all about making sure your opponents know you're not allowed to touch this wave. That one's ours. So, yeah, Slayer, and we don't usually talk about this because this is the Gluttonous Greaves upgraded, the Immortal Path, I think is the name. I'm not a huge fan of this on Cassiopeia. I do think that she would probably just be benefiting from using Goodbye.
Yep, you hook the Melio. Breath of Life comes down. Crescent Guard have to be used by Monkey to try and get Flandre off the back line. The Petrified Gaze does not stun anybody up, and About is nowhere to be found. It's all hope here. Finally, About will respawn with the bullet time, but it's just to try and keep AL off the Nexus turrets, but they are pushing for this final end here. Number 1 Nexus turret down, AL, what a response. Just like against JDG, they get slapped down in game 1 and come back angrier for game 2. We aren't even gonna crest over 26 minutes before anyone's legend dismantle Team WE to force a game 3.
Oh, okay, we're getting some shutdowns here.
Before 26 minutes, bang, 25-58.
Oh, I can't wait to see the post-game screen. If it says 26 minutes, we're completely screwed.
It won't.
Congratulations to AL, not only with this game win, obviously tying up the series, but also locking themselves top 4 here with this win. So congratulations to them. They now basically are going to be playing for standings and placements, like you mentioned. As we go into playoffs, once you are a top 4 team, you don't have to play in the play-ins. And depending on your placements, you get to choose your opponents, which can be a big boon, especially when you get to see an extra best-of-5s worth of games.
So if we have some time before the post-game stats run production, if we could just, I think it's a good time to throw up the standings now that we know what the picture will look like. So, that also the top.
The schedule's fine. No, wait.
That's
okay.
also.
All right, let's get in it. Let's get.
Okay, so now AL They're going to take their number 4 over to blue. NIP fans,
Yep.
I'm sorry, locked in green. So 1 through 4 can shake up a bit. 5 through 8 can shake up somewhat. But NIP, Weibo, IGWE, they are in the play-in tournament. BLG, JDG, Top Esports, AL, skip the play-in tournament.
There might be some fans who are saying, but casters, how is that possible? They could still get 7 and 7, and then AL could do all this like other stuff that happens. Unfortunately, the way that tiebreakers work in our league, it does come down to game differential, and with where NIP are, they can no longer lap them. If anybody is interested, AL is currently at +4, NIP are at -2, and unfortunately, even if they lost this series, the lowest that AL would be able to get is 1, so they would not be able to do it. And we're taking a look at the rest of our standings. Top Esports against BLG, not that difficult. This is now basically how AL are going to finish anywhere above 4th. I think it is really tough, especially because JDG are already in 2nd place. And depending on how BLG do this week, could actually end up as our 2nd seed. Or even our 1st seed going into playoffs.
Yeah, so, there were the arguments that we could see AL push up through the standings, but we felt like looking at the remaining schedule shows that we feel like AL is pretty locked into 4th. My main reason is that little subtext under the top 4 remaining schedule part. JDG get to play Weibo and IG to finish up their split here, which I think really indicates that they're not going to go below AL. And
check the time.
how does this even get determined? I watched the Nexus. I guess it didn't explode yet, so it's off when it explodes.
So the way that game time and specifically game end is calculated for Pro is the Nexus explodes, but it's really when the actual game itself ends. Like the client closes and everything. It's like Nexus explosion, and then when like the victory screen comes up, a few seconds after that, boom, that's when the time is cut off. So 26 on the dot. You can blame AL for kind of messing around at the end there.
Yeah, it's definitely AL, going for some of the KDA. Still so funny to think that this game was such a flip in classic fashion at Blue Buff, where we came away with, wins on both sides. We felt like it was a little bit of an AL lead, but About picks up this nice double kill, using really limit testing his barrier and his flash in this last exchange. But, hey, we kind of called it from draft. It didn't really matter if Misfortune got a lead because AL were making sure that this Misfortune's life was a living nightmare.
Dude, this was such a disgusting setup. And basically from this point in the game, it became near impossible, I would say, for WE to play. We saw this just repeatedly. You just are too tanky to take down. Cassiopeia is way too fragile at this point in the game, especially because almost getting solo killed to start just put her at a deficit early on. So another instance where we get to a game and, the early game looks promising. Bot lane has a lead, but I press tab and I look at my top side and we are either going even or behind, especially coming off of the back of an MVP performance from Karis in Game 1.
Yeah, brother didn't complete his Seraphs until the game was basically over. He was sitting on a tier and a Fiendish Codex for, I think it was like 8 minutes at this point. So really good bounce back from Shanks. Again, I do think that, Flounder has a really standout performance, so I think that does add a bit of an extra edge, but this did feel like the classic way for AL to win a lot of their games, which is Tarzan getting creative and Shanks kind of blowing out his lane opponent.
Dude, why did we have to send 4 people for this? This is so unnecessary.
You know why.
It ended the game.
Yeah, that's the second time we've done that.
Yeah, it did end the game. It's just mean. Maybe they were trying to tell him, like, this is what you get for building Collector, okay? This is what we do to people who build Collector.
I think it was more so, this is what you get for picking Misfortune into Vi. I think that's more so.
Nah, I think it's the item that definitely sold it for him.
I think the item got a nice chuckle out of AL, and at least got a nice chuckle. All right, put your money where your mouth is, Mr. Dimitri. Who is the MVP? Who do you think they're going to give it to?
It's probably Tarzan. It's probably Tarzan. It's almost always Tarzan. I look at the MVPs right now for the standings. Tarzan has 7. He's tied for 4th with Jackulov. And if he gets 8, then he's suddenly in 2nd place, and he's tied with...
Ha-ha!
Yes! All right. I'm not taking credit for this, but I did say at the end of this game that Shen is probably getting an MVP vote. So I should have just stuck on my guns.
Yep. this felt like a very fun Flandre game. It felt like a Flandre game because it wasn't just the Shen, it's his build, right? I think that's where it got fun. It felt so Flandre-esque when he was nearly about to solo kill Monkey, just walking around the mid lane with this Dusk and Dawn Titanic Hydra. So big shout out to Flandre. Biggest strength for him is how creative he is with his champion pool and how on tap he is with the meta of the current patch, and we saw that come across with this Dusk and Dawn Shen. It was still too tanky for Team WE to deal with. Let's get a look at the voting here. Both Tarzan and Shanks did get a nod on the Pog votes.
Good, deserved. Especially Tarzan played a very devious game. And so far, jungle has been who can invade, who gets to have priority around what objectives, can you play around early camps to set them behind. So continue to see that here in game number 3. We'll see if WE can make a bounce back, or Vale are just going to say that game 1 was a fluke, it was a mirage.
And while, you know, our playoff and play-in teams are now locked in for a Group Ascend, there's not a lot of wiggle room for Team WE in the standings, a little bit for AL. You may think, you know, what's the big deal? We're playing for pride, folks. Team WE smashed AL in Game 1. AL came back with a response, but there's nothing sweeter in the regular season than a Game 3 with all the pride stakes on the line. So our final draft of the night is coming your way, AL Team WE, after another break. Final game of the night, day, wherever you are here. LPL English action. Team WE, anyone's legend. Game 3. We are battling it out for pride. Mr. Alk Battery. Team WE with one of their biggest wins, convincing fashion-wise, of Game 1. But AL came back with some vengeance in Game 2. So where are we at on how we feel this Game 3 can really set up? Or I guess maybe the better question for me to ask you, Alk, is what out of this draft do you want to see from Team WE to inspire confidence that they can bounce back after that Game 2 loss?
If we are going to give about Game 5 counter pick, which we have seen 3 games in a row now, by the way, he has gotten counter pick in all 3 games here, or he is allegedly going to get counter pick in all 3 games. I don't want to see something like MF can't be picked again, thanks to Fearless, but I just feel like he hasn't had like very much agency as to what his champion matchups are, even though he has a bunch of counter pick. So I want to see something a little bit more inclusive, something to get him some more action here. But a lot of those AD carries are gone. I mean, Lucian is gone, Ezreal's gone, so kind of maybe looking at stuff like Corki. We'll see. We have a Varus banned here. Nocturne's taken away. No Pantheon so far in this series. Wild stuff. We'll see if it doesn't even get banned here, and maybe if that is appetizing enough for one of our junglers to go after. Jarvan has been the preferred ban as we get our 3rd straight traditional draft. W once again wanting that counter pick, and there's the Pantheon coming through here. Tarzan will not deny it for a 3rd game in a row. This was a fun piece of draft kind of talk, was like, if you leave OPs up in later games and you don't win, then it's kind of like, oh, is this a must ban later on? And do you have to then kind of pay the price or pay the toll a little bit later down the draft? Now we're kind of seeing it here. AL get themselves a big power pick in the Pantheon. One of the most played from Tarzan this year so far at 11 games, the 67% win rate. So now you've got you've got About in Arha. We're finally getting a 2v2 very early on. Corki Nami, good mid-range damage, and I think has a good matchup spread against most of the AD carry pool left.
Do Hope and Kyle want to try and match with a 2v2 of their own. We saw Gala and Vampire go for Caitlyn Elise. Vampire's first Elise game as a pro. With no Karma, I'm curious if that's not just the look here for Mr. Kyle. Trying to rack my brain on what other pairings we feel like would even fit next to the Caitlyn. Okay, Nico's a good shout.
Are we going to do Lux?
Or do
I
go
don't
OG?
want to get baited. I don't want to get baited because every time we see it, okay!
Okay! The
What?
OG! The OG Caitlyn Lux!
Wow, we have not gotten very many Caitlyn Luxes so far in the season, and so to finally see it here, it's a great way to punish the Nami. Honestly, from WE, I don't want to see them get into a poke war. I want to see them play champions that are going to be able to engage. That is the big weakness of this 2v2. If you put any kind of crowd control on them, more often than not, they die.
Well, it's going to be the poke look as we will see Cube lock in that Jace. I am already terrified for Team WE, knowing that their bottom lane has already been pretty shut down. They have also give Flandra counter pick into this Jace. This is a pretty good start to an AL draft. Let's see what the second ban phase holds.
And the last time that we got to actually see Kyle play the Caitlyn Lux was with former LPL transplant from the LCK, Envy, when he was on Live Sandbox 2023. We'll see what they can do here today. Hope and Kyle definitely trying to make a name for themselves as a household 2v2 in the LPL these last couple of years. So Jace, Corki Nami, I think this is an arms race now, Slayer. We're all about poke here in this game. Now, can you build relevant enough front lines here without the Rise and without something like Scion available to let these kinds of poke wars go on and take down the enemy champions?
Well, I will say, thinking about that and adjusting towards what we've seen out of the ban phase, I love the Yorick ban personally from Team WE. I think Flandra is one of the few top laners in the LPL that I consistently feel like we can give the Yorick pass to. And with a Pantheon and a Yorick, can really lean into that side lane threat that we always talk about for anyone's legend. So that has been taken off the table. Yeah. Still have Flandra. They'll have access to that counter pick. And it's actually going to be AL that are going to be able to land, even though they're on traditional blue side, they're going to be able to pick strong solos for both of their lanes.
I don't like Mel here, even if it's just the hover. I think into Aurora, there's just too many things that kind of get outranged. Anivia is nice in theory, but can definitely get poked out in the lane. We are going for Vayne into Jace. All right, all cards off the table now. Flandra's Vayne actually hasn't been that terrible, but we also haven't seen him really squeeze a lot of the early leads. Into Jace can be super volatile. What is this jungle going to be for WE? For Monkey, I need something that's going to get into the lanes active very early on. Lee Sin's already banned, and I'm taking a look at his jungle pool. No way we are going for R5 Malphite in the jungle. Oh my god.
Well, I mean, into this comp, if he hits anybody, they're getting blown up. But there's also not a lot of reliable, like, there's decent follow-up with, like, an Aurora. You can throw an enhanced shock blast out, but this definitely isn't the prototypical draft I associate when you pick a Malphite in the jungle.
This is a super squishy composition, and depending on what Monkey opts for, I think this is actually a very strong draft here for WE. Nami waved versus all of these champions from AL is very dangerous and could set up for a potential knockout punch with the burst that's going to be coming through, not only with Korki Nami, but Aurora and Jace, all about getting poked down. AL need to snap. They are not allowed to play a slow game when it comes to setting up for objectives. Caitlyn Lux need to get there first, set up the trap line, and then just let Pantheon kind of run wild in the back line. This could be a very dangerous draft, and especially with that Victor in the mid lane, there are a lot of questions to be answered here with this AL composition that has a very, very limited crowd control options.
But once again, Alk, we are seeing AL from their draft inspire confidence in Flandra and Hope, who we have really seen lack being able to get lane leads. Now we've got a Caitlyn Lux with Hope on the Caitlyn, and like you mentioned, Flandra once again going for this Vayne that he has been practicing a lot, especially on the solo queue ladder. Those are two picks that need to succeed early to buck the trend that we've seen for the AL from those two players, and also to get this Game 3 win. Final time of the regular split. It's anyone's legend in WE taking Summoner's Rift.
Jungle invade. We've got Vayne.
Why not, Monkey? I dare you. This is the one down. Hey, listen. Tarzan knows the game plan into a Malphite jungle. I think they absolutely win this. I mean, look at Lethal Temple's already fully stacked here for Flandra.
No,
why don't we flip him at level 1? Oh my god, Exhaust comes down on the cube. Monkey tries to flash get closer. There's a nice little tumble. Flash from Flandra into the brushes. Tarzan also immediately flashes away from Karis. Cube trying to chase down Flandra. Maybe he flashes to get that hammer Q down onto Flandra, but I don't think he's close enough. He's desperately trying to get the speed up. We burn a ton of summoners. Tarzan does steal away the Raptors, but man, oh man, what a cost.
I was saying that WE kind of win this because this is Electrocute Malphite. I mean, Flandra's screwed now. Like, this was good for Pantheon. He takes the Raptors. He's going to be able to invade.
Light binding into the trap. Oh no. Sushi on the menu early. No, the heal gonna save Arha.
Oh, Monkey, this is dangerous. I mean, look, Vayne is coming back to lane now. You're losing access to the top wave. You're going to be able to steal some of this. I wonder if AL know this is happening, by the way, because they have a ward on the red buff of Monkey. They should say, hey, he's not starting this, and we saw that he was on the top side of the map. Did he cross into bot side, or potentially could be in our jungle? These are all questions that need to be answered here for anyone's legend. And there's already a very volatile early game.
In every single damn lane. Shanks using the HP advantage he has over Karis to consistently get shoved in and use those death rays to get further poked. You know, if you're not privy to the Caitlyn Lux of old, you're definitely being reminded now, especially if you are Arha.
Respect to Arha. He's like, I can just take a quick detour out of this lane.
Here we go again. About how to cleanse. Yep.
Hope also has no barrier. Used it very early on to maybe tank up a turret shot. Kyle.
Oh, man. It's just so oppressive. I'm loving to see Kyle. You mentioned it's been so long since he's picked up this Lux. It doesn't look like it the way he's just sinking binding after binding. Gonna at least cancel the back of a bout as he eats the bubble. And they've got Tarzan here. He's going to at least steal away this Gromp or maybe look for more.
Can Monkey contest him here? Because he's going to have a Lux on his side. Monkey's just going to say, you can have my blue buff. I would really like if I'm allowed to also have my Gromp. Seems like we're finally going to get an... Oh my god, this is so cringe.
Oh, man. Arha is in a very depressing purgatory right now. He'll finally get his recall off, but
Bro.
it's going to be the blue buff and the Gromp that Tarzan will be able to steal away.
Look at this bot lane recall. We got tier boots versus pickaxe. My Corki does no damage, and we get outranged, and we lose. There is just nothing to smile about. There's no happiness.
Just look at their top laner and be happy.
That's true. That's true. My Jace is ahead, thanks to the shenanigans that happened early. And another DFT abuser in mid lane. Karis got chunked out very heavily, did get a recall in, but Victor and Ryze were the biggest winners, I think, on the patch for DFT in mid lane, and they already had like fairly strong or resilient laning phases, so it kind of just made it even better.
Even better. That's what Pantheon's scaling is going to look like in this early phase as he gets through more and more camps over Mr. Monkey. Both of these guys sprinting to try and get out to their level 6s, or they might even collide on the top side. Oh my god, Q. That was a very audacious flash. I mean, it's a condemn, and with that whiff shock blast, I continue to question that flash look from Q.
He got the Storm Raider's surge, okay? Let's put some respect on the GOAT. So he got the room, he got his keystone down. Monkey was on his way, but unfortunately just couldn't squeeze that timing. I think it's smart from Monkey, who is currently even in experience, to try to contest Tarzan, especially early on. Malphite is a very good champion against these 80s, so you already see with that electrocute proc, he can really get some good chunk damage down.
Oh, no, about. Ooh, okay, he's going to foul just before the trap comes down. Good bubble there from Arha to protect him. Monkey gets this Gromp. Cube is here to protect. Another shock blast going to go wide, though. Do have Shanks flanking from behind. It's a double pincer move from Flandre and Shanks.
We gotta pick
We're getting
one.
wacky in the jungle again. Arcane Storm down. Monkey's got to flash away from it. Cube out of mana. And remember, he flashed earlier, so he's going to eat the condemn, but it's first blood that does go over to Karis first. Immediate trade does come back. Flandre does not have ultimate. No Arcane Storm just left out, so Karis is trying to kite back. Good flash from Flandre over the weirding, though. One more auto, one more tumble. Flandre picks up that kill. Oh, and About's dead too. Sayonara, 9 caliber net to the dome.
You know, I really don't know who called that play. Ara's even laughing at the player cam, like, well, nothing you can do about that one is Nami. I'm just confused by WE because whoever is calling for that, whether that is Cuban, Karis, egging on their jungler, saying, yeah, we have priority, yeah, we can move.
Woo!
You gotta survive. But whoever did that from WE, you basically just sold your entire game out at 6 minutes. Like, Cube is already at a disadvantage. He flashed so that he can try to force priority. The shockwave missing is already bad enough. But Shanks is really strong, and now he just got 3 kills with his team. Like, it doesn't matter who got it between Vayne or Shanks. He's involved in all of these, and Karis and Cube are now completely screwed.
And Flandre, with this last kill you'll see in the replay, kind of saves his early game a bit.
Yeah. They just got completely donated. I do not know who on WE called for it, but I would hope that that never happens again. And it probably can't now at this point in the game. But you've put your Jace and your Aurora in really tough spots twice this game. The first time, it's level 1 invades. Things happen. You know, it's just how it goes. But this one is more inexcusable in my mind.
I have to agree with you there, Alk. But looking forward now, still have that first dragon on the Rift as Grubs will also respawn. Shanks being a part of all those kills, you can see already gets that upgraded Death Ray on the Victor to continue his assault on this mid lane push. Tarzan finishing up some bottom camps, or topside camps, should align directly with the spawn of Grubs, but top lane priority is still in the hands of WE, and Monkey has that unstoppable force now on tap, which makes him such a kill threat wherever he decides to use that ultimate.
They can go mid. I mean, Aurora's coming back. They don't have vision of Monkey yet. Monkey, please just wait. Please just wait. You need to do this before Shanks gets access to his Rod of Ages, because once he gets that and once he gets some more HP, he is going to be very difficult to take down.
Oh no, Shanks is walking towards him. Oh, he's walking right into it because he has Tarzan to protect him. There's the Graviton well, but the knockup comes through, weirding damage. And the Grand Starfall is too late. Cars drops between worlds, but the Arcane Storm is still angry. And Tarzan will be able to trade Monkey back out. Karis and Tarzan each picking up a kill.
Grubs going over to AL. Feel like you're going to take that trade, and this is the Caitlyn Lux lane. Look at this, already down to 2 plates is this bottom tier 1 for WE. AL are just wailing away at this turret thanks to the poke that they've been able to get. I do notice that Hope and Kyle are both missing their ultimates right now, and About is coming back out of base, so
you know what
I feel like we may have missed some, yeah, I can ponder a guess as to what may have occurred. And now with 3 grubs here, Slayer, I don't think it's getting much better. I think that turret is going to fall within the next 3 minutes.
You know what? I'm happy about it, man. We came into this matchup saying, Hope, we've seen better form as of late, I would say, but we need to see you and Kyle show a potent 2v2 lane. And the Lucian Melio was pretty potent, and this Caitlyn Lux leaving nothing to be desired as well with where this, that classic stat we've been using, the goal difference at 15 is heading. Hope is on track to maybe be up 1,000 the way this game is going so far. Like you mentioned, especially if they are able to get first turret with those grubs, you will have a serious advantage.
Also took a look at Hope's match history on the Caitlyn. Played it earlier. This split was a loss to BLG. Played a Caitlyn Karma lane, and is currently 0-2 in his career playing Caitlyn. So if they can get a win here, you put a number 1 on the board, you get your first win. You also put yourself at 8-5 in the LPL. So pretty good victory, I would say.
8-5 will give you at least an outside chance. Need some help from others, but to move up those placements, as we talked about, top 4 for playoffs, they go in numerical order, choosing their opponents. So there is, in fact, a pretty distinct difference between being 3rd and 4th heading into those playoffs. But we are going to fight off around this dragon, it seems, as Tarzan's taken up a ton of real estate in the vision department. Gonna get rid of that Tri-Brush Pink Ward, and with the prio we talked about on the bot side, it feels inevitable that AL will pick up this first dragon towards their side.
It would be honestly a travesty if they don't, and you could just see how disgusting this Victor champion is. I mean, just, he was already like a strong enough laner, and part of the problem with Victor is that sometimes his late game damage can kind of fall off, or his mid game is a little bit tougher to play. Monkey has ultimate. Shanks is having to walk into this. They're also TPing the Jace.
All right, W want to make a stand here at this dragon.
Okay.
And I actually like the patience here from AL. They could panic and try and fight back for this, but why do it when so much resources were committed by WE? Double TPs just to get the first dragon of the game.
Yeah, this will be Vayne with 3 grubs. This is just going to be 2 plates immediately for her, so it's going to shoot back into the lead. And while the dragon's nice, it doesn't really put a dent too much into this game. We're seeing some trading going on. Tarzan's going to walk into Malphite.
Yep, he sees Monkey. Alarm bells ringing. He's going to stun Monkey before he can commit the ult into the light binding. Completely stalls Monkey's engage out, and that's what really saves this play. Monkey goes from a great bot side look with his ult to using it as a get out of jail free card.
I am just more surprised that I did not just see a flash ultimate onto Hope there. He is low enough as it is. He's probably just going to have to stay here to help out his bot lane.
Oh, no.
An errant Comet Spear lands onto About and chunks both him and his jungler. WE, I called it. I wanted to see them use the grubs as Caitlyn Lux are about to take their first turret at 12.5 minutes. Are they going to just take a recall? Okay, they want to continue. They want to prolong the suffering of this Corki Nami.
Hey, listen, it's a tactic. Make them work for every single wave for as long as possible. As you can see, the CS difference is ballooned over 2 waves about by this point. Hope already has that Hex Opticus completed, and what really rubs salt in the wound for About is on this Corki. You have no choice but to go for the Triforce, which is already expensive and feels even more so when you're this far behind.
He's going to finish his first item, and Caitlin's going to be like, oh, that's really cute. I have an item and a half. And I have a headshot. And I'm probably like half a level up on you. I'm just massively paid. I love this move coming in from AL. They already completed their bot lane role quest, so just put everybody in the top side, use your 3 grubs. Monkey is here.
Oh, there's the final spark, light binding combo, and Flandra in that final hour will find this kill after he flashes after Monkey. They ace the hole, not needed. Cube also pushed out of that top side, so We talked about first turret going over towards AL. It's just not going to be the turret we thought it would be.
And that was very clean from Flandra. Last time we got to see the Vayne, he was pretty okay, got himself a decent start to the game, but this is as good as it can get. 3-0. The Jace has no pressure here in this game now, and everything going right. I love that we're also having Pantheon get involved. He didn't get to do much in that play, but that ultimate basically means it's really tough for W to respond. They'll grab some of these turrets, but I mean, the turret top lane's already gone at this point.
There it is, first turret over towards AL with 3 grubs. They see both Cube and About pushing for this bot tier 1. It's going to force Karis to move over to the mid lane. It was either hoping Kyle were going to be able to hit a tier 2 turret, or this Victor was going to be able to hit a tier 1 turret. Those were the only options left for W at this play towards the bot side.
They're recalling. You know, look, they're seeing if Vayne is going to stay, actually, because she has the Phaelite. So they should be spotted. I don't know. Phaelite's been working very weirdly recently. Only sometimes does it actually give you the notification that you're seen in it. They're really
there's the knock-up. Knock-up City ride the way back to the Fountain. Flandra, the final hour, nearly gets him out, but a nice bubble there from Arha will find that kill. Final spark onto Cube, though, as he takes a bit of turret aggro. But we'll be able to walk this one out, so they finally do make that pick play work onto Flandra.
I hope so, because he used Flash top lane. They're like, guys, we really need to kill him. And a much-needed bit of reprieve here for WE, because if it continued the way it was going, where all 5 waves, or all 3 lanes are being pushed by AL, and there's not much of a response, you kind of just lose the game on the spot. So finally they're able to make some kind of play happen. They pick up the kill on the Flandra. They get a wave for themselves, and hopefully this buys them enough time to... whether that means that Malphite gets to farm his camps and he's not really forced to show up for an objective, or just getting much necessary gold onto some of these champions is nice. I am a bit disappointed. I have looked into the inventories of some of our WE members, and I am just a little saddened. There is a Youmu's here for Jace.
Yeah, not a big fan either. I am a big fan of the itemization we are seeing from Mr. Hope. I know it's pretty standard on the Caitlyn, but I just like to point out that I'm always a fan of this build path over the first strike, lethality, ace of the hole maxing with the collector. So this will be Hope going for disgusting scaling damage thanks to the Hex Optics and what that BF Sword will likely turn into in an IE.
We'll see. I really appreciate having attack speed on Caitlyn, because her headshot is just really, really broken. So glad to see that Hope has also opted for Berserker Greaves.
Yes.
A little bit more. Hex Optics doesn't have attack speed on it, so
oh my god. A rogue monkey ult on to Kyle, but he doesn't have any damage behind it, so Kyle's able to walk out before the TP comes across cars. Will be able to assassinate Kyle. Yes, he finds that first kill, but look at the back end of this flight. Look at Flandra just running wild. Monkey will be traded out from Hope, but look at the soul lanes of the Pandas. Arrive to the backside of the fight to ruin the party. It's only Chorus, the lone man, to tell the tale of another AL teamfight win.
Just they teleport right into the back line, and at that point, Flandra and Shanks just let loose. Glad to see that Flandra is really flexing his muscles on some of these ranged counter picks start to prop up in the meta. I'll focus on to Kyle. I mean, there's so many things to pick apart here. One, just Arha and About are nowhere near to start this play. A Shock Blast again going errant from Cube, and then nobody stopping this 2-on-2 from Shanks and Flandra. Just really cool stuff.
Yeah, and good on Kyle as well. As he knows he's going to die, hits a light binding final spark to hold up About. Oh my god, Arha. Another kill here for Shanks. No Nami, no problem for AL. Shanks flashing after Cube. Can he get enough damage? No, the death rate does end up coming up short. But the Herald is down for AL, and they're going to likely go after the second dragon of the game to secure their first one down alongside what should be a mid-tier 1 turret as well. Tarzan will hop in and pilot old Shelly. Make sure to guarantee that one.
We said this game was going to come down to basically how well did you play early game, and so far AL have completely snowballed this. This is a very confident style that we're seeing.
Ooh, great flash from Kyle. It basically saves his life and makes sure it's actually Monkey that gets the gray screen.
That'll just be Dragon. Flandra.
Oh, Flandra!
Yes!
Yo,
yes!
Yo, this guy's got the Vayne pass and then some. off this game alone. I don't care. Every time we pan towards him, he's just running down somebody like 500 pixels away from his entire team. I love it.
He should be, by the way. I just really quickly am going to check this for AL, like what their win rate is with Flandra on Vayne, because he should have an extra win here. We'll look at this play. Good flash from Kyle. I'll be honest, Slayer, the damage is just not there anymore for this team.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Walk him down. Respect on his skin, by the way. That's why I'm also giving Flandra the Vayne pass. I believe he's the only one running the T1 Vayne. I'm pretty sure he's the only one I've seen in the LPL that I've seen run the T1 Vayne. Ben definitely doesn't run this skin.
Probably not. That would make sense. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to go check. Okay, technically, if AL win this, Flandra should be 4-1 on or 4-0 on this Vayne champion. But there was an unfortunate mishap that may have happened in the BLG game. With him and Hope around an inhibitor turret. If they had just won that game, he would currently, if they win this game, he is currently 2-1 on the champion. He should be 3-0, but a last-second comeback definitely helped him. But has looked good, and while we haven't got to see him play the Varus too often this split, I am glad to see that he has at least shown the willingness and ability to play. He has been spamming this in solo queue. So
yep. Monkey, Graviton Well does not find the stun. The Arcane Storm does come out. Ace in the hole. Just to get the big rock turned into a pebble as Flandra off to the side off a Tarzan flash. Targets about. Yes, use Cleanse and flash himself to get on out of there. So we're starting to trade out some of these ultimates, but hey, it's resulting once again in AL turning the pressure dial up a little bit more.
And
a little bit more.
Just look at how dangerous it is, and also how impossible it is to kill some of these members. Like, Kyle doesn't have flash, but now has a Seeker's Arm Guard and also has a Shirelia's to get his team to move a little bit quicker. I mean, look at Shanks. Almost summoned his Rod of Ages at level 13, by the way, and he has the health that's coming in from the Rocket Belt. He's unkillable in this game. So, who is the target for WE? Is it going to be this Vayne? Well, she gets a bunch of HP from her Experimental Hexplate. The options are just non-existent here for WE.
It's Kyle, and if it's Kyle, then you're losing the fight.
Seeker's Arm Guard, brother. Like, this
oh yeah,
not
yeah.
happening.
Well, my bad. Hey, you know, you just lose one fight to get the Arm Guard out of the way, and then you can win the next one, right? That's what's wrong with that strategy?
You know, we've seen a variation of this strategy where you like give up, you kill someone in a play, and then you give up your Nexus for it. I have typically not been a fan of that trade, but we have seen it employed a couple of times.
What about the other one we've seen employed, the Dragon Soul for you can take my Nexus? That's also one that I've seen that I don't necessarily subscribe to for.
I don't think we're seeing that this game. I think
we're not
getting seeing that this game.
Nope. Oh, we are going to see Cube and Karas try and team up to pick off Shanks here as a duo. Shock Blast on land between worlds. Karas is trying to get closer, but Shanks has done a good job buffering off all the damage. And yeah, I'm shocked that Tarzan didn't just commit to the Grand Starfall turn there. But, oh no, he did. It's just that by the time he did, WE backed off. Okay, I see.
Yeah, it's got a long wind-up time. And even before the indicator was on the floor, they were like, oh, Pantheon just crossed through mid. We're not going for this. That is an insane vision spot from the observers that Monkey gets spotted by that. I don't think he knew, and definitely I would not have known if they didn't toggle it.
Yeah, I'm with you there. So, can't get that Seeker's Arm Guard off of Kyle just yet. Got Baron still on the Riptide Dragon in about a minute's time. Curious to figure out where AL's priorities lie, because this game is completely in their hands. To the tune of a 4.5K gold lead. Maybe they'll try and hunt Monkey down in his jungle the Tarzan way. Ace to the hole to provide some extra damage. And Monkey is once again forced out of his bot side jungle.
Good job, AL. This was a great bounce back in this series. I know I was kind of being a little bit facetious earlier. Like AL, they're expected to win. They'll come back in the series. But I was genuinely worried. You know, WE, they played a very good game to start, but both of these early games have been, for lack of a better word, very unstable.
Yep.
So,
Monkey. Okay, here's the TP. Double TP onto this one ward, by the way.
He's just dead.
Tarzan. Oh my god, Flandra just blows up Cube. Okay, Monkey is able to trade out the Caitlyn, but about goes all out for Flandra and does not succeed. Flash out of the Graviton well from Monkey, but he is up Creek with no paddle. And Shakes will find himself another kill, and the dessert for AL, well, you'd think it'd be the Dragon, but it could be an Aurora as well.
I have never had Rabbit, so I can't tell you whether or not that is a worthy dessert. Kyle,
I think
respect
Dragon's
it.
worthy enough.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Guys, this is
I've had
Arha,
Gator
man.
before.
This is cyberbullying. This is cyberbullying. I cannot believe we just Pantheon ulted for that. You know what? I guess it's for the tier 2 turret, but that felt mean.
It's about sending a message, Slayer. We talked about this earlier, okay?
Oh, my bad.
It's about making sure that Arha knows that he's not surviving and they're not winning this game.
Well, they do get the tier 2 turret, so they can use that excuse as well. Gold lead has ballooned over the 6K mark, and you can really start to see it show up in these items. Rapid fire cannon complete to get some attack speed onto Hope, who is the unfortunate victim of the Malphite combo in this replay.
Oh, I don't even care. Look at live right now. Flandra, they're styling on him again. They killed the bout.
Yep, and Cube should be next. Tarzan can get it done on his own. Oh, a nice flash little hammer throw away, but flash from Tarzan. Stun lands. Light Binding has been precise from Kyle all game long. There's another kill. Arhas to Mikhails himself just to get out of a Graviton well from Shanks. And another tier 2 turret falls, and now AL can mosey their own way over to the Baron Pit for a free purple worm.
And AL have a 7,000 gold lead. I'm not expecting them to be very even across the board, but I gotta say, Shanks only having a 300 gold lead, that is the fakest looking gold lead I've ever seen. He definitely is way stronger than just 300 over his opponent. And that's not including the levels that he has on top of Karis here in this advantage. So Baron's being started. There's no unstoppable force here for the Malphite. They have to walk through this light binding. Yeah, no hope here in this game. At least not
Yeah,
for
there is.
WE.
He's playing Caitlyn. Okay.
Yeah.
Had to get one.
I know. Well, Slayer, I'm not going to say I was surprised by the result at which we got here tonight, but I am glad that WE took a game.
I am too. But I will say, after they took a game, and you can verify it, I did exactly call the next 2 games while we were off air, which was, of course, AL, a pretty convincing Game 2 win, but WE make it at least a little competitive early, and then Game 3, it doesn't look competitive at all. That's exactly what we got. But you also nailed your prediction, so maybe we're all just winners today, except Team WE.
Hey. Don't forget OMG also lost today. So.
Yeah, I didn't really want to talk about them because that's really sad to think about, honestly.
Hey, man,
you
they've gotten relegated twice at this point, so at this point it's just a scheduled relegation for them.
Damn! All right, man. They're catching strays, and they're not even the team down 8K gold in 26 minutes, getting all their turrets bashed in. That would be Team WE, as the last tier 2 turret they have left up goes down permanently. And the classic 4-1 setup will be brought up towards the top and mid waves, and WE will likely look for a last-ditch Hail Mary behind a Monkey Unstoppable Force. The question just becomes, when will we see it?
I am... Okay, I know we're kind of like at the end of the game, and there's not very
there
much
it
to
is.
analyze.
It's on the Shanks. Too much HP indeed. Seraph Shield does come up. Big rocket from about, though, does get the kill on the Monkey, and now, hey, they've got Tarzan surrounded. They're going to at least get this guy's GA off of him. I don't think AL can come to try and save Tarzan and force the rest of the fight, so pretty expensive tier 3 turret taken there by the Pandas.
They got 3 kills. Wait, when did Kyle die? Am I blind?
I missed that completely.
Yeah,
no, we're
did
blind
he just
together.
try to dive underneath a turret? I don't know. Either way, okay, WE, what can we get? What can we get from this? We just ate 2,000 plus gold out of the lead here. We're going to get objective bounties in the mid-tier 1. Dragon spawns in a minute. I don't want to say that they're back in this game, but it's looking slightly comebackable.
I mean, hey, the gold swing alone.
Oh my god.
Definitely subscribe to that idea. They're going to get the mid-tier 2 as
Monkey's
well,
dead.
but Monkey, oh my god, he gets trapped. He gets condemned against the wall. Flandra's gliding right him as we do see Hope flash away from Karis. Flandra trying to do everything on his own, but there is Monkey to find the unstoppable force to shut down Flandra. Arhog and Mikhails away from the light binding, and WE get away with a huge chunk of gold. AL, though, trying to ruin it. Shanks with a pretty audacious TP, but WE, they can just stay on the highway out of the trouble zone here. Tidal wave at least going to be committed from Arha just to make sure there is no flank to be found. and no light binding to hit either.
That is such a clutch amount of gold. Oh my god. I still don't think that AL are, quite out of this game for that, but I mean, the gold lead's now 3.5K. I want to see what the items are. Durex, I love you, buddy. You got to come down. I need to see the items, please. Please. Minus 4,000 gold. That's awesome. Show me the items. All right, we got Collector done. Not happy about that, but whatever. Kar's got a Rabadons. That's pretty good. And we got a Cyclo Sword. This is as good as it's going to get. And there's no soul. There's going to be soul point here for AL. But WE have actually started to come back in this game. Slayer? Is it? Do we believe?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'll play the pessimist.
All right.
I'll play the pessimist here because I love your optimism, so I have to ruin it, of course. Hey, they're gonna have one hell of a Baron fight in about 2 minutes. I think that's where we'll really figure out how real this is.
This game got significantly more interesting. I was about to talk
that
about
I agree with.
What was the form of these two teams? Because I mean, coming in, we knew, or we expected anyway, that AL were probably going to win tonight. They're the expected favorites. I mean, it's what happens when you're the 1-11 team. You're the underdogs versus literally everybody. But what form are we going to see, and how is this going to be able to transition not only into their series later this week against BLG, but maybe around community sentiment around this team? Because for a long time here in the split, it has been Tarzan and Shanks, and then most of the negatives that we've had for this team is Flaundra's not a particularly strong laner, and Hope has had some really bad individual games. But I think recently Hope has actually started to pick it up, and we're starting to see Flaundra do the same thing as well. So if everything comes together for AL, that's a really good sign for their playoff run. And WE has started to pick up, obviously, individual game wins recently.
And they're running into a form that makes them much more of a formidable foe than previously thought for that play-in tournament. Very, positive and negative signs, as usual, in a 3-game series to take away from this one. About a minute out from that Baron. Curious to see if any big items do get completed. I do see that Mr. Hope has gotten that armor crit item completed, so this is a 100% crit chance Caitlyn heading into this fight.
Also finishing an RFC here for about. Game's rather even. I need to see this Vayne do something. One of the things about Vayne is that she is very fragile. Even with all this HP, her lead is essentially, can I win in the late game, and do I survive whatever burst is coming at me later on? WE are the ones that have burst walk into topside river, and I'm looking at the vision on the minimap. Almost all of it is in favor of Team WE. They're now TPing Karis. Ara has to make his way back, and we'll see how AL tackle this problem coming up soon.
Tarzan winning in that bot side brush. I really thought he was going to look for a Grand Starfall jump in. Now it's Flaundra that's taking up his place. As About plays pretty audaciously forward into Tarzan. Liking to support with Monkey and Arha behind him. And we are really and truly playing through the mid lane, but how can AL force their way up river? Because right now, contesting midways will not get it done.
Yeah, this is Enchantress Lux right now. She does not have the same damage that she had at the beginning of the game when her base damages are just that much higher. And now it's going to be Baron given up. Now, for me, Slayer, what I'm going to be now thinking is not only can they turn off of Baron, but is this Baron going to be enough to give them the play into the Dragon that spawns in 2 minutes? Every moment that they delay, AL get more and more confident with their spot in this.
AL have dragged them off of it once. Karis looks for a bit of an invis play, but will be shut down. And they're back on to the Baron once again. Flaundra really wanted this flank to come through. The final spark will spot About hitting onto this Baron. And they'll have no idea how low it is, but they're going to flash on top of Karis with the Arcane Storm. No, the Mikhails from Arha does get Karis out from safety. But here comes the Grand Starfall. Tarzan has a GA, and he's playing confident, going after About. Immediately gets sent into that sent GA. Flaundra gets interrupted by a good tidal wave. Now he's trying to go forward that final hour.
Oh God,
Karis goes after Shanks, but a great stasis from Shanks gets him out and gets Karis killed. And now it's all bets off. Flaundra will finally die from a Cube Shock Blast, but Hope gets to step up as that secondary marksman to bring home the fight win. Cube desperately trying to run back to the base, and he will be the only one to survive under the Team WE banner.
Do they have enough resources? Teleport coming in from the Victor. They've got a mid-wave and a half here. Tarzan's going to try to move in. He's healing so much thanks to jungle privilege and having his red buff. No, that's not the end. AL are going to go for the Baron instead. Dragon spawns in 40 seconds. I mean, Kayla and Victor do a lot of damage to this, but there's going to be absolutely no setup for them going into the Dragon Soul.
And we'll get a replay back as they take that Baron, but the back end of this fight really felt like it was won by Shanks.
Yeah, Shanks just does way too much damage. I mean, DFT also has his Rod of Ages and the Seraphs, everything included. Great bubble, I think, from Arhat to deny this, but two crucial mistakes. One was Karis earlier on. We saw him in that banana brush. And then right here, he steps back in, uses his E, and it forces him over the wall for Between Worlds, which then he immediately dies. It's an unfortunate timing from him, but that immediately blows open this potential win for AL. We're now going back to live. Yeah, Dutch Dragon going over. No soul here for AL, but can they push in with this Baron?
They prioritize the push over the soul. It doesn't seem to be making a lot of headway currently. Shanks has got a pretty big wave on the top side. Kyle is secretly covering him in the brush. But that's an open inhibitor. They need to get their mid and bottom waves figured out best to make this Baron play work.
Why did this game get so close all of a sudden? I know it's still a 5,000 gold lead, and by all accounts, AL are still in the lead. But we have seen consistent team fighting from WE, and I think that play around the top side inhibitor into mid lane, those 3 kills that we saw, essentially tied this game up and made it a lot closer than I think AL are really comfortable with right now.
Definitely don't feel comfortable at this current spot. Flandre also, you know, in that fight, what W did best was really mitigate his impact. Clutch tidal waves, punished him for a flash forward, and you talked about how fragile the Vayne can be. So we'll have to see if Flandre can get a bit more impact out of his Vayne, or if Shanks is really going to have to bring this one home again like the last fight.
The thing that I'm really impressed with, actually, is that Monkey has had an impact in this game. Most Malphites, once they start losing, you just start seeing the ultimates fly back into their base, fly back onto their side of the map. He's just sending it onto the squishier targets of AL, and there's very little counterplay to a unstoppable force that isn't just your flash. What a weird game. And this is the last game of the day as well. If AL win this, they go to 8-5, and they get closer to maybe getting to 3rd and 2nd place. WE are locked at 8th place, but every single series win is essentially their way of kind of one big middle finger to all the other teams standing above them in the standings.
Exactly.
Mess up their season.
Mess it up, indeed. Trying to mess up this huge early game from AL to kick off this final game. And you talked about Monkey's impact. I think his threat of an ult at any time over both the top and mid waves pushing completely stalled out this Baron power play. It's the 2nd Baron power play that AL are going to end off less gold than when they picked it up.
At least this time there's not a Durex ad. Yet. Yes, it's coming. I know it's coming. All right, the Baron's fallen. They're probably just generating the asset now. We're 2 minutes away from it. I think we're just going to get a lot of ping pong in here. This is going to turn. This is a podcast now. Or this is a podcast for the next minute.
Hope bought his Seekers, by the way. Just so.
Ooh,
Yep.
and he sold the Berserker Greaves. Both 80 carries. Oh, I guess Corky already had his Gluttony
yeah.
Greaves, but yeah, Hope actually bought this. It is later in the game, so I'm not like a huge fan, but he does so much damage and he has so much range. He can actually abuse this. So this is another situation. Again, I do think that Gluttonous Greaves, the real home is in 80 carries because their boot options are so, I don't want to say limited, but you have a lot of different options you can go when you're playing Marksman.
Well, taking a look at, you know, that dragon you're talking about, how much we're going to ping pong, that really just makes me focus on wards and.
Thank you.
Nice, thank you.
We're not sponsored by Durex. Wait. Why are we giving them a free ad?
Oh my!
Hey!
It went right into the. That is wizardry timing.
No free ads. I don't know why roommate Ilya is deciding to just randomly. They don't even. I want some of the Durex money now. Well, like, hey, if you want to give us money, go to the coffee. Durex, hit our line, bang our line. But like,
I'm curious for Team WB if Durex can get them some extra ward coverage on the spot side. Because right now it's a Fey Light and that one ward over the Wolves wall. But outside of that, it is a very dark in this bottom river. Tarzan looking for a play onto Karis. The Rocket Belt should get him out to safety. Tarzan still commits for the stun. Now he's got a flash move from About that does a whole lot of damage. So a bit of an odd look there from Tarzan.
Yeah, also for WE, I mean, that was a miscommunication. This is a late game scenario here for WE. That was both the cleanse and the McHales at the same time. About will no longer have access to that going into this fight. So Dragon spawns. This is soul point again here for AL, and this is what I wanted to see in every single fight with a Caitlyn. Set up the trap line, force your opponents to walk into a choke, and then you're playing into a Victor, a Lux, a Caitlyn. It's just near impossible for them to really maneuver their way around.
Only help is the Cube can match in the poke department if he can hit these shock blasts. But like you called out, look at the trap line. It basically shoehorns WE and having to work through from the mid lane. And Monkey is taking a serious chunk. Kyle is able to shrug off that shockwave. Shock blast, excuse me. Tarzan gets a redemption heal. Karis trying to come on over, but the trap line needs to be broken if Karis is going to walk through. Finally, they back Hope further away from it, but oh my god, About. That's a Death Ray and the Arcane Storm that chunks him decently low. Arha's got to heal him up.
He should be fine. He has Glut Greaves. He can hit this dragon if he really needs to. And like you mentioned, the sustain from this Nami. Caitlyn line has been redrawn over the mid wave. Now there's even a TP coming in from this Victor. It's getting down to 5,000, and Flandra has to find a flank.
All right, he's just going to get rid of the flank, go over the wall. He goes final hour. It looked like he wanted to flash over the wall after Karis, but he's just standing tall. We're really going to 50-50 this into a Pantheon. Somehow Monkey wins it. Oh, Infernal Soul picked up. We're going to a 7th Dragon. We have no reason to fight now, and they just walk it on out.
Dude, I don't like this. I don't like where this game is going.
I'm starting to leave.
No. Stay on that side. Stay on that side, Slayer.
I'm flipping. You can't
wanted
stop
to
me.
be the pessimist.
No,
all right.
You can't stop
okay.
me. I'm on the WE side of the map now with the Baron. I'm surprised they didn't just rip it, by the way. I guess they don't have Malphite. Well, they have Malphite Ultimate. I'm surprised they didn't just rip it. There's all of the AL visions on the bot side.
They're scared. This is a 40-minute game. Things are getting weird. And I'm sure that they themselves are kind of freaking out in this scenario because this is potentially them coming back into what was a very, very one-sided game. I'm just still in shock, Slayer, that you just decided to nuh-uh me in the middle of the show.
Yep. I mean, you can't stop me from jumping ship. I mean, I just,
Yeah,
hey,
right.
I did it. Just like can't stop Tarzan from jumping over a wall onto Monkey. Oh, he did it. This is the tough part for AL now. You talked about how much the Caitlyn setup is so valuable because of the trap line, and that's what AL need to do to set up these fights well. Oh my god.
About?
Holy moly. Oh my god, everyone's flashing. Flandra killed About though! He gets the one big tumble Q, and About gets picked off again in a late game clutch scenario, and it might just ruin WE. Karis though does get a nice kill onto Flandra. Ace in the hole will be blocked for, and the WE are able to walk it out, but that was one hell of a punish onto an About 1v1 try.
Dude, About. Look, this is what happens when you have young AD carries in the league. They're going to make decisions like that. They're going to force the enemy's hand. And if he would have won that, we are singing his praises, but gets punished for it, loses his life and his flash, trades himself for Flandra and the Baron. I saw the player cams afterwards. I couldn't tell if Monkey was mad or just laughing about the scenario. It's got to be rather absurd. That's a lot of damage coming in from both marksmen here. Great flash from Flandra. Gets him out of both the bubble. Gets an auto attack weaved in between as well. And also gets out of the Malphite ultimate that follows coming in from Team WE. Thankfully for them, Karis is able to burst them out, and we don't get another scenario of the Between Worlds shoving him across into enemy lines. 1-for-1 trade, the Baron still goes, and Slayer, we are back at the same spot we were 6 minutes ago. Now with just 3 dragons apiece.
It's the same spot we were in 11 minutes ago. This is the third Baron for AL by this point, and I don't have any inclination that it's going to be any more successful than the last because they are still way too squishy to ever step up around those base walls because Monkey can just fly over the wall and kill them at any point. So I think this Baron is just going to be used to ping pong even further waves for another 2 minutes for another Infernal Dragon.
We're going to dragon number 7, boys. Everyone lock in. Get yourself nice and tidied up.
All right, maybe we're not. Well,
that's fine.
I feel like that might let them siege better, but who am I to say? They get rid of that mid wave at least for now, but I guess the ult will be up. Wow, that thing is going down quickly for Mr. Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, his items are all the support items, and he has a Zeke's Convergence, so it's already halfway up on the timer. The thing has a 40-second cooldown. There we go. WE are under very little threat, and thankfully they have similar access to range as their opponents. So WE, more ping-ponging. We get to see their version of a Marty Supreme trailer.
And we get to see AL continuously piss off Durex, using their Baron power play for little.
They're gaining gold this time.
They are, but I don't think we usually have that low of a threshold on a Baron that you just gain gold. I think usually it's supposed to be a little bit more powerful. You know what, maybe Durex isn't mad because they've gotten to run their ad a lot more than they probably thought they would in this game 3.
I mean, how many times you get to run that thing? Maybe 3 times here in the series. Or in one game, much less an entire series. Taking a look, let's take stock before we get into this next fight, because I do think there's been some rather big developments outside of, the fun that we're having with this game. Bloodthirster here for Hope, and also still has the Seekers. About got a Collector and his Infinity Edge. So this Corki does a lot of damage. So whether or not he can actually get time to put it down with just the poke that is here. Lux does nothing. This champion is very fake.
Yes.
Until she buys maybe some actual AP items. And man, Slayer, I gotta say, whatever happens, regardless of the results, entertainment is here, and WE delivering.
They are not delivering on their ability to walk through fog, though. Oh, Monkey has to use this double force the wrong way. He goes towards Flandra, and he gets himself killed. Flandra, though, pushing the tempo with his GA, does get deleted, but here comes Tarzan with the Grand Starfall, leading Shakes through. Flash onto About, good cleanse from About, but Shakes goes all out to kill him off. There's 3 Zanyas in the same spot. Shakes will go down, but Karis is traded out, and now the GA will only merely revive Cube to send him back to the fountain. It was a valiant effort. WE pulling a Scott Foster, the extender on this game 3, but they are going to lose in 45 minutes. AL will take the series 2-1.
It got way too wacky in the mid-game there, and Shanks, man, really put in work here to make them win this game at the very end. I still don't know how much I'm willing to take from this series, though, Slayer, but a strange set of circumstances coming in, and WE making them work for it. That's what I want to see from our teams, and making it at least a closer bout than maybe what was on paper.
This is one of those wacky series where I feel more confident about the outlook of the team that lost 2-1 than the team that won 2-1. Is that weird to say?
I think it is. I think it's fair for what happened. I will say, whether or not WE can replicate that is a different story. And
true.
Look, WE, their last series is going to be against Ninjas in Pajamas. And as long as Ninjas in Pajamas can take care of business there, they will be secured a spot as the 5th place team in the standings. But a lot of things can change between now and then. And maybe WE can keep up with that streak. But still, it is a loss at the end of the day. There is stuff to review. There's an early game that completely went out of the wayside there.
Yeah, and that's where I arrive at my point, right? Is that, like, AL should be under a lot of scrutiny for this. That's where my scrutiny lies. Like, this early game was so well played. They were so far ahead. And the fact that this game goes as long, I don't know. All right, let's look at our updated standings as we currently sit one more time tonight before we get into the post game, and it will be very fun to look at because it is, a pretty filled out coloring book, dare I say. A lot of numbers filled in with color. So, again, AL in 5. They're currently tied with Top Esports. Obviously, that game score differential being the big boon, but they do have a chance to move up from that 4th spot.
Yeah. So AL are 5, Top Esports are 8. JDG is 6, JDG is 5, and BLG is 12. BLG is essentially untouchable. They can no longer relinquish the 1st place spot in the league. And for JDG and Top Esports, I mean, the lowest they can get is currently 3-6. AL with this win, the highest they can reach right now is 7. So they really need Top Esports to lose their next series versus BLG, and they then themselves need to win versus BLG, which looks like a very tough task considering this team is 10-2, 20-8 in the regular season.
And since we're wrapping up a Nirvana Ascend day, do you think it's important to point out how chaotic Group Nirvana will be towards the finish? The one point I'll make is that LNG are currently a single game up in game score. That's why they're at the top, but LNG and LGD do have to play, and that will very likely be the matchup that decides which one of them get to take on Team WE. Oh, it is. Okay, 100% is. That's fun. That's even more fun.
Yeah. Thanks to their game differential at 3 and 2 for LNG and LGD respectively, EDG can no longer catch up thanks to OMG taking a 3-game series tonight. So locks up the standings there, and like you mentioned, it is a battle for first between those two. Really exciting stuff. Again, this is the 1 week of the regular season where we have 4 Nirvana series playing. So today, tomorrow, Friday, and Saturday are all going to have some of the biggest hits coming in. And who is going to be the last team relegated? Still technically a possibility here for Thunder Talk.
That is not what I'm Thunder talking about, man. Hoping those boys can pull that one back. Let's though, as we close out this show, I'll try and just like, digest is the word I'll use, that game 3. We kind of danced around the idea that, we had WE we felt like WE came away with a pretty decent showing, but I hate to say that about, what do we call it? Learning experiences? How many we got to learn. We got to learn about. That's twice now that we've pulled something like that in a late game scenario.
That is it, and not only twice, but twice in very short time periods between the two of them. You can maybe make the excuse, like if I make the same mistake like 2 months later, it's like, I may have forgotten about it or it wasn't like fresh in my mind. But these are 2 character building moments where your team is going to look at you and say, hey man, what was this? Like we were very much in the lead for this game, or at least coming back. And that play, among others, it's not just about, but that play among others jeopardizes our ability to win this, or at least have a more convincing 5-on-5 later on.
Right, exactly. And it's honestly pretty awesome, once we go back through these highlights, because this is one of these game 3s where it was like, damn, that's what we're using the cinematic on. My Corky is trapped. There's a lot of close-ups going on here.
Boom!
Boom!
In the trap.
Oh,
this is the 90 caliber. This is the 90 caliber net call that you had.
Where I definitely called it 90 and not 9.
No one would have remembered if you didn't bring it up.
It's about accountability, okay? We talk about accountability today. What my point I was going to make here, Dimitri, is the series was really fun, but this is one of those game 3s where it's like the entire series was we just kind of get it. We could just eat up the game 3 alone, and it could make up the series without fun.
Yeah, I was having a lot of fun, and I'm sure WE was. They were like, maybe we were looking at like a 28, 29-minute game, and all of a sudden we're here for 40 minutes.
Oh, that's how Kyle died. He just got deleted by a shock blast in Chorus.
Oh, all right. Still, lots to learn, and this does not give me much hope that BLG are going to have any competition going into the last portion of the split. This is a very difficult last week of the regular season for BLG. They played their game versus IG, which then ended up going to 3. They'll play Top Esports and AL later this week. BLG and AL is actually the very last match of the regular season, so should be a lot of fun. But if this is the form that AL are coming in with, I don't know, like, Knight is very clearly the MVP, at least to me, and I hope other people currently. He's the front runner for not only All-Pro in his own role, but MVP of the league. And I don't think I saw very much of Shanks here in this series. Like, game 1, no one was playing mid lane for AL on that Annie. And game 2 was much better, but this game 3, he didn't. There were moments later on into the game. You need to be at a certain bar consistently if you're going to be playing against BLG and beating them.
Yeah, I was trying to bait you in by making facial expressions like I don't have Knight as my MVP. But this is I think the best I've ever seen Knight play in his career, and I'm willing to go to bat up against like top esports peak Knight, all that stuff. That's not a discussion we have here. That's a discussion maybe we'll have on the LPL podcast. Plug that, easy peasy. I agree with you. I don't think Shakes has met the bar, but as we will not get to see the player of the game thanks to the interviews, I will say I do think the player of the game will wind up being Shakes for this one.
Yeah, I agree. This guy's just playing better and better. I am most likely going to put him as my second team All-Pro and have Honkyu as third. But who knows? Maybe they turn up in the last portion of the season, and in the last week they just decide to have their own incredible performances. That's kind of what I'm looking for.
Looking out for that. Well, I'm looking towards the end of our broadcast, Mr. Dimitri, which means we obviously have to close out with a very important thank you to our players of the stream, which of course I am talking about our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mong. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and the LPL English broadcast and crew that strive to give you an LPL English project every single darn day. So big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters. They, of course, get the final bell ring of our stream as we are closing out our day. Mr. Dimitri, any final thoughts before we close this one out? Or maybe potential future matchups?
I want everybody to please, if you didn't already watch the podcast, the match of the week for us was going to be Thursday, LNG versus LGD. It's battle for number 1. That'll be tomorrow. First series up on the docket. Look, Nirvana is really where it's at. No one really cares about Group Ascend. It's all about Group Nirvana, making it out of the projects, and hopefully, actually winning the best of 5 in the play-ins. But who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, and the other series that's definitely going to be must-watch is the next day after Top Esports BLG. Because, 1, obviously, it could be a pretty big playoff preview. 2, if things get weird, the playoff seeding can get pretty weird. So
there we go.
Get a look at the full schedule here. Our final Split 2 regular season schedule.
Thank God. I love it, but this was this is going to be 34 days not in a row, but 34 days over the last month and a half. So I'm ready to get into playoffs. I'm ready to send off the show Slayer. I'm ready to get you to bed because I know you got work soon. So thank everybody for joining us, whether you are a long-time lurker or you just joined us for the last series. Thank everybody again. Viewers like you make this show possible, and thank you to everybody who's been helping us run the show, whether that is roommate Elia or all of our beautiful mod and socials team. But until tomorrow, we'll see you all later. Have a good night. Take care of each other.